Chapter 51. The Lord depicts the nature of heaven and hell in parables. Say I. So pay attention, because it matters to me that you go home seeing. Behold, two persons are living in a house. One is satisfied with everything that he, with the sweat of his brow, draws from the soil with God's blessing. Happy and serene, he enjoys the meagre yield of his hard work, and it is his greatest joy to share his laboriously gained supplies with his still poorer brothers. When a hungry one comes to him, it gives him pleasure to feed him. He never asks him with a vexed heart about the cause of his poverty, and does not forbid him to return if he should be hungry again. He does not grumble at the order of earthly governments, and when he has to pay taxes, he says always, as Job did, "Lord, you gave it to me, it is all yours. What you have given, you can take away again at any time. Your always alone holy will be done." In short, nothing can disturb this man in his serenity, as well as in his love and trust in God, and therefrom in his love for his earthly brothers. Anger, envy, strife, hate, and pride are for him alien notions. His brother, however, is the most discontented person. He does not believe in a God and says, God is an empty concept by which people denote the top grade of earthly heroes. Only a very stupid man can be happy in poverty, just as the animals that have no reason or intelligence are happy as long as they are barely provided with what their dumb and dull instinct demands. A man, however, who with his intellect has raised himself high above the animal, can no longer be satisfied with the low fare of pigs, must not burrow in the earth with his own hands, destined for something better, which befits only animals and slaves. But one must reach for the sword, strive to become a mighty general, and enter through triumphal arches the great cities of the world which one has conquered. The ground must tremble under the hoofs of the charger which, decorated with gold and gems, proudly carries the mighty commander-in-chief of the troops. A man with such a disposition then deplores his scanty existence, in his heart curses poverty, and thinks of ways and means how to acquire great treasures and riches in order to realize his tyrannical ideas with their help. He has only contempt for his contented brother, and loathes every even poorer man. He shows not even a trace of mercy, which he regards as a ridiculous attribute of cowardly slaves and society apes. Only generosity befits man, but that as rarely as possible. When a poor man comes to him, he lets fly abuse at him and says, "Go away, you lazy beast, you greedy monster with the ragged mask of a man. Work, you animal, if you want to feed. Go to that miserable brother of my body, but never of my sublime spirit. He, being himself a common beast of burden, works for the likes of him, and is as merciful as a society ape. I am just generous, and shall on this occasion still grant you your most miserable life. Behold, these two brothers, children of one father and one mother, live together in one house. The first is an angel, the other almost a complete devil. To the first, the scantiest hut is heaven. To the other, the very same hut, the truest hell, full of bitter torment. Do you now see how heaven and hell can be together in one spot? But of course you will be thinking, so what? Let the domineering one ascend the throne, and he shall be quite capable of protecting peoples and vanquishing enemies. Oh, yes, this could be so indeed. But where is the yardstick which shall prescribe to him the extent to which he can follow up his dictatorial plans? What shall he do with people who will not bow down low to him? Behold, these he shall have tortured in the most excruciating manner, and a human life will be to him no more than a trodden blade of grass. But what is such a person? Behold, that is a Satan. There indeed have to be rulers as well as commanders, but understand this. They must be chosen and called to it by God, and in future be descendants of long-anointed kings. These are then called. But let all those beware who would leave their poor hut, hurrying to wrest the sceptre to themselves by all sorts of means. Verily, for such it would be better to have never been born. I shall give you another picture of God's kingdom of heaven. It is exactly like a good soil in which the most noble grapes grow and ripen next to briars and thistles. And yet they both grow in one and the same good soil. The difference lies solely in the application. The grapevine converts it to something good. The briars and thistles to something bad, useless, and not enjoyable for any human. Thus heaven also flows into the devil as it does into God's angels. But each of the two make different use of it. Heaven is also like a fruit tree which bears good, sweet fruit. Now various people come under its richly blessed branches who want to enjoy such fruit. Some of them are moderate and gratefully enjoy only as much as is good for them, whereas others, who like the taste of the fruit, begrudge it to others and do not want to leave anything on the tree, but eat it all until the last apple has been consumed, so that the contented may not later find some more. But they fall ill and have to die, while the contented ones feel refreshed through the moderate consumption of the fruit. And yet both parties had fruit from the same tree. Thus, heaven is also like a good wine, which invigorates the moderate, but destroys and kills the immoderate. And so one and the same wine becomes heaven for one and real hell for the other, and yet it is drawn from one and the same skin. Tell me, friend, whether you now comprehend what is heaven and what is hell. Chapter 52. The Commandment of Order. Says Faustus, Lord, now the light is dawning within me. In all infinity there is but one God, one power, and one law of eternal order. For him who adopts this law, everything and everywhere is heaven. But the one who out of his own freedom wants to resist this law finds hell and torment everywhere. Say I, indeed, so it is. Fire is an exceedingly useful element. He who uses it procures incalculable advantage. It would be too long-winded to enumerate all the advantages accruing to mankind from the proper, wise, and expedient use of fire. If, however, someone were to use fire most unwisely, and constantly only for fun, and so recklessly as to light it upon the roofs of dwellings or in dense forest, there the same fire shall destroy and ruin everything. When it is frosty in winter, then everyone goes to the fireplace and gladly warms himself at the crackling fire, filling the fireplace with the heating flames. But such as would fall in the fire, it would kill and consume. But I tell you something else. In order to become truly God's children, men of this world must be led through water and fire. Heaven in its primal essence is water and fire. What has no affinity with water is killed by it, and what is not itself fire cannot exist in the fire. Says Faustus, "Lord, this again I cannot understand. How is one to take this? How can one become water and fire at one and the same time? For water and fire are notoriously mutually hostile elements. One destroys and annihilates the other. If the fire is a mighty one, and one pours water over it, then the water is quickly converted to steam and air. If, however, the water is mightier than the fire, then the latter is extinguished as soon as flooded. If then, in order to be like heaven, one has to be simultaneously water and fire, then one would in the end dissolve anyway. What prospects, then, for life's everlasting duration?" Say I, "Oh, quite good ones. Both in proper proportion, whereupon the one constantly produces and sustains the other. For behold, if there were not any fire in and around the earth, there would not be water either. And if there were not any water in and around the earth, there would not be any fire, for one perpetually produces the other." Asks Faustus, "Why? How come?" Say I, "Take all the fire, from which comes all heat, away from the earth, and the entire earth shall turn into a diamond-hard lump of ice, upon which no life could subsist. Then remove all water from the earth, and it shall only too soon turn to paltry dust. Because fire shall not maintain itself without water that is so essential for new creations upon earth. Where, however, no sequential or new creations continue to take place, there death and decay have set in. Behold, a tree that has lost its fluids, and you shall become aware of how the tree shall shortly rot, and therewith disintegrate. Do you understand this now?" Says Faustus, "Yes, Lord, now we all understand that too, and recognize that you are filled with divine spirit, and that you are yourself the creator of all things. For what man can fathom by himself how the entire creation functions, and by what laws it endures? This can be clear and familiar in all depth to him who carries the Spirit within him, through whom all things were made and now continue to exist. I can do no more than thank you from a heart filled with deepest love for you, for all the great spiritual and also material favours bestowed upon me here. For what else can I, poor, weak and sinful man, do for the Lord of infinity?" Say I, "You are right, but for the time being, keep what you know and what you have seen and found out here to yourself, not making me known before time. And do not forget the poor in your earthly fortune now. For whatever you have done for the poor in my name, that you have done for me, and you shall be rewarded in heaven. But now that we have finished everything in KISS that needed doing and settling, We intend to get ready for our journey to Nazareth. Chapter 53. The Lord and his disciples' departure to Nazareth. Says Faustus, "So I need to give the order to load my things on board?" Say I, "It has already been done. Since your ships would not have sufficed, Baram and Kisjona have loaned their 2 big ships for the purpose, and everything but the departure is finalized." Says Faustus, "That is sure to be so. I would no longer question, for what should not be possible to the Almighty? But now Joel and Jeruth, together with Archiel, step over to me to thank me for everything. Parting with me amidst much thanksgiving, and starting on their way to Sishar, they are met by the deputation that I foretold them, and are received with much honour, imploring Junail, with the solemn entreaty, to accept back the office of the high priest. And both Junail and Jeruth recall how I had predicted it to them. We, however, after my repeated rendition of parables on the kingdom of heaven, Matthew chapter 13, verse 53, and after letting the Sisharites go, took leave of Kisjona with the promise of soon calling on him again, and who upon my advice stayed home this time, and also did not accompany Faustus. About 2 hours to midday we boarded a big ship, travelling with Faustus, who with his young wife had taken his place on my ship, to the vicinity of Capernaum, where the landing place was located for this city as well as for Nazareth, which, as known, is not far from Capernaum. After we landed and stepped ashore, Faustus said, "Lord, I shall go with you to Nazareth and restore their dwelling to your mother and your earthly brothers and sisters." Say I, "This also is already done, and at home and out there in your large court district you shall find everything in the nicest and best order, because my Archiel has settled all your affairs. But go yourself to Capernaum, and when you run into the chief Jairus, which is certain to occur, and when he complains to you about his pains, then tell him that I shall now be staying in Nazareth for some time. If he desires anything, then he should come to me, but only by himself." Says Faustus, "Could I accompany him?" Say I, "Oh, indeed, but also only yourself." With these words we parted. I now leave for my earthly fatherland with my numerous disciples, and Faustus at once orders a lot of carriers, packers, and wagons by which he moves the treasures to be brought along to his dwelling in Capernaum. That the moving in of the Chief Justice so richly loaded by the side of a beautiful wife, arousing much sensation, hardly needs mentioning. But it is even easier to imagine that the chief of the Pharisees there, named Jairus, came to meet him for many reasons, for he also knew something of the troop of the 12 Pharisees to Jerusalem, and that Faustus had been summoned to kiss on their account. Faustus received him with full esteem, saying to him, "One honest one was saved, and the pledges which were unjustly extorted by these Pharisees in secret from the Jews have been restored to them to the last cent, and 11 are now enjoying their well-earned punishment in the temple in Jerusalem for their numerous, unheard-of deceptions and robberies. It would be too long-winded to tell you everything the 11 have perpetrated, but when you enjoy some leisure, come and read all the files, and your hair will stand on end." But now to another matter. How are things with your sweet daughter? Does she live, or has she died? Says an exceedingly sad Jairus, starting to cry. Oh, friend, why did you remind me of it? She unfortunately died, for no physician could help her. The only physician, Boris of Nazareth, said that he could indeed help her, but would not because I had sinned too exceedingly against his friend Jesus, who is his master. And so my most beloved has died. It was heartrending how the dying one cried out to Jesus that he should help her, and however, whilst dying, castigated me for sinning so despicably against Jesus, the greatest benefactor of poor suffering mankind, that she now has to irrevocably die. I had indeed tried everything to find Jesus, that he should help her. But Jesus would not hear my messengers, although I have now repented my sin against him 1,000-fold. But it is all over now. She has lain in the grave already 4 days and stinks pestilentially. May Jehovah now have grace and mercy upon her beautiful soul. Says Faustus, Friend, I sympathize with you wholeheartedly. But I also say unto you that the Almighty Lord Jesus is now at Nazareth. According to my wide-ranging experience now, nothing is impossible to him. How now, if you went to him personally? I say unto you, he has power aplenty to call your daughter out of the grave into life, and to give her back to you. Says Jairus, Even if the latter were no longer possible, I nevertheless want to go over and ask his 1,000-fold forgiveness for offending and saddening him, even though not voluntary, of course, but under coercion. Says Faustus, Good, then come along with me. We shall meet up with him in Nazareth, and that at his mother's house. But by his explicit wish, no one is to accompany us. Jairus, gripped by a blissful premonition, at once goes along with Faustus's suggestion. Both have mules saddled, trotting off to Nazareth as quickly as possible. A couple of hours to sunset, they reach Nazareth, leaving their mules at an inn and continuing on foot to my mother's house, finding me with Boris, who was one of the first from Nazareth to come and meet me with open arms, for he was apprised of my arrival at Nazareth that day. As Faustus entered the room with Jairus, the latter began to cry, falling down before me and begging me loudly that I would forgive him his immense sin of ingratitude which he committed against me. I say to him, however, Arise, your transgression is forgiven you, but do not sin a second time. Where is your daughter buried? Speaks Jairus, Lord, you are aware of my having erected a school for the children of the land not far from here, provided with a small house of prayer. Inside this house of prayer I had a tomb built for myself. Since my daughter died before, however, I had her brought there and laid in the new tomb, where no dead had lain yet. This tomb is hardly 2,000 paces distant from here. If you, O Lord, would want to view her, it would make me blissful beyond measure, for otherwise I would be grieved to death. Say I, Well then, so take me there, but none besides yourself and Faustus must follow me. The disciples, however, asked me whether they must not be present either. Say I, This time no one other than the two concerned. Says Boris, Lord, you know me, that I can be mute like a fish. Would there be any harm in me as a physician accompanying you? Say I, as I have spoken, it is to be. Only us three, and no one else. Chapter 54. Sarah's second resurrection from death. After that, none dared to ask further questions, and we went over to the tomb. I viewed the now pestilential corpse, asking Jairus whether he opined or believed his daughter to be only apparently dead. Says Jairus, Lord, in my heart I did not believe this the first time either, and knew only too well that my most beloved daughter Sarah is fully dead. I was pulled into the false witness against you by the hair, and had I not signed the evil testimony, then you would have been persecuted even more sharply, which was most earnestly not my wish. Since I had, however, signed the false witness, one regarded you merely as a work-shy vagrant, who indeed makes people well every now and then, to make a name for himself in Israel as some sort of prophet awakened by God, or perhaps even the Messiah himself, whom the well-off and rich present priesthood fears above all else. Because it is written that when the high priest in the order of Melchizedek from eternity comes to earth, it shall mean the full end of all other priests, and that the new Melchizedek shall then reign with his angels over all generations of the earth forever. I say unto you, all the high priests and all junior priests fear neither the fire nor the big storm that passed the cave where the great prophet Elijah was hidden. But the gentle breeze above the prophet's cave they fear, because they keep saying that the high priest in the order of Melchizedek will come quietly as a thief in the night and take everything they had earned up till now. Wherefore no priest wants to live through the arrival of God's anointed from eternity, but have same postponed as far as possible into the most remote future. But since the priesthood in general, and especially the old ones, have undoubtedly noted something like that about you on account of your extraordinary deeds and doctrine, they also try everything, if possible, to ruin you. Were this to be impossible on account of your truly being that for which they take you, they would then do penance in sackcloth and ashes for their trouble, expecting the almighty stroke from above with which they have perpetually feared to lose everything, or they would not have otherwise stoned nearly all prophets. Behold, this is the reason for which I declared you a vagabond, rather than him whom you surely are. For men cannot call their dead back to life. Such only the Spirit of God is capable of doing, which in my opinion dwells and works within you in all fullness. Say I, it is because I secretly knew for what actual reason you denied me, that I came to you in your great distress, to help you for a lengthy period. This is also the actual reason why I took no one along besides you two. But when the time comes, then they too shall find out the reason. But you shall now see God's power and glory. Here, I leaned into the tomb inside which the young Sarah lay wrapped in linen, saying to Jairus, Behold, night has come, and the little lamp in the tomb gives only a most feeble shine. Go to the caretaker of this school and prayer house, and obtain a strong light, because when life is given back to her, she has to see in order to climb out of the tomb. Says Jairus, O Lord, should this indeed be possible? There is advanced decomposition. But I do believe that with God everything is possible, and I shall be back at once with a stronger light. Jairus now hurries to get a stronger light, which, however, he is not able to obtain straight away, because the caretaker's light has gone out, and it is taking the latter a long time to kindle the 2 wooden rubbing sticks. But I awaken and lift Sarah from the tomb as soon as Jairus was through the door. The awoken one asks me, somewhat drowsily, "For Jehovah's sake, where am I now? What happened to me?" I had just been in a beautiful garden with lots of playmates, and now I am suddenly shifted to this dark and confined chamber. Say I, "Be of good cheer, and calm down, Sarah, for behold, I, your Jesus, who has awakened you from death to life the first time just a few weeks ago, have now awoken you from death again, and given you a solid life. Henceforth no sickness shall torment you, and when, after many years, your time shall come, then I myself, coming down from the heavens, shall fetch you and lead you into my kingdom, of which there shall be no end everlastingly." Only on hearing my voice, Sarah fully comes alive, saying with the most lovingly friendly voice in the world, "Oh, you only beloved of my young life and heart. I knew of course that he who loves you alone above all needs to fear no death. From an overmighty love for you, my first bringer of life, I became sick because I could not find out where you had gotten to. And on inquiring about your whereabouts with the most fervent love for you, I was told to calm me down with the most blatant killing of my feelings, that you had been taken prisoner and handed over to the severe courts as a traitor. This broke the heart in my breast. I soon became sick and died a second time. Oh, how endlessly happy I am to have you again, my only and most fervent love." Upon the deathbed I said, "Indeed, if my one and only Jesus still lives, he will not let me decompose in the cold tomb. And behold, what my heart told me has happened. I fully live again, and that in the arms of my beloved Jesus. But from now on, nothing shall be able to separate me from your godly side. As the least of your maidens, I shall follow you wherever you may go." Even as Sarah is thus revealing her heart to me, Jairus is at last approaching the tomb chamber with a resin light. I say to her, however, "Behold, your father Jairus is coming. Hide therefore behind Faustus's back, so that he does not set his eyes on you straight away, as it would harm his health. But when I call you then, quickly step forward with cheerful and happy mien, and such sight shall then not harm him." Sarah at once follows such advice, and Jairus walks into the chamber the moment Sarah took good cover behind Faustus's back. Jairus apologized for having taken so long getting the light. But I say, it does not matter, for no one can sin beyond the possible, and he who is fully dead shall not be more so in about a further quarter hour, but rather more alive, where there are any residual preconditions for life at all. Says Jairus, "Now then, Lord, if a poor sinner may also dare to beg you, then please bestow your grace, not on account of me, unworthy one, but upon Sarah, the one surely loving you above all else." Say I, "But on one condition and one reason, that I don't awaken her for you, but purely for myself. She shall henceforth follow me, and not yourself." If you also wish to follow me from time to time, then you shall be near your daughter. Says Jairus, may everything be in accordance with your will. If only my one and only child could be called back to life. Say I, well then, shine into the open tomb. Jairus steps up, sighing, to the edge of the tomb. Looking and looking, but seeing nothing but the linen and head wrap and bindings all pressed into a heap. Not seeing his dead daughter, he gets sorrowful, asking me, Lord, what went on here? The smell is here still, but nothing else. Has someone stolen the corpse? Why did he not take the scarves and bindings as well? Say I, because the now living one no longer has need of such. Jairus cries out with delight, which suddenly overcame his grief. How? What? Where then is the reanimated Sarah? I call out, Sarah, step out. The most beautiful Sarah suddenly steps out from behind Faustus's back, saying with completely healthy and loud voice, Here I am, fully alive and well, but now no longer belonging to you, but fully to Jesus. Because the love of my heart for Jesus, the Lord over life and death, which they desperately tried to make out as the grossest of all sins, killed my feeble body for the second time. But this mighty love also gave it life back again. And behold, Father Jairus, you call me your daughter also, but you gave me life only once. What is he to me and I to him, who gave me life fully twice? Which of you two is now more really my father? Says Jairus, you are right. Obviously he who fully gave you life back twice, and I here cannot contend with your love from time to time. Are you, who were everything to me on this earth, and now again shall be after Jesus the Lord, satisfied with that? Says Sarah, yes, Father Jairus, I am fully satisfied therewith. Say I, and I also. But now let us return to my house. There a good evening meal awaits us, and my daughter Sarah must above all be properly strengthened, since her newly animated body needs to be properly nourished with good food. Therefore, let us hurriedly leave this place. Chapter 55. Discussion between Jairus and his wife about Sarah. Jairus now covers the grave and locks the door behind us, whereby one could get into the grave chamber and finally to the grave itself, and then walks with us. However, about 70 steps outside this school and chapel is the little dwelling of the keeper and guard located, with whom Jairus obtained the light earlier. Since the increasing moon illuminated the evening a little, the guard immediately recognized Jairus's little daughter, who walked cheerfully next to me dressed in a white sweeping gown. Horrified, he asks Jairus, What is this? What do I see? Is this not Sarah, your late little daughter? Was she also seemingly dead this time round? Says Jairus, May it be as it is. You do not have to ask any questions here, but to be completely silent about everything you see here, otherwise you will lose your job. However, take this deeply to heart and think, grasp, and comprehend that with God many things are quite easily possible. But it requires a firm belief and an enlivened trust. Do you understand this? Says the guard. Yes, elated master. Thereupon says Jairus, In future, stay away from me with those honour-showing addresses, and speak to me like a brother. But now, for you not to have to guard a corpse any more, go quickly to Capernaum, and tell nobody there what you just have seen. Also, not to my wife. However, tell her that she must accompany immediately, if possible, to Nazareth to the house of Joseph, because I have to discuss very important matters with her. Take a few good mules, so that you can get quicker to the house of the carpenter in Nazareth. The guard, who himself is the owner of a quick-trotting donkey, bridles and saddles hastily the animal, rides with it to Capernaum, and delivers the given message to the wife of Jairus. The grieving wife gets up quickly and follows the messenger. The donkeys are moving quickly, and within less than 1 hour they arrive at the house of my bodily mother Maria in Nazareth, who is now quite happy again for being allowed to call the old little house of Joseph her own. When Jairus' wife entered the room where we were enjoying quite a good evening meal, which this time was prepared by Boris, she soon notices her Sarah alongside me, who cheerfully and happily, and at the same time looking great, was busy to consume with the greatest appetite a good, boneless fish with salt, oil, and somewhat wine vinegar. The wife nearly can't believe her eyes, and says after a while, tapping Jairus on the shoulder, Jairus, here stands your grieving wife, for whom you have sent by messenger, as if you had to discuss important matters with me. But I already see the importance of all importances. Tell me, man, am I dreaming or is this reality? Is this girl sitting next to Jesus, looking so good, not a living match of our late, most dearest Sarah? Oh, Jehovah, why have you taken Sarah from me? Says Jairus, himself completely overwhelmed, to his wife, Be consoled, you my beloved wife. This girl not only looks like our most dearest Sarah, but most seriously, it is her. Lord Jesus, full of the divine Spirit, has awakened her for the second time, just like he awakened her from death a few weeks ago. That she now looks so good is caused by his incomprehensible, apparent divine powers. But do not disturb her in her appetite, since she has fasted for quite some time now. Says the wife, nearly not able to get a grip on herself because of amazement and happiness. Tell me now, you wise master in Israel, what do you think about this Jesus? It appears more and more to me that he nevertheless, his low birth level, is the promised Messiah. Because such deeds have never before been performed by any prophet, not of course, not by any other person. Says Jairus, Yes, it is indeed so, but it means keep the greatest secrecy about it, since he himself wants it like this. Because if this would become known, we soon would have the whole of Jerusalem and Rome on our neck, and if he would not oppose it with his divine powers, we would be in quite some trouble. Therefore, wife, be mute like a castle wall. For this reason Sarah will, in order not to betray the divine master with her appearance, and to recover her health completely, stay for at least a full year under the supervision and guidance of either himself, or at least under his loving, exceedingly wise mother, Maria, and we will visit her from time to time. Correctly speaking, both of us do not really have a claim to her any more, for we gave her only a miserable, illness-ridden life by our mute lust, and did know what will become of our act when we slept with each other. This heavenly Sarah was given to us, who was given by God a most healthy soul, but from us a weak, sick body. Twice she has died on us, and would have been lost forever for this world. However, at both occasions he gave her a new, healthy life. The question is now, who is more her father and mother? He, or we two poor sinners? Says Sarah's mother, "Yes, you are wise, knows the law and all the prophets. Therefore you are always right in all things. But for me it is already a heavenly bliss that she is alive again, and that we have the good fortune to see and speak to her from time to time." Says Jairus, "Let us be quiet now, since the meal is finished, and possibly he wants to say something." But I call on Faustus and say to him, "Friend and brother, I am quite sorry that for today you cannot sleep over. Important business is awaiting you at home, and therefore I have to let you go for a few days. However, after a few days come again here. If there is any talk about me, then you know what to say." Says Faustus, "Lord, you know me better than I know myself. Therefore you can depend on me, since a Roman is not weak reed for the winds to play with loosely. If I say yes, not even death can force a no from me. But I'm going now, and my mule is already saddled and bridled, and within a small hour I will be at home. In your name, O my greatest friend Jesus, the expected business will come to a good end. I put myself completely in your love, wisdom, and divine power." With these words, Faustus leaves quickly by the door. Thereupon Sarah's mother comes to me and thanked me with a deeply humble heart, recognizing how much she is unworthy of such unheard of mercy. But I console her and say to Sarah, "My little daughter, look, here is your mother." Only now does Sarah gets up and greets her mother with exceeding friendliness, but immediately remarks that she will stay with me, since she loves me too much to be able to be separated from me. The mother and also the high priest Jairus praise the daughter for this a lot, but nevertheless asks her not to forget about them entirely. And Sarah solemnly promises both that she loves them now more than ever before. With that, both were beyond measure satisfied, became quiet, and caressed their daughter. Chapter 56. Divine Power. Now the Greek Philippold from Cana in Samaria came to me and said, "Lord, I have been now over 3 days with you, but could not find one moment to discuss with you what I, according to your will, have accomplished, and how through my preaching, which I gave them after your departure from Cana, have converted all to believe in you. It seems now that you have some spare time. Could you also listen a little to what I have to say?" Say I, "My very worthy friend Philippold, would you not think that I would have long since asked you various things concerning Cana, if I did not know exactly how matters stand? Look at all my brothers. Do I talk with them much? For days, not a word outwardly, but all the more often inwardly spiritually, through their heart and look. None of them come to me asking, 'Lord, why do you not speak to me?' I tell you, as I have for a long time told everyone, I do not call disciples so as to talk with them without any cause whatsoever, but so that they hear my teaching and witness my deeds. For all that they know, I have known already long before, and what they want to know in particular, I tell them through their heart the moment it is needed. And if this is so, ask yourself why my initiated disciples should require a daily discussion. You too are now my disciple, and therefore will have to submit to such an order in my school. With other people, however, who are not my closest disciples, I do have to exchange words outwardly, for with their very worldly hearts they would not hear, let alone understand me. I do still speak also with my disciples outwardly, if and when required. But that is then not for the sake of the disciples, but for the sake of these who are not disciples. Tell me, have you comprehended this? Says Philippold, Yes, Lord, now your mercy is so clear to me as the sun on a brightest midday, and I thank you for such most amicable clarification. But Lord, if I now observe this most glorious and beautiful Sarah, who with her beauty could compare herself with every angel of heaven, then it seems impossible to me that she is supposed to have lain in the grave for even a second, because such vitality I have not yet encountered. Yet it is nevertheless true that you have awoken her from death twice. Now my heart is urging me mightily to find out from you how such is possible to you. Say I to him softly, Surely you found out at Cana who I am. If you know that, then it is odd that you can ask how I can revive a dead person. Did not sun, moon, and stars, as well as this earth, go forth from me? And did I not populate this earth with countless living beings? If I could give them an existence and independent life in the beginning, how should that be impossible for me with a maiden that was possible for me with countless beings from eternity to eternity? If you know this, and even received instruction on it from an angel, how can you still ask? Behold, every stone, even against which you may knock heavily, is only maintained through my will. Were I to release it from my all-creating and maintaining will, but for a moment, it would also cease to exist in the same moment. You may indeed crush the stone, and through intensive heat even dissolve it into a kind of air, as taught in secretive chemistry. But all this can take place with the stone, and every other type of matter, only because I permit it for man's benefit and advantage. Were I not to permit it, then you could move even the smallest stone no more than a mountain. You can furthermore throw a stone high up, and it shall, depending on your strength and skill, ascend to an impressive height. But after reaching maximum height in relation to hurling effect, it shall at once fall back to earth. And behold, this is all my will, and my permission up to a point, where it says, this far and no further. A stone throw clearly shows you the scope of man's power and will. A few moments in time, and man's feeble will is seized by me and driven back into the due order set by me from eternity, which is weighed out to the minutest particle through all of eternal infinity. If, therefore, all this depends exclusively on my will and permission, how could it not be possible to me to revive a deceased maiden? But do go outside and fetch me a piece of wood and a stone, and I will show you how I can accomplish all these things through the might of the Father within me. Philippold promptly brings a stone and a rotten piece of wood. And I say to him, speaking in an undertone, "Look, I lift up the stone and place it in the free air, and, look, it does not fall. Do try to push it from this position." Philippold tries, but the stone cannot be shifted even by a hair's breadth. However, I say, "Now I shall allow the stone to be shifted by you as you please, but once you let it go, it will again take this position and will after some swaying or suddenly be fixed to this given position." Says Philippold, "Lord, spare me this test, for your holy word is sufficient for me." Say I, "All right, it is now my will that this stone disappears, and this wood shall sprout and bring forth leaves, blossoms, and fruit of its kind." Thereupon the stone becomes invisible, and the old wood becomes fresh, sprouts, and brings forth leaves, blossoms, and finally ripe fruit, that is, some figs, since the wood came from a fig tree. Now everybody's attention is turning to me and Philippold, for most of the disciples had already fallen asleep, and Jairus and his wife could not stop fondling their daughter. I and Philippold, however, had carried out our experiments further away at a little table below a dim lamp, and, therefore, had not been noticed by hundreds, until Philippold's astonishment became too conspicuous, whereupon many soon turned their attention to us. But I told them to rest, and silence reigned once more. Then I again bade the stone to be, and it was once more lying on the table, but left the fig branch with the fruits, which in the morning were eaten with much pleasure by my Sarah. But I then asked Philippold whether he is in the clear, and bowing down deeply he said, "Lord, now I am fully in the clear." I said, "Good, then let's take our rest." Chapter 57. Philippold's testimony to Jesus' deity. Philippold then went to take a rest, as commended by me. But his sleep was not, of course, a salubrious one, because the day's happenings took a toll of his emotions. On top of that, the bunks were in no good shape, as the bailiffs had taken possession of almost everything other than a bit of straw, and we thus found a literally empty house. While Sarah was being reawakened, Boris, my brethren, and many other disciples had indeed been engaged in moving proper bunks, tables, benches, kitchen and tableware into the house. But to do so on short notice along natural lines for some 100 people who partly found accommodation in the open or in other houses was possible only for barest essential. And so I myself spent the night on a bench with a bit of straw under my head, and Philippold even on the floor and without straw. Hence he also was one of the first on his feet in the morning. And Jairus, who with his wife and daughter Sarah enjoyed quite a good straw bunk, asked Philippold how he had rested on the hard floor. Says Philippold, "As the nature of the floor permits. But it all depends on habit. In the course of a year, the body would certainly befriend it more than during a night." Says Jairus, "Had you only mentioned it, we had plenty of straw." Says Philippold, "Here, behold the Lord, he whom all the heavens and worlds obey, and for whose will all angels watch. His bunk is no better by a hair's breadth than mine." Says Jairus, in whom Pharisaism still resided to a large extent, "Friend, are you not perhaps overstating the case? It is indeed indisputable that this Jesus is full of the godly Spirit, to a greater extent than any prophet ever was filled, because his deeds exceed sky high all the deeds of Moses, Elijah, and all the other great and smaller prophets. But that the fullness of the Godhead should reside in him seems a rather risky assumption to me. The prophets too awoke the dead through the divine Spirit with which they were filled, but they merely not dared ascribing to themselves but to God. For had they ascribed the success to themselves, it would have made them gross sinners against God, and God would have taken the Spirit from them. But Jesus does everything as if from himself and like a Lord. And this indeed favours your speculative assumption, and to a certain extent I am completely of your opinion, but as said, with all caution, because this could also be permission from above to test our faith in the one God. But if all the fullness of the Godhead were to really dwell in Jesus, then indeed we would have to accept his testimony as eternally true under all circumstances. What do you say to that? Says Philippold, I am fully of the latter view, and think his testimony of the fullness of the Godhead in him completely true. It is him and no one else. The thing is especially hard to explain in this our miracle-working time, for one can always say, I saw magicians there and there who of a truth performed extraordinary deeds, and the prophets of old also awoke the dead, one of them indeed clothing a heap of skeletons with flesh and reviving them. Hence miraculous deeds are by far no proof yet for hailing a worker of miracles as a god. But here with Jesus it is an entirely different thing. With all prophets, extended prayer and fasting had to precede a miraculous deed, for God to find them worthy of performing a miracle through them. The magicians need a magic wand together with a great many signs and formulas, besides carrying a lot of ointments, oils, waters, metals, stones, herbs and roots, with whose hidden powers they are familiar, applying same with their performances. But where has anything like that ever been seen with Jesus, the Lord? No trace of praying or fasting, at least during the short time I had the privilege of knowing him, not to mention a magic wand or any magical paraphernalia. Besides that, all prophets spoke and wrote in secretive imagery, and none but those coming from their school could understand them. Notwithstanding the fact that I am a Greek, your scriptures are not unknown to me, and I know Moses and all your prophets. Whoever understands these, one and all verily must be of a special extraction. Jesus, however, expresses the most hidden things with such clarity that not seldom a child must understand them. He explained the creation, and I nearly believed myself capable of creating a world. Where is the prophet or the master of all magicians who speaks like Jesus? Who has ever understood a syllable of what the magician says at his performances? Deepest night reigns in their talks, and in the speeches of the prophets it indeed dawns here and there. Yet their dawn does not help anyone to make out an object 30 paces ahead. Here, however, it is all sunshine on the brightest midday. Whatever he says is deepest divine wisdom, yet bright and clear for every man's intellect. And when he wills, happens instantly. If things are like this with Jesus to a hair's breadth, then I fail to see for what reason I should still hesitate to acknowledge him as the indisputable Lord of heaven and earth, loving him beyond all measure and giving him alone all honour. Look here on the table. This fresh fig branch with a great many fully ripe fruits is a live explanation he gave me yesterday when asking him, after you all slept already, how it was possible for him to awaken the fully dead. He asked for a completely decayed, therefore completely dead branch. I brought whatever my hands got hold of in the night. He did not even touch the dead wood, but just commanded it, and the dead wood began to sprout, to bloom, and here you have the ripe fruit. Take and give them to the most beloved Sarah, who will feast herself thereon. Chapter 58. The Lord visits the synagogue. Jairus wakes Sarah, who had already begun to stir, handing her the branch, and she is overjoyed therewith, biting straight away into the honey-sweet fruits and consuming them all. After she had eaten them all, I awaken on my bench. Sarah is the first to give me a heartfelt morning greeting, and I ask her how the figs tasted. And she said with great joy, "Lord, they were heavenly and sweet as honey. Philippold, your friend, gave them to me in your name, and I ate them all, for they were exceedingly good. You probably got them for me?" Say I, "My most beloved Sarah, indeed for you. Because you were the reason last night for my showing friend Philippold how I awaken the dead, by revitalizing a completely rotten fig branch, so it might bear sweet fruit one more time for you, my beloved Sarah. Hence you did well to consume it, for it shall multiply your lasting health. But now let us once more move into the open, until the rooms are tidied and cleaned, and then we shall partake of a morning meal, and then turn to today's business." Following these words, all move into the open, enjoying the bright and crystal clear morning, and all were uplifted by the most beautiful morning. But Jairus came over to me, saying, "Lord, there shall never be an end to my thanks. Rather than ever allowing myself to be ever led astray against you again, I shall become a most zealous follower of your holy doctrine, and Philippold shall remain my friend for life, for it is only he I can be thankful for the true light about you. Notwithstanding him being a Greek, he nevertheless is more knowledgeable in our scriptures than all the scribes of Judea, Galilee, Samaria, and Palestine. In short, I am now fully in the clear about you, and it is factually as I have often thought secretly. But I must be off to Capernaum, where certain concerns await me. But my wife and daughter Sarah I leave in your care for a time convenient to you, for not even in heaven could they be better looked after. But if I can get away in the evening, then I shall hear with Faustus and Cornelius, and perhaps also the old Cyrenius, who is supposed to come to Capernaum today. And so I take my leave of your love, patience, and grace." Thereupon he takes his leave of his wife and sweet Sarah, then lets his fast mules be brought, mounting the strongest and trotting off at fast pace. I, however, now call everyone to breakfast, and we move into cleaned and tidied rooms, where a good meal prepared by Boris awaits us. After the meal, Boris beckons me aside, saying, "My most intimately beloved friend, I know that you have perceived well in advance what I want to share privately, but there are some among your disciples who I don't think need to know what we are discussing, the only reason I asked you over." Say I, "That would not be necessary, because what you want to tell me I have already told my disciples at length in Kiss, voicing my praise. They know everything, and hence we need not keep it secret. Says Boris, in that case, I shall speak openly. Hence we go back to the company, and I say to Boris, my most beloved friend, what you want to tell me I already know, and all the disciples know it as well, and hence we can regard the matter as finalized. But as a Greek who simply believes in Judaism without coming under Jewish law, it is easier for you to talk to the Pharisees. If, however, you were an Orthodox Jew through circumcision and the law, then you would have had to severely bridle your tongue. But it was right that you spoke as you did, and so let us now write the matter into the sand. But now take me to the Nazarene school. I shall instruct the people that they may recognize what time this is. Matthew, chapter 13, verse 54. Mother Mary asks whether I shall be coming home for lunch. Say I, don't trouble yourself about whether I come. It is enough that I carry all the burden. I shall come in the evening. Sarah asks whether it is permitted that she come with me to the school. Say I, indeed, notwithstanding that a woman is not according with the law allowed to enter the school in male company. But all is now going to change, because like man, woman has equal right to my love and grace, which proceeds from God the Father through me. So come along now cheerfully and confidently, learning together with the others at the school what time it now is. Hence let us go. You, Sarah, stay by my side, and you shall serve me as a mighty witness. Hence keep that burial clothing on your body, for the dress too shall serve me as testimony. But now let's go. Upon these my words, we immediately went to the school. Chapter 59. The Lord reveals a text from Isaiah. When I entered the school, there were about 10 Nazarene elders, together with several Pharisees and scribes, seated at a large table discussing verses from Isaiah, reading as follows. Isaiah, chapter 1, verses 16 to 24. 16. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil. 17. Learn to do well. Seek justice. Relieve the oppressed. Give rights to the orphans. Plead for the widow. 18. Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. 19. If ye be willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land. 20. But if ye refuse and rebel, ye shall be devoured with the sword. For the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. 21. How is the faithful city become an harlot? It was full of judgment. Righteousness lodged in it, but now murderers. 22. Thy silver has become dross, thy wine mixed with water. 23. Thy princes are rebellious and companions of thieves. Every one loveth gifts and followeth after rewards. They judge not the fatherless, neither does the cause of the widow come unto them. 24. Therefore, saith the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I will rid myself of mine adversaries, and avenge myself of mine enemies. They were discussing the meaning of such verses and could not be in the clear. I stepped forward, saying to them, "What are you pondering about something that stands as clearly revealed before you factually as the sun at midday? Look at your orphans, your widows. What is their state? Instead of taking care of them, you even take from them what they have, whilst the poor orphans you take to the heathens as slaves, just as a few days ago you attempted to carry out such secretly, and would have carried it out, had not the tax collector Kisjonah mightily prevented you." The Lord indeed speaks. Come now, and let us reason together. Though your sins be blood red, it shall be as white as snow, and though it be crimson, it shall be as white. But I ask, when and under what condition? How is it with you and the devout city, which is also called the city of God? What multitudes of the most abominable sins, crying to heaven, have already been committed therein? And what multitudes are still being committed? "Wash and clean yourselves, and put away your evil nature from before mine eyes," spoke Jehovah through the mouth of the prophet. You wash your body 7 times a day indeed, cleaning your garments and whitewashing the graves of your dead 2 or 3 times a year. But your hearts remain obstinate and are full of obscenity. Wherefore you resemble your whitewashed graves, which indeed appear adorned and cleaned on the outside, but are inwardly pestilential, full of dead bones and stinking rot. The prophet spoke of the cleansing of your hearts, reminding you to put away your sins before the all-seeing eye of God. But this sense you have never taken into your heart, hence cleaning only your skin, whilst letting your heart sink into all hellish filth. O you hellish generation, who has taught you thus? Indeed, you say, the he-goat that Moses and Aaron commanded has right up till now been yearly laden with all Israel's sins, killed and thrown into the Jordan. O you blind ones! How is it the he-goat's fault that you continue to sin on, not bettering yourselves in your hearts? This function was only a sign from which you should have learned long ago that the he-goat only represents your evil, worldly lusts, such as your arrogance, which, like the he-goat, is kicking and stinking beyond all measure, and your fornication and filthiness in all things, your meanness, envy, and hypocrisy. With the destruction of the scapegoat, you ought to have forever annihilated your heart-goat, thus fulfilling Moses' and Aaron's commandment in a living way, and thus reaping their blessings unfailingly. Failing this, you have indeed killed the rams, which could be of no use to you. But your sinful hearts have remained with you. Wherefore Jehovah has carried out his threat, and shall further do so when your evil measure is full. A nice thing it is that the heathens have now to maintain justice for the people, and to care for the widows and orphans. But hence it also is true what the prophet speaks. I shall be comforted through mine enemies, the heathens, and be avenged through them. To where has your power gone, and where spent your strength? A small flock of heathens is ruling God's mighty people of yours. Ach, for the everlasting disgrace and shame! The children of the serpent are wiser and more upright than the children of light. Wherefore it shall soon come to pass that this holy land shall be handed over to the heathens, and you shall henceforth have neither land, and even less a king, but shall serve strange tyrants as slaves, and your noble daughters shall sleep with the heathens and the servants of heathens, and their fruit hated like a generation of serpents and vipers. You are here discussing from the prophet who wrote for your heart as to how you could make idol ceremony more splendid through the practice of the trivial washing and cleaning of your bodies, clothing, and sepulchres, so that the sacrament would yield you more offerings. Yet you are not capable of discerning that which alone would be pleasing to God. Oh, you evil devil servants! It is him you serve with your ceremony, and hence shall also once reap his wages in the mire, as you have also fully deserved it always. One cleans the body once, twice, or 3 times a day if desirable, and one cleans clothing when it is dirty. For this Moses has commanded for the health of the body. Thus one also covers the sepulchres with a span of clay, and then covers such clay with several coats of good lime, so that the covering would not develop cracks, through which, particularly in the first few years of decomposition, harmful fumes would not escape, causing all kinds of dangerous sickness to man, animal, and plant. Behold, that is the reason for ordering the whitewashing of graves, which can be grasped with the hands. How could you make this into a divine service? Oh, you absurd ones, you fools! What can this do for the soul of the departed? Chapter 60. About the nature of God and worshipping Him. The Lord. After a man dies, the soul is taken from the body and prevailing as an isolated spirit man, comes to a location corresponding to its complete living being. And here nothing will help it other than its free will and love. If the will and the love are good, then the location also will be good, which the soul itself shall prepare for itself in accordance with its God-implanted strength and authority. If the will and predilection are bad, then its effort also shall be bad. Just as on earth a bad tree bears no good fruit, and a good tree no bad fruit. Go and adorn a thorn bush with gold and precious stones, and see whether it shall bear you grapes as a result. A vine, however, shall nevertheless bear sweet grapes full of flavour, whether you adorn it with gold or not. If that is so, and impossibly otherwise, ask yourselves what the whitewashing of graves, within which reside only decaying skeletons and obnoxious filth, should or could benefit the souls of the dead. Do you earnestly believe that God is so feeble-minded and vainly foolish that he should let himself be served with the most vain and trivial parade of matter through matter? I say unto you, God is a spirit, and those who would serve him must do so in spirit and fullest living truth of their heart, but not in matter through matter, which is nothing but the transitorily shackled will of the Almighty Father. What would you say to someone who came to you asking to be paid, even for devastating your crop, whilst asserting that he has given you good service? Behold, that which you would say to such a fool is what the Father shall once say to you in the beyond, and you shall have to depart from him, even whilst being thrust out into uttermost darkness, where wailing and gnashing of teeth shall be your wages. As to how you look after widows' affairs, my mother Mary, first of all, is testimony, from whom you have taken everything, and thereafter 1,000 others with whom you did not proceed any better, and still don't. Does it not cry to heaven that Jewesses have to seek justice from the heathens and also receive it? Must it not seem really funny to Satan that his children now exceed God's children sky high on justice and righteousness? Yes, the children of the world shall indeed become children of God in future. Yet you shall become children of him whom you have faithfully served at all times. Since you are reading Isaiah, did you never come across the passage where he says, "I delight in mercy and not burnt offering"? Or, "This people honours me with its lips, but its heart is far from me"? Since you say, "Such has God spoken through the prophets," what respect must you have for him if you prefer your despicable statutes to his commandments at all times, keeping only your own for your worldly advantage, but treading the divine ones with your feet? Oh, you evil ones, you perpetual servants of the devil, how shall you fare once before God's judgment seat? Verily, the Sodomites shall fare better than you. For had such signs been given there as have been given you, they would have repented in sackcloth and ashes, and God would not have judged them with the fire and brimstone from above. Beware, the time is at hand when you shall fare as I foretold you. Chapter 61. The spiritually blind, impudent, and confused Pharisees. Here the elders, Pharisees, and scribes rise most angrily, saying, "How dare you, fluffy-beard, to argue with us? What signs occurred here?" Say I, standing the to them well-known Sarah, in front of these school and scripture knights' faces, "Do you know this little maiden, and are you aware of what occurred with her for the second time?" Here they look wide-eyed and baffle-eyed, saying softly among themselves, "By heavens, this is the chief's daughter of Jairus who stopped living. Did he reawaken her again? What happened here? If he has awakened her, and this time as she was really dead a second time, then what are we going to do? Jairus appears to be on his side, or he would not have entrusted his most beloved daughter to him. Or is he perhaps not aware of it? Did Joseph's son perhaps secretly awaken her, wanting to escort her back to Jairus at an appropriate occasion? Should we perhaps let Jairus know? This thing is too conspicuous. It is her. Without any doubt it is her. And yet we all were at her funeral, as well as previously at Capernaum when she died. What's to be done? What's going to happen if this God-man accomplished such unprecedented things by whatever craft or power? Here they fall silent. I say, however, scrutinizing them sharply, "Now then, what does your evil heart say to that? Is this an adequate sign or not, to testify of the truth that I spoke to you?" Say the elders, "We are neither physicians nor chemists who investigate the forces of nature and know how to apply them to their craft. Neither are we familiar with magic when one can learn from the devil, because this would be the most monumental sin before God, and hence we cannot say by what craft or power you awakened in her. We hence are agreed not to let ourselves be deceived by such signs in our faith in Moses and all the prophets, as well as in our interpretation of scriptures, which in the temple has the authority as sworn by heaven. Right now, several magicians are working signs, who come to us partly from the east and many from Egypt. They all perform wondrous things which no Jew can comprehend, nor wants to, or is allowed, because all those magic things originate from the devil. And to sum up, your signs, because they also belong to magic, have no value for us, and prove only your capacity to happily carry them out, and you therefore are an accomplished master therein. But far be it from us to, on account of your signs, accept your doctrine, which disgusts us. For a physician is no priest to us by far, and even less a prophet, and least of all yourself, as we have known you already of 30 years, and we knew your father. Hence see to it that you get out of our school quickly with your idlers, or we shall have to apply force. Says Sarah, I beg you to depart from these miserable ones, for these are obstinate like stones, darker than night and more loveless than an abyss. Twice you have given me back life, yet this is nothing to these miserable ones. They even regard it as blasphemous magic, and even in their crude blindness try expelling you from the school. Lord, this is ever wicked. Let's go, let's go. I feel as if Satan was standing before us in their presence. Say I, my most beloved Sarah, just calm down. We shall remain here for as long as it is my wish, for I am a lord. Does not the earth's mighty call themselves lords, yet often have very little power? I, however, have all power over heaven, hell, and the entire earth. I therefore am quite really a lord, and shall not be commanded by anything eternally. What I do, that I do of my own free will, because I am a lord totally. On hearing this, the elders rend their vestments, shouting, Away with you, because we heard it clearly now that you are a blasphemer. Your works you accomplish with Beelzebub's help, and are trying with your doctrine to turn the nations away from Moses and God. Hence we have no alternative but to dispatch you with stones from the world. Chapter 62. Templars fear the Roman court. There were stones kept for stoning in all schools as well as in the temple, and therefore also in this Nazarene school. As the elders, Pharisees, and scribes of this city were blindingly enraged, they took hold of the stones to throw at me. Then all the disciples rose to their feet and threatened the mad ones. At this moment, Faustus, Cornelius, Jairus, and the old Cyrenius entered the large hall. When the enraged priests caught sight of these most eminent and well-known personages, they promptly put down their murderous objects and bowed very deeply. Jairus at once rushes over to myself and Sarah, embracing me and saying loudly to Cyrenius, Here stand he, the great man of all men, and here my beloved Sarah, who he twice awakened from fullest death. Here the old Cyrenius steps over to me, tears in his eyes, saying, Oh, my God and my Lord, with what words should I, poor weak human, thank you for all the endlessly great graces you have bestowed upon me? Oh, how happy I am for my eyes to once again be inestimably fortunate in beholding you, my holy friend. For more than 20 years I had heard nothing more of you, notwithstanding that I thought of you many times each day, and also often making appropriate inquiries about you. How downcast I was even a few days ago, when the Emperor, in all earnestness, began to demand the unfortunate taxation moneys from Pontus and Asia Minor, with my not knowing where they had gotten to. Yet how happy, inexpressibly happy indeed, was I when about 3 days ago, not only the missing taxes, but far more priceless treasures in gold, silver, pearls, and precious stones were dispatched to me by my upright friends Faustus and Cornelius, and all that through your holy mediation. My Lord, my holy greatest friend Jesus, oh, tell me what I can do to reciprocate this great indebtedness, even marginally. If you are willing to set my province chief's crown upon your head, oh, with what unmentionable joy and honour would I desire to place it at your feet! Verily, of a truth, Lord, you my life, as you are certain to be aware of, the treasures of this earth mean exceedingly little to me. If that which I have already dispatched to Rome were mine, then many thousands of poor people would have already received help. But it was the emperor's, and it had to be my task to produce what had been lost. How should this nevertheless have been possible without you? And thereafter my dear Faustus and brother Cornelius. Oh, you have rolled a world of burden from my breast. Now it is my turn to pay and reward to the limit of my authority. Oh, speak, most holy great friend of mankind. What should I do? With this brilliant address of me by Cyrenius, those who previously were about to stone me turned deathly pale, starting to shake all over as if gripped by high fever. In the assumption that I would now take fullest revenge on them and complain about them to Cyrenius, whom they feared more than death, for he never joked. The Roman judges were notorious for their strictness in carrying out their pronounced judgments and sentences, the reason for the Jews' inordinate fear of them, especially these Nazarene elders, Pharisees and scribes, of whom some were accessories to the Roman taxation robbery. But I said to Cyrenius most amicably, "Do you suppose that the man has forgotten what you had done for the child when it had to flee before Herod from Bethlehem to Egypt? Oh, the man remember this only too well, that you did it all without self-interest, because you loved me. And I should now desire some reward from you? No, such be eternally far from me. But since you are in command over Asia as the emperor's representative, command these recalcitrants, Satan's servants and not servants of God, to keep their silence on all that has taken place here, or they shall receive the most severe punishment. For all who take up stones against their neighbours shall receive the most severe punishment." Says Cyrenius, "Have these miserable ones dared perchance to take up stones against you?" Says Sarah, "Yes, exalted Cyrenius. These miserable ones intended stoning the Lord for telling them the truth. They call themselves servants of God, yet are the greatest blasphemers. For they keep only their most selfish and domineering regulations, giving them a godly shine through the most shameful strong-arm tactics. Whoever does not allow himself to be blinded by their deceptions will be kept blind by the most shameful high-handedness, and we no longer enjoy liberty on God's dear earth. One only has to read Moses and the prophets, and next to that, their statutes, and one can easily discover what I, as a young girl not yet 16, have discovered a long time ago. Verily, whoever follows Moses and the prophets is their fiercest foe. Like the Samaritans, who still are staunch Mosaists and disciples of the prophets, is regarded as cursed all the days, and he, like they, amount to the most vehement curse from the mouth of a Jew. But as a young girl I ask, is this the word of God? Is this divine service? Jesus clearly demonstrated to them that this can only be the word of hell, and a service that Satan could wish for. Wherefore they intended stoning him, because he told them the truth too convincingly before the people, who in the end could cost them a lowering of their income. Noble Lord, already twice I have been fully in the beyond, and I know what my soul has seen. I saw Moses and all the good prophets. They were at peace, and their joy is this time, which they call the great day of the Lord. However, I did not see one Pharisee or teacher of the law among them righteous of Israel. So I asked where they were. Then an angel of light came and bade me follow him, which I did. Soon we were standing at an extremely gloomy place. There was hardly as much light as in a clouded night. A great glow could be seen in the distance, and the angel said to me, "Look there, that is the pit where the ones for whom you are asking are dwelling." And I looked, but saw nothing but devils, and said to the angel, "Messenger of the Lord, I see only devils and no one else. Where then are the ones for whom I asked?" Then the angel replied, "They are the ones you are seeing." This gave me a terrible shock, and I remembered my father, who was even ahead of the Pharisees. But the angel noticed what made me tremble and said, "Do not worry. Your father will find the right way, and you will be a guide for him on this earth. This I have seen and heard, and therefore know it, not from hearsay, but from experience. So I need not learn anything from these fools and wicked servants of Satan, for I have seen and learnt truth in a living lesson, and can, therefore, as one who has returned from the beyond, testify for the sake of the eternal truth which Jesus, the Lord from eternity, is preaching, that everything these evil teachers say and teach is an absolute lie and does not have a grain of truth in it. I have spoken." Chapter 63. Cyrenius and the Templars. Says Cyrenius, "Did you hear the testimony against you by one resurrected from the dead, which incriminates you more heavily than all robbery and murder? What should I do with you in the light of this most truthful accusation? To hang you upon the cross would be far too little. To scourge you for a whole day and only then behead you would also be too lenient. But I know what I shall do, and you should be quite happy with me." To this Cyrenius's address, all become deathly pale, giving out immense howling and pleading. Cyrenius, however, asks me on the side whether he ought to, in earnest, impose a penalty upon these miscreants, following his verdict, in accordance with which eternal silence should be dished out to them. Say I, impose only the verdict, threatening its execution without further leniency with the first violation. Thereafter release them. Cyrenius steps forward commanding silence, saying, "Lend me your ear, you miscreant goblins. You have only this one to thank, whom you wanted to stone on account of the holy truth that came to you from his mouth, that I am not having you one and all driven into the desert, to there set you upon rocks amidst an abyss, and gouge out your eyes. But should any of you dare to so much as prattle outside this school, even one syllable about anything that has taken place here, either verbally, or in writing, or by gesture, expression, or by hand signals, upon such the execution shall be carried out with the most inexorable sharpness. Nor shall I desist from punishment upon hearing of your tormenting the people with unlawful extortions, and the persecution by you of divine truth, for the sake of your shameful and selfish ordinances. Teach the people God's commandments and their keeping, and you shall be regarded like this godly Jesus, who is not at all proclaiming a new, but age-old doctrine from God to nations precipitated by you into deepest night. Something he can do the more readily and truly, since he is in the Spirit himself, the one who according to your doctrine gave you the commandments on Sinai through Moses. something that you do not comprehend, yet I do quite well, notwithstanding your declaring me a heathen. Hence beware of persecuting this Holy One, for such persecution would cost you your life twice, physically here and spiritually in the beyond. Have you understood me? Say all those concerned, Yes, exalted Lord, and we intend doing everything you require of us. But you also know that we men are no gods, and endued with all sorts of weaknesses. If therefore someone were to transgress somewhat in whatever way, so hold us to account, and as a human yourself, punish us humanely. Says Cyrenius, Greek merchants and shopkeepers indeed are in the habit of putting up with bartering, but never the Romans. Consider same, and act accordingly. Then you shall have need of no clemency. For men vex strong and into heroes of order only through sharp and unbending laws, becoming of one mind and full of eagerness in all lawful pursuits. If the soldier were not to have the most uncompromisingly sharp military rules, he would be a coward, and when it came to pursuing, fighting, and vanquishing the foe, the enemy would have an easy time, and essential national security would be done for. But by prescribing for the soldier every step upon death and life with iron law as to his bearing before the foe, he is likely to do it with certainty. For were he not to do so, death at the hands of the enemy is not certain, and he can then emerge from battle as conqueror and crowned hero. The sternest rule in Rome then is, a stern law makes for stern and orderly citizens. Wherefore we don't allow bartering with ourselves by a hair's breadth, and all men are equal before the law. You are now familiar with my legal sentiments. Act accordingly, and you shall be free under law. If you do not conform, then the law shall judge you without every grace precisely for being law. The entire earth with everything in and upon it endures only for the unbending will of God. Were God to admit bartering with himself only to the smallest degree, what would become of the earth and ourselves in the next moment? Everything would come unstuck. A national society would fare likewise. If just one law were to slacken off, then the others too would lose their force and application. And the great edifice of state would only too soon be in ruins. Hence my warning stands to you inexorably. To this decisive chief governor's retort, the elders' and Pharisees' faces turn acrid, and one of them spoke in a kind of painful amazement. "Oh, Rome! Oh, Rome! You are dreadfully hard and difficult. Jehovah! You freed your children from Babylonian captivity when they repented and prayed for it. Will you not free us from this thousandfold harder captivity forevermore?" Say I, if you remain as you are and do not change from your foundations, then you shall not only remain everlastingly subservient to Rome, but fully consumed by the latter, as is an ass by the eagles. Only for a short time shall God be patient with you yet, after which an acute fate shall befall you. And it shall be with you as I prophesied to you earlier. And they shall persecute you to the end of the world. Depart now, and be offended no more. Upon these my words, they all moved to an adjacent chamber. We remained in the school, which a large number of Nazarenes soon came to see the lofty Roman lords. We had to eventually stand upon tables and benches in order not to be crushed, and to be seen by the gaping folk. Chapter 64. Healing of a palsied. The Nazarene's witness of Jesus. Boris himself brought along one palsied, whose hands and feet were already so withered and twisted and contracted that no mortal physician was ever likely to heal him by whatsoever means. However, Boris, after having the palsied brought over to me in a basket through the heavy throng by 2 carriers, spoke loudly before the people. "Only God alone can help this sick one. I am one of the top physicians in all of Galilee, and the sick come to the physician Boris from Jerusalem and Bethlehem, and he helps them. But this one he cannot help. But I beg you, my holy friend Jesus, since nothing is to my knowledge and belief impossible to you, that you would once again give this person straight limbs, if it is your holy will." Say I, "Friend, there are too many faithless around here, and such healing is consequently a hard thing to accomplish. But between ourselves, I shall heal him at your place." Thereto, some of the people started murmuring, "Oh, the carpenter's son is clever. This sick one is too much for him, whence he would rather heal him secretly, so that we should not know whether he became better or not." I heard such talk, saying to the grumblers, "Oh, you mad and crazy ones! Do you know this girl at Jairus' side? Is this not his daughter, and was she not twice dead? Who gave her life back? You fools! If the Son of Man has power to call back the dead to life, shall he not have power to say unto this sick, 'Rise and walk'? But that you may see that I indeed have such power, I say unto you, palsied person, that you get up and walk with completely healthy limbs." The same moment, a fire went through the sick one's limbs, and he felt completely strong, got up, and walked, and his limbs were totally fresh, and he had flesh and complete muscles, walking cheerfully and with grateful heart, saying after a while, of his own astonishment, "This is possible only to God. Without medicines, without the laying on of hands, but bringing forth such healing solely through the word, momentarily. This has not been heard of. Lord Jesus, I confess and now fully believe that you are either God's Son or God himself in the human form. It appears to me that I should actually worship you." Say I, "Leave that go and make no noise over it. That which you feel in your heart, however, that preserve faithfully. A time shall come when you have need of it, and then you may pray to the Father in heaven, who alone has given such power to his Son." With these words, the healed one falls silent. The people were horrified, saying, "From where does this one get such wisdom, not to mention such deeds and power? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother's name Mary, and his brethren Jacob, Joseph, Simon, and Judas?" Matthew chapter 13, verse 55. "And his sisters, are not they all with us? For heaven's sake, whence does he derive all this?" Matthew chapter 13, verse 56. While they were yet conversing thus, many others vexed angry, saying, "Would not this drive you mad? Our sons studied at Jerusalem, acquiring knowledge in all kinds of art and science, besides that they attended the school of prophets in existence, fully learning the wisdom of Egypt in the interpretation of signs. And this carpenter, who has demonstrably never attended any school, whom we constantly saw working with hoe and saw, shames us and our children in a way that astounds even the top rulers, taking the usually nearly silly carpenter all but for a god." This truly is annoying. He is all in all, speaks all languages as if a native, being a prophet of the first order, working signs and things of which no God might be embarrassed. Our sons, together with ourselves, who surely also learnt something in our time, are as if they could not count the fingers on their hands. Does any one of us know anything how the carpenter has acquired all this? Said others, wherefrom should he have acquired anything? Was he not until a few months ago always at home, building houses around us and other places with his father and brethren? We never saw a trace of the unusual with him. Besides that, he was a man of few words, and when asked about anything, then he either gave no answer at all, or just a monosyllable so that one took him for mentally handicapped. And now he suddenly stands there as a man with all the world's attention. This surely is too vexing for all human reason. What has taken place with this person? We indeed know that from his earliest childhood, he is supposed to have manifested some magical qualities as an almost dumb boy. Father and mother believed that something big should once become of the boy, but all the much promising faculties disappeared to such extent that not the slightest trace of them could be discovered on any occasion. Already as a boy, he did not want to attend school, and as a simple carpenter was without any scientific education. I often asked the old Joseph how things were with Jesus, and whether he also was so terse at home. And the answer was, even more so than outside the house. This his brethren said so as well. If so, then wherefrom such abilities now? Chapter 65. The Nazarenes rebuked. Since I nevertheless seemed a prophet to them, on account of what they had seen, one Nazarene elder said, I once heard about a Babylonian traveller, such as are often wont to travel our districts and places as extraordinary beggars, putting up all sorts of magic and prophesying performances for a few pence, who made the following prediction to my neighbour. Within thy walls, Nazareth, liveth a man thou knowest not. He is quiet and short on words. When his time comes, mountains shall bow to his speech, and winds and sea shall obey him, and death shall tremble before him and have no power over him. Thereupon all the people of this city shall be offended with astonishment, but none shall be able to withstand his power, and death shall flee him as a timid gazelle from a pursuing lion. But when he intends going from this world into the heavens, he will allow his enemies to kill him for 3 days. After 3 days he shall, of his own power, dismiss death and rise from the dead in all power and glory, and ascend to the heavens with flesh and blood. But then woe betide all those who persecuted him. Their fate shall be a most terrible judgment by fire, the like of which has not occurred on earth before. Woe betide all arrogant Jews. They shall not again have a land of their own to the end of the world, but wander scattered over all the earth like cursed game in the desert, preparing inedible bread from stubble, thorns, and thistles to satisfy their hunger, and shall die of such fare. So spoke the Babylonian about 3 years ago, and it is truly memorable that precisely such a man has arisen from within our walls in Jesus, whose speeches and deeds substantiate almost to a hair's breadth what this Babylonian prophesied. What therefore is to be done? If the one has come to pass, then the other, namely the judgment, could also do so. Hence it is my well-considered view that we let him carry on as he will and can, for it could turn out hard to fight him. Because he who can awaken the dead must be capable of more still. We should fare badly with the one before whom mountains bow down and the winds and seas fall silent. Hence we should let him go, particularly since, as you can see, hundreds already follow his teaching with body and soul, taking him for the promised Messiah. With this talk by the old Nazarene, the others get even more annoyed, but none dares to say another word. I, however, saw quite well that nothing could be done with these people, as they had neither faith nor trust, and hence I said briefly but loudly enough for all to hear, "Why are you angry? Have you not heard how it was said of old? A prophet is not without honour except in his own country and in his own house." Matthew chapter 13, verse 57. If so, however, as experience always taught of old, why are you offended? You would be clever, but I say unto you that you are blind, deaf, and full of foolishness. If I am he who I am, and my words and deeds testify thereof, why do you not believe? Must a prophet always come from a far country to find faith? Does his native country have to be unknown and his tongue foreign? Had I come from Persia, and not to mention India, doing the signs which I do now, and as none had done before me, then you would be prostrated before me on your faces, crying, "It is God's visitation, and we are full of sin and afflictions. Who shall hide us from his wrath?" Being the familiar Joseph's son, you ask, "How did he come by this?" Oh, you blind fools! Is not the land here as much God's earth as in Persia and India? Does not the same sun shine here, and all kinds of fruit made to grow and ripen through God's constantly ruling power and might? Are the moon and the stars together with the sun and this earth less godly here than the aforementioned countries? Since without any doubt everything is as godly and of God here as in other distant countries, why should not man be so? If I perform deeds before your eyes which were never possible to a Persian or Indian before, why should not I, like any foolish Persian or Indian, earn your respect and faith? Verily, were I to go to the Greeks and Romans today, they would build me temples and altars. You, however, among whose midst I grew up, and known to you from my childhood, ask with angry surprise, where does this carpenter, whom we had always known as a real dimwit, get this from? Oh, just wait. The dimwit has ceased being a dimwit, and has done you many favours. Formerly as dimwit, and now as master and saviour evermore. But he shall henceforth not do so any more. To these words the Nazarenes were annoyed, even more, and left the school. Chapter 66. Cyrenius's comment on the Nazarenes. Cyrenius said thereto, Lord and Master, as far as I can with these, stupidity rather than malevolence is the case. For the Nazarenes, except for a few, are notorious as fools, and a fool is always hard to enlighten. Little schooling, no experience, mostly poor, little trade and travel. They subsist mostly from moderate farming and some cattle breeding, and are known not to get to Jerusalem but once a year perhaps, where they not only gain no spiritual education, but always rather lose it. Whence should they therefore obtain a better intellect to judge your godly doctrine and godly deeds? On top of that, these foolish people are usually jealous, and what I noticed annoyed them most was that their sons, whom they sent to all kinds of schools, are so infinitely behind you in wisdom, knowledge, and the most energetic drive. I would not ascribe evil, but rather barest stupidity to them, which of course can sometimes turn into evil, but naturally not in the most harmful variety, for a foolish person necessarily is too stupid in perpetrating serious damage to anyone. Hence we ought to let them go. Should someone try to attack you physically, then that would worry me the least. For a start, you indisputably possess enough godly power to put an entire well-armed legion to flight, let alone these barest fools. And secondly, you have us highest Roman rulers over all Asia fully on your side, and hence you should never lack proper protection. Should you find persecution here, well, then you know where Sidon and Tyre are situated. Come there and you are safe against whatever kind of persecution. That these Nazarene townsfolk are almost without any education was shown by the fact that they all streamed into the school more like gapers than humans, out of an animalistic curiosity, attested by the fact that they greeted neither myself nor any other ranking lords and governors with any gesture whatsoever. Like donkeys, oxen, and stupid sheep, they stormed in acting as if they alone were the lords of the world. I cannot even count it to these people as a sin, as they are too crude, stupid, and uneducated, and I believe that you, O Lord, who knows them 1,000 times better, shall not count it to show as a sin either. Say I, there you are quite right, but it is most important that they recognize me in their heart as what I really am, for their eternal life depends wholly on this. If they do not recognize me, they cannot possibly recognize the one who sent me into the world, and even less the fact that I and the one who sent me are one and the same being. As long as their heart does not recognize that, they do not have me within them, and thus also not eternal life, and are spiritually dead. For I myself am eternal life, and through my teaching, the way to it. Therefore, who does not accept me and my teaching does not accept eternal life either, and consequently reap eternal death. However, I may still not force anyone to believe, because any compulsion would be a judgment of the Spirit, which would give it death just as would the unbelief. Therefore, it is even for God difficult to work in such a way that man's soul is not harmed. If there is any compulsion through an ever so hidden force, he is under judgment. And if there is absolutely no compulsion, he remains an unbeliever, doubts everything, and thereby proves that his spirit is completely dead. Who or what shall then enliven his spirit? He does not accept my life-giving word, and thus also not me as the sole source of all life in the whole of infinity. Now ask yourself, where else could he obtain the life that I brought and want to give to all men? Says Cyrenius, yes, indeed, I see this clearly now, and also have to do so, as I have known for 30 years who you are. But let us now keep going and see where we can get lunch. It is quite late in the afternoon. We now left the school and town and went to my house, where a good meal already awaited us. We ate and drank cheerfully and were in good spirits the whole day. Chapter 67. The Unworthy People. There was much discussion about the events at Ostracene in Egypt, where I spent my childhood, and the mother was quite communicative and enjoyed the talks with the Viceroy of Asia, as Cyrenius was also called. James, Joseph's son, who was well versed in writing, fetched a rather thick scroll from his cabinet and handed it to Cyrenius with the words, "Noble lord, here I have recorded everything from his birth until his 15th year. Eventful actually only to his 12th year, for after that he lost his divine gift so completely that not a trace of it could be detected. That is also why the 3 years, from 13 to 15, look quite empty, except for some rather wise words. Nothing notable took place, and so I did not regard it as necessary to record the very ordinary happenings beyond his 15th year. Thus, this account of his early years may be considered complete. However, besides my notes, there exist many false records, most likely the work of some old idle fishwives, and therefore I do ask everyone to regard my description as the only correct, true, and comprehensive one. If I can thereby give you, noble lord, some pleasure, I would like you to graciously accept this my little effort as a small token of gratitude on my part for the many favours you have shown us." Cyrenius joyfully takes the scroll into his hands, goes through the pages for a while, reading some of it aloud, and everybody enjoys it very much. But this gives particular pleasure to the lovely Sarah and also her mother. Sarah, who was constantly moved to tears, at last saying with a kind of agitation, "What else is needed for grasping, even with the hands, what I had already discerned from my first healing? God, such deeds, such signs, and still no belief, no insight, no recognition of the only two truly divine. Lord, I as a poor weak sinner beg you, work no more signs here. For these Nazarene people, with very few exceptions, are not worth spitting on, let alone your two holy words and deeds. I admit it openly, that if I were given the authority, I would let these people fast and hunger until they gained insight and recognition of how greatly they had sinned by not recognizing this holy time of its visitation and grace. Said I to Sarah, "Don't be offended on account of these foolish and blind ones, my one and only. I know them and their unbelief, and in accordance with your wish, I shall work few or no more signs." Matthew, chapter 13, verse 58. You, my scribe Matthew, make a note of the fact that on account of the prevalent unbelief, I worked very few further signs in my physical homeland, so that in remote future times all the world may know what knuckleheads and unbelievers these Nazarene citizens were in my time. We shall nevertheless stay a few more days and take it easy as idlers, as denounced by the citizens. Since they are so angry, let them be more so, that they might sooner ripen for Satan and his cursed kingdom. Says Cyrenius, I very much regret that, on account of grave matters of state, I am not able to remain here for more than a day. But if, O Lord, I can do anything about this most shamefully unbelieving folk, then say so and demand it, and I shall at once take appropriate measures. I will at once, if it pleases you, have the entire town caned. Say I, let's leave all that. These are already caned and punished overabundantly through not believing in me. For their faithlessness shall once be their inexorable judge, for whom they shall have not one refounder in 1,000. Verily, I say unto you, the kingdom of God shall sooner be entered by fornicators, adulterers, and thieves, than by these faithless he-goats and clods. Oh, I tell you what I know only too well. These he-goats and clods are not as unbelieving as they make out to be. They merely don't want to believe, in order that they can sin more freely. Because if they accept my doctrine coercively through the signs, their conscience of necessity would be convicted, which would restrict them in their evil hustle and bustle. Wherefore, they rather believe nothing and mutually dismiss anything evident from their feelings, so that they may do as dictated by their evil lusts. Friend, here one could say much, but it is better to keep silent. Hence, let us leave them as they are. For whatever is once of the devil, that is difficult to make godly along natural lines. Chapter 68. Hints for Lawgivers. Says Cyrenius, "It is good for me to know this. The rest shall transpire. Since they don't accept your doctrine, I shall fix them another. I shall acquaint them through Faustus and his servants with imperial decrees which were sent to me already half a year ago from Rome, already sanctioned for my examination. Perhaps the gospel from Rome will elicit more respect from them than your gospel from the heavens. The decree contains 100 items as laws, each backed by the cross and the scourge. Polygamy is abolished, fornication and whoring punished by most severe scourging, adultery by the cross, robbery and deception by the cross, smuggling with the scourge and 100 pounds of silver, besides a host of property laws whose transgression is followed by the scourge and 100 pounds of silver. Travelling without a passport shall be strictly forbidden. A passport, however, shall be obtainable for 100 pounds of silver. Yes, this I shall do and implement these laws most strictly, especially in these Galilean cities, and see whether no conscience at all is to be discovered or awoken among these people. Say I, this goes with your governing sphere, and I can respond to that with neither a no nor a yes. Do as you see fit, but do not therewith complicate travelling for myself and mine. Says Cyrenius, definitely not. For artists, physicians, wise men and prophets are accepted. Their references, deeds and rhetoric serve them as fully valid passports, and the death penalty imposed on anyone hindering them. For yourself I shall have a certificate issued forthwith, and no one shall stop you if you produce the certificate. Say I, your perpetually good will pleases me, but save yourself the trouble nonetheless. Because for as long as I wish to travel about, no power shall be able to stop me. If, however, I shall once desire to sacrifice myself for mankind in aggregate, then no power in the world shall be able to protect me either. And even if they offered me such, I would not accept it. Because, friend, him whom heaven and earth obey will surely be mightier than all men upon this earth, which latter would hardly serve me as a footstool. Hence do whatever you see fit, but not much thereof shall come to fruition. For you may bring out an ever so tight law, and soon you will see how skillfully men circumvent the law, and you shall be able to do nothing. God's commandments, which were given to the people through Moses, surely are as exhaustive as anything perfect can be. Yet men, as these times show, saw fit to quite cleverly transform God's commandment into their most truly own evil ordinances, that contemporary mankind has no compunction about transgressing God's commandment so long as they fulfill those worldly ordinances. If people can do so with green wood, what shall they not do with a withered block from Rome? Hence do indeed as you think fit, and it shall be right by me. But I also say unto you, the more laws, the more criminals, for whom with time your crosses and scourges shall not suffice by far. Says Cyrenius, all that you have said to me so far is irrefutably true. But for my very own instruction, I would yet ask, what can one do about the stubbornness of men who in the first instance, like these Nazarenes, believe in no God nor any longer in revelation from on high, making the most obvious mockery of God's commandment with every one of their deeds? Should one even then leave them with any most severely sanctioned laws, that they may fearlessly indulge in loosest hedonism to their liking, as it would please them, having for such a long time already been without any divine commandments, starting to deal among themselves, and with their neighbours in a manner far worse than the rapacious beasts of the desert and forest? Here it is my view that strict worldly laws would be well placed in order to return such people gone completely wild to some order, and from such lead them back to a recognition of God. Say I, quite so, because no way other than coercion through worldly law is thinkable. But it there depends overwhelmingly on what kind of laws mankind is to be given. For this, an exceedingly deep knowledge of human nature is needed. And the lawgiver must not lose sight of the fundamental reason mankind was led into degeneration. Or he would resemble a physician who wants to heal all human sicknesses with the self-same medicine, not thinking that the most diverse sicknesses befalling man's body are of an entirely different nature, each having a different origin. Such physician shall indeed find here and there a sick for whose problem the medicine works, and the sick gets well. But 100 other sick whose problem is of a different nature not only don't improve with such medicine, but get much worse and even die. If it is difficult to determine the right medicine even for a sick body, which surely every doctor can see and touch, how much more difficult is it to find the right medicine for a sick human soul? The law indeed is the medicine, provided that the right doctrine as to how and why it is to be kept is given in conjunction with it. Consider, however, here you have an ill-tempered soul, there a timorous, over there a status-seeking, a jealous, a mean, and a deceiving soul. Furthermore, you find an investigative next to a lazy and sleepy one. Inside one house are 4 obedient and humble ones, in another 5 stubborn ones, and so forth with countless attributes, weaknesses, and vices. Then you bring the one law for all these countless diversely natured souls. How will it avail them? The timorous shall despair, the ill-tempered plot vengeance and overthrow, the lazy remain lazy, whilst the exploring one shall lose courage and pause in his good work. The mean will get meaner, The haughty shall plot with the angry, and the clever offer his services to both. Now consider these and thousands of other results that must go forth from an unwise and clumsy law. And you shall, besides that the need for a law, other need, namely its close examination as to whether it shall correspond beneficially to all natures or not. If a law about to be decreed is not proved thus, it should not be presented to the public for observing, as it would obviously have to cause more harm than good in general. Behold, God, the wisest Creator, has, as it were, found in the depth of his wisdom only 10 commandments that are suitable for all human character types, and they can be easily observed by everyone who is willing. If, however, God himself finds only 10 commandments which fully and beneficially correspond to the nature and peculiarity of every human soul, how can a pagan emperor in Rome find 100 laws from the observance of which the human souls are to gain their salvation? Chapter 69. Suitability of the 10 Commandments of God for the nature of the soul, but their disregard by human civil laws. The Lord: I tell you, as long as the Jewish people were ruled by the judges, who upheld only the laws of God, they complied, except for a few peculiarities, for a long time fully within the divine order. When later, however, they had the opportunity to see the splendour of heathen kings, how they resided in large, magnificent palaces, and how their subjects bowed before them into the dust, the blind fools among the Jewish people liked this very much, and since they considered themselves to be the mightiest nation on earth, they demanded of God a king too. God did not immediately want to grant the foolish wish of the people, but warned them and showed them the bad consequences they would have to put up with under a king. But God preached through the prophets to deaf ears. It did not help. The people wanted a king at any cost. So God gave the people in Saul their first king, and had him anointed by the old faithful servant Samuel. When the people had their king, who promptly gave them hard-to-keep laws, they began to sink ever lower, right to the present state of utter depravity. And what is the main cause of this? Behold, the inept laws that stem from men who did not know their own, let alone their fellow men's nature, and with the awkward laws taking only their self-interest into account, completely ruined all inner soul life. Ask yourself and consider well. If there were somewhere in existence an artful mechanism being in efficient operation for a long time in accordance with the designer's will, yet having stopped in the end due to some damaged part, whereupon some conceited person along to the owner saying, "Hand the work over to me and I shall restore it." And the owner did so, believing the loudmouth to be an expert. What shall most certainly become of the machine if the loudmouth gets his hands on the machine? Will not this loudmouth, bereft of all basic mechanical knowledge, trying only to get a few gold pieces out of the equally blind machine owner, not do the machine more harm than good? Will he not rather damage the machine to the extent where even the actual machine builder shall hardly be able to fix it? If this necessarily would, and has to be the case with a most rudimentary and clumsy machine whose parts can readily be seen, counted, and grasped by the hand withal. If an ignorant loudmouth wanted to restore it, how much more would a human who is in all his parts the wisest and most artful life machine, of whose total fitting together only God has full knowledge and insight, be harmed if an ignorant and most unwise, selfish lawgiver were intent on reforming him through the most clumsy and counterproductive laws, where he has not the faintest notion for comprehending even 1,000th part what is required to just make one hair grow upon a human head. Therefore, my dear friend Cyrenius, do leave your intended 100 laws at home, for you would not better anyone through them. Instead, let God's laws rule and sanction them, and through the observance of these you will be making true humans out of human machines. Once they have become humans, you can present to them the needs of the state, and as true humans, they will voluntarily do more than they could ever have done as the gagged slaves of hard and awkward laws. I say unto you, only that which man does out of free will and well-developed insight is truly done, brings benefits one way or another. Every coerced work or deed, however, is not worth a penny. Because alongside every coerced work or deed, anger and revenge against the enforcer are also at work, and this shall not be a blessing for whatever labour eternally. When you have thought through these my words, my dearest Cyrenius, then it also shall become plain to you that I told you only the fullest truth. Says Cyrenius, most noble and godly friend, here truly I don't need much thought, for your words are as clear and true as the sun at high noon, and I shall do as advised by you. I shall sanction Moses' commandments anew, and shall know how to make the people act accordingly. Noblest friend, if it should please you, then I shall also, with your secret spiritual assistance, proclaim the well-known Mosaic commandments to the Greeks for their strictest keeping. For that, I should not be lacking even political reasons, because the constant friction between the Jews and Greeks are notorious, forming from the differing faiths in God and the equally diverse concepts of Him. The Jews assert their thing, come murder or fire, whilst the Greeks, being way ahead of the Jews dialectically, with their smooth tongues, so beat the dull Jews that the latter cannot give the Greeks one rejoinder in 1,000. Escalating not seldom to bloody consequences, something that surely is not a desirable consequence for differences in faith and divine commandments. If, therefore, I give the Jewish divine commandments to the Greeks as well, sanctioning them as said, even for political reasons, then such disputations shall surely cease. Lord and Master, am I right to do so? And if I am to do it, then please tell me from your unfathomable wisdom how to go about achieving the said result. Chapter 70. The need for spiritual freedom and a free will. The Lord. In spiritual matters of life, do beware above all of the Roman must, for that is at all times damaging rather than useful to man. For every must is a judgment, and does not allow any freedom, which in purely divine matters of life is the only well-fertilized field in which the seed of life can germinate, sprout, and finally develop into a blessed and mature fruit of life. If you take a recently hatched bird to feed it for strength and rapid flying, yet, good feeding notwithstanding, keep trimming its wings, say, will even the best feeding help him? The bird shall be subsisting for sure, but there shall be a problem with free flying until you stop trimming its wings. Just as the bird is incapable of flying without flying feathers, so also man's spirit cannot attain to a free life activity when his free cognition is trimmed by the sanctioned must. A spirit without freedom of action is dead, because he does not have what fundamentally conditions and comprises his life. For his mere terrestrial life sphere, you can give man 1,000 laws sanctioned under must, and you will harm man's spirit therewith far less than if you sanction him even one divine commandment terrestrially. The spiritual man must remain free and has to determine the sanction freely within itself, as also the judgment associated therewith. Only thus can it gain life's perfection in and out of itself. Free cognition of the good and true are the Spirit's life light. Out of these, he then himself determines laws that appeal to him. These are then free laws, and the only ones harmonious to free life. The Spirit's volition in accordance with his cognition is the free law within the Spirit, and the necessity to eternally act in free will is the everlasting sanction in accordance with which no spirit surely act otherwise than in free volition. And behold, this also is the everlasting self-determining order in God, who surely has no lawgiver above himself. God's freest will itself, in accordance with the most perfect cognition and wisest insights within himself, determines the law, sanctioning it out of its very own, although admittedly free necessity. And this then is the basis of all created terrestrial things and continuance, insofar as this is essential for the development, solidification, and ultimate isolation of the spirit. The human spirit should, however, become perfect in himself and by himself, like the primordial Spirit of God is in himself and by himself perfect. Otherwise, the spirit is no spirit, but a judged death. So that the human spirit can become this, the opportunity must be offered to him to develop himself with time, just like the divine Spirit in God himself has developed himself from eternity. Behold, since eternity I surely would have sufficient power to coerce all people with compellingly inner power to precisely act according to any given law, so that they are not able to deviate one hair's breadth from it. But then man would cease to be man, and he would be an animal just like any other in the large kingdom of animals. He would, of course, very precisely conduct his work, but regarding the work itself, you would discover just as little difference as with the work of cell-building bees and countless many other large and smaller animals. If you then wanted to develop such animal humans to something higher with your free recognition, you would achieve just as little with them as when it occurred to you to send the bees to a school, where they finally should learn to start building their cells in a better and more effective manner. Therefore, you should not judge the ability of man to sin so low, and not as too felonious, since without this ability to act against such given laws, man would be an animal and not a person, And I say to you, sin gives man the testimonial that he is human. Without it, he would be an animal. Chapter 71. Blessedness of free development. The Lord. Therefore, it is good and right to punish sinners if they have strayed too much from the order which God Himself has set for the certain perfection attainable in the shortest possible time. But no one should be prevented from the possibility of sinning through an inflexible must. For I assure you, I prefer a sinner who voluntarily repents to 99 righteous according to the law who never needed repentance. The first one is a complete man, the others only partly. Thereby I do not, of course, want to say that I prefer a sinner, who is always a sinner, to a righteous man, for to continue in sin means to also become an animal which lives an unclean life prompted by a false instinctive motivation. Here I speak only of a sinner who in himself freely recognizes that it was wrong to act contrary to the law, and who begins to change his attitude according to the recognized order of God, and becomes a man who is familiar with every lesson life teaches. Once in my kingdom, such a spirit will be capable of achieving endlessly greater things than one who out of slavish fear never strayed from the law by a hair's breadth, and in this fear-dictated observance of the law has physically and spiritually turned himself into a machine without a free will. Take a stone and throw it upwards. In accordance with the must law put into it, it shall not take long for it to fall back to earth. Is the stone to be praised for keeping the law so strictly? You can certainly do all sorts of things with the stone as far as a solid foundation is concerned. But create some free activity for it, and it shall not abandon its dead rest. Hence you should not turn people into stones through must laws, but rather educate them in their freedom. Then you have acted fully in accordance with God's order. Behold, if the people highly placed upon earth were not as lazy as they are, with rare exception, they would with just a random amount of investigative spirit have quite easily noted that any person with a certain degree of education shall not in all eternity be satisfied with an animalistic monotony. He no longer builds a hut with thatches, straw, and kneaded clay, but masons stones and bakes clay into bricks, building himself a stately dwelling with encircling walls, adding solid towers from whose battlements he can espy the approach of potential enemies. And so 1,000 educated people shall build themselves dwellings from which none resembles another, neither in shape nor interior design. But in contrast, look at the nest of birds and animal retreats, and you shall never find diversification. Look at a swallow's or sparrow's nest, or a spider's web or bee's cell, and 1,000 other products or efforts brought forth by animals, and you shall find neither an improvement nor retrogression. But compare human works. What almost limitless diversity! And yet it is always only humans which bring all this about, with often much effort. This proves clearly that God, who endowed man with a spirit similar to his own, did not create man to become an animal, but to gain the fullest and freest God-likeness. Chapter 72. Development and Law. The Lord. If man, irrespective of sex, colour of skin, and earthly rank, has been created by God for such a supreme goal, which is now, no doubt, quite clear to you, his spiritual part cannot ever be given a must law if he is finally to become that for which God has destined him. Instead, every law should be given with a shall, and only for wicked opponents of the free law there should be a suitable punishment, always providing a chance for voluntary betterment, which must never appear as an arbitrary, but as a necessary consequence of disregarding the law of order. In this manner, the human spirit will arrive at independent thinking, and sooner accept the given law and act in accordance with it. Whereas an arbitrary punishment for an offence always hardens and embitters the human heart and turns man into a devil whose vengeance will not die until he has, either while still in this world, but quite certainly in the beyond, taken terrible revenge. This has to be allowed, for otherwise he could not ever be bettered in the hell of his own heart. The lawgiver and punisher shall never forget that man's spirit, be it good or evil, can never be put to death, but lives on. While he still walks visibly on earth, you can defend yourself and drive him off if he persecutes you. But once he has left the body, and is able to approach you in 1,000 ways to harm you and dog your steps without being seen and detected by you, say, with what weapons can you then defend yourself? Behold, I now tell you, the great calamity which would have completely crushed you without me, you have alone to thank those spirits whom you made into irreconcilable enemies through your over-strict implementation of Roman state law. Hence let this my all-embracing instruction be impressed upon your senses, whereby you shall then become a good worker in God's vineyard, for you lack neither authority nor means, nor a consistently good will. That which you had been lacking, however, you have now received from myself. Apply it faithfully, and a fruition-blessed crown shall not fail to reward you. Says Cyrenius, fully touched by the wise practicality of my instruction to him, O you my holiest, foremost, and greatest friend, master, and God of my heart! Only now am I fully in the clear. 1,000 and multiple thousands of happenings in my life now come to mind, and I now see that notwithstanding my honest and good will, have sinned against the divine order towards those I condemned to execution with the law's full force, was unfortunately greater than theirs. Who shall therefore be capable of ever making good such blatant sins before you? Say I, don't be troubled. With God nothing is impossible, and I have made everything good for you a long time hence. Or you should not now be with me. Chapter 73. Jairus' talk about the effect of miracles. Says Jairus thereto, Yes, indeed, mighty Cyrenius, you are fully right in saying about yourself that you are now in the clear, because I too, and surely each one of us, is so and is able to grasp the sheerest eternal necessity for this incontrovertible truth from its foundation, as to how things are and how man should be constituted. But what can be done? Mankind has sunk too deeply. It does not comprehend a gentle, free doctrine, and to be honest, one would waste the time, because one would go into fruitless effort, hardly bringing forth thistles and thorns for vainest fruition. Hence, through gentle means, no results are possible, at least not with the Jews I know. To teach the people through signs, however, is doubly wrong, because persuaded through miracles to receive the truth, man is under judgment and bonded, believing the words reinforced through miracles, not on account of the truth, but solely on account of the mighty wonders, and not from inner conviction and consequent self-determination. Hence becoming active in accordance with such word out of slavish fear of some sudden punishment. If someone cleverly dissuades him against the miracle, he shall also be the first to say a glad goodbye to the world with the accompanying faith. And secondly, the doctrine supported by miracles is bad, also because the miracle as such cannot have a duration in itself, and cannot move forward to generations to come as more than a told and not experienced one, unable to serve more than as a children's tale. If a miracle could be made to last, or empower all teachers hearing these truths to work signs perpetually, then such lasting wonder would be relegated only too soon to natural daily occurrences by the human intellect, losing the force of its significance. A miracle that can be worked by all teachers of truth at all times would also secondly become mundane like the commonplace magic of the troubadours, which certainly I am not able to emulate, neither seeing how and by what means they are effected. But because one sees such only too often, it loses the attribute of the wondrous, sinking to the commonplace and unusual. Is not everything that daily surrounds us wonder upon wonder? That which we hear, see, feel, smell, taste, is nothing but wonder upon wonder. Yet because it endures and always proceeds in the same order, it loses the attribute of the miraculous, and hence does not bond man's feeling as does judgment, but merely engages the attention of some scientist. These put the ear to the ground, desperately trying to hear the grass grow. But notwithstanding all their efforts, they achieve little or nothing. Not being able to find out how the grass does grow, they in the end put on airs of comprehension. Not being able to make the grass grow, others learn ancient and worn-out bits of magic to confound those blind, and therewith make the seeing laugh at how harmlessly the blind let themselves be talked around. It is therefore certain that miracles basically have either very little, or as is usually the case, nothing whatever for reforming mankind, because of what I rightly just said about miracles. They indeed normally arouse the idle curiosity of the onlookers, but with all due effort they nevertheless don't loosen the sinister heartstrings of the soul, the miracle gapers remaining as they were, and at most ask each other, usually as foolishly as possible, "Yet how the magician got it going?" But the still more foolish ones don't see anything about the Wonder Man other than devils and their spooking anyway. However, if so few desirable fruits emerge from the sphere of the miraculous, and even fewer and inferior ones by legal coercion, according to your most lucid presentation, O Lord and Master, hardly 5 in 1,000 people being open to free learning, then I believe myself not wrong in asking, what in the end is one to do as teacher? Miracles harm, and so do harsh laws. whilst only sporadically is any man capable of freely absorbing instruction from your divine wisdom depth. How can one effectively free oneself from this dilemma? How can one steer the ship past the world-renowned Scylla and Charybdis, in order not to be swallowed by either the one or the other? Chapter 74. Basics about God's nature. Say I, you have judged correctly, my friend, but one thing you still forgot, that to God many things are still possible which seem impossible to men. Behold and count my disciples. There are few school-educated among them. I first awakened them through the Word, and only then let them experience in actuality the foretold power of the divine Word. A miracle worked after the preceding pure Word is no longer judgmental, but merely a reinforcement of the Word. But I nevertheless do not place the proofs of the miracles that I work into the miracles themselves, but into the light of the world, saying, He who lives in accordance with my word, such alone shall gain living conviction within himself that my words are not vainly human ones, but the words of God. Verily, he who does not receive this stated proof in his heart, to him all other proofs shall be of little or no use. For my words are themselves light, truth, and life. He who hears my word, therefore, and accepts the same, living in accordance with it, he has taken me up personally within himself. He who receives me also receives him who sent me into the world, and who nevertheless is completely one with me. For whatever I want, he wants too. And he is none other than I, and I none other than he, right down to the skin which encloses us both. In whomsoever, as in myself, love and wisdom reside in the heart, is like me, and like he who sent me into this world to heal and make blissful all who will believe on the Son of Man. Do you all comprehend this? Say many, Yes, Lord. But some say, This is for the first time a difficult doctrine, and we can hardly grasp its meaning. How can you and your word be one and the same? Say I, if you are not able to grasp what shines as brightly before you as the midday sun, how shall you grasp greater things? If you don't understand the terrestrial, how shall you grasp heavenly things? What and who is the Father? Behold and understand. The eternal love in God is the Father. What and who is the Son? That which goes forth from the fire of love, the light, which is the wisdom in God. And as love and wisdom are one, thus also Father and Son are one. Where is there one among you who does not have some sort of love, and hence some corresponding degree of intellect? Is he on that account of a twofold nature? Or if a lamp is burning with a bright flame, that surely is a fire, must he go about lighting flames all over in order to see within the same room? Does not one bright flame light up the one room so well that one has enough light in the whole room? Does not the light proceed from the flame, which is a fire? And since it goes forth from the flame, is it therefore something other than the shining flame itself? Oh, you blind ones! Natural things like that you are not able to grasp. How then will you understand the celestial? Wherefore, let him who is offended in me go home, and do and believe whatever seems right to him. For everyone shall once live in accordance with his belief, and the deeds which he shall carry out in accordance with his belief out of his love shall be his judges. For I shall not judge anyone, but each man's judge shall be his love, in accordance with the word that I have now spoken to you. Following this explanation, those who previously had not understood my talk come forward asking me whether they can stay, because they started to see the light, and they would spare no effort in trying to understand my word more clearly than had been the case before. And I say, surely I never removed you, but only advised everybody who would be offended in me to rather leave for their own sake than continue to be offended. Since I have therefore not removed you, why should you not be allowed to stay? Stay if your hearts are anger-free. With this advice, they moved back, reassured. Chapter 75. Healing of an old Jew's sick relative. Thereupon an old Jew from the district of Nazareth suddenly enters the room asking for me. The disciples point me out, and he steps over to me, falling on his knees, and saying in a sobbing voice, "Most beloved Master, son of my old friend Joseph, I heard of your miraculous way of healing the sick, and therefore set out to see you in my great plight, as I heard that you are now staying in Nazareth again. Behold, I count 90 years already, and quite toilsome. I have children and grandchildren who have looked after me with all love and attention. But now some unknown sickness has come over them, making them all bedridden, and I, as a feeble old man, am the only one in the house spared, and don't know what to do. No neighbour ventures into my house for fear of contracting the serious disease, and so I stand there helplessly by myself, and at a loss what to do. I have prayed to the good Lord for help, even through death if that be his will. As I was praying thus, a person came to my window saying, 'What makes you doubt, since help is so near you? Go to Joseph's house. The Saviour Jesus himself is there. He alone can and will help you.' Thereupon I gathered together all my strength, handed all my sick, whom I couldn't help anyway, to God the Lord, and set upon the not too distant walk to you here. And since I was so fortunate as to find you, good, beloved Saviour, here, I would also beg you with all my vital powers to go over to my 17 sick, who are being tormented terribly by the unknown sickness. Say I had actually decided to work no more signs for this area on account of the exceeding lack of faith. If you believe that I am able to help you, then return home confidently, and what you have believed shall happen to you." Deeply moved, the old man thanked me and went home, and fortified himself, and still approaching the house, the 17 as well came to meet him, as if they had never been ill, greeting him faithfully and amicably as always, assuring him that they suddenly got well a half hour earlier, and hazarding to get up, they had felt stronger than ever before in their healthy state. They had looked for him everywhere and had started worrying about him. Hearing this, the old man realized that the nasty sickness left his relatives at exactly the time I had said to him at my house, "Let it be done to you according to your faith." Only at the house, after his relatives asked him where he had been, did he say, "I had heard that the world-renowned Saviour Jesus was again staying at Nazareth, and so I got up and went over. And behold, he heard me, and just said, 'Let it be done to you according to your faith.' And you became well instantly upon this, his word. Say it yourselves whether anything like it had ever been experienced in Israel before." Say the healed ones, "Hearken, Father. If so, then he must be more than just a wonder healer. Father, this could in the end at last be another great prophet, greater than Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel. In the end, perhaps as great as Moses, Aaron, and Elijah. Only to these was it possible to work such miracles with Jehovah's help, because all spirits under the earth as well as upon it, in the water and in the air, had to subject themselves to them. If, however, they are subject to such exceedingly great prophet, then of course he has to be capable of accomplishing anything he wants. But how did the carpenter's son come by such inestimable grace from God? We all know him only too well. It is hardly 3 years since he was carpenting for us with his brothers. There was nothing like that noticeable with him then. He must only recently have received such gift. A pious man he was at all times indeed. His demeanour was always highly respectable. He was a quiet worker, speaking only essentials. He was hardly ever seen laughing or mourning. Thus Jehovah could well have regarded his virtues, and now given him such grace. For Jehovah never looks on a person's worldly standing, but only upon his pure, unspoiled heart. Says the old man, "Yes, indeed, you could be right there. It is bound to be so. But if it is indisputably thus, then we must go there early in the morning and bring him our praise and thanks. Because every man should bow his knees before a prophet, obviously called and anointed by God with his Spirit. Because it is not the prophet, but God himself who speaks and acts through the heart and mouth of same." Say all, "Amen. Let this be our first and highest duty." These people then moved into the house, and the young ones prepared supper, for they all were hungry. Chapter 76. The Greed of the Pharisees. However, the Pharisees from Nazareth have heard about the dangerous illness of the occupants of this house, and that they will never recover. They went there to settle everything about the tenth of the estate, and about the funeral, since after death they had no right any more to the inheritance, because the ill has departed without their support, in which case the state acted as heir. When thus the Pharisees arrived, already late at night, when the people of the house began to go to bed, the greedy transporters of souls into the aftermath showed very disappointed faces when they found the people of the house in the best of health, of whom they were expecting at least half of them to be dead already. The first Pharisee who entered, with great precaution, holding his breath, said, "Yes, what is this? Are you still alive? We thought that at least half of you have passed away already, and we come to bless your souls and to bury your bodies according to the custom of our fathers." "Who made you well again? Surely not Boris." "We know that he did not visit you when he was cold, for he was like us, equally afraid of your extremely dangerous illness." "Who thus was your doctor?" Said the son-in-law of the old man, who was a strong man regarding work and talking, "Why are you asking about it? You have not supported us, and therefore we do not owe each other anything. You have not come to us because of our salvation, but for the 10th of the inheritance. And I say to you, about this you can forever stay away from our house. For if you not can, want, and dare to provide assistance to a house in all danger, then you can go elsewhere. This house will never require any help from you. Truly, with all your actions, you are worse than the evil worms of the earth, who only devour, do no good, but ruin all kind of good fruit of the earth, and make it wretched. Therefore, leave our faces soon, otherwise you will get mugged." Said one of the elders, "All right, we will leave. But you could do us favour by telling us who have helped you." "Daily we have prayed for you for 7 hours, and therefore would like to know if you have been miraculously healed by our prayers. Since it would be impossible for you to have recovered along conventional methods, tell us therefore. It costs you in any way nothing." Says the son-in-law, "Leave, you liars! You might have prayed for our death for 7 hours daily to obtain the inheritance 10th, but surely not for our life. For you have not come here to greet us as recovered, but to write up the 10th and greedily take possession of it after the death of us all. Oh, you loose villains! I know you only too well, and your prayers as well. Therefore leave, otherwise I will be forced to make use of my house rights. You are forever not worthy to pronounce the name of him who helped us." Said the elder once more, "Now then, let it be that we are as you think, but we still can change? Since a miracle has taken place and it can reform us in all our thinking and actions. Therefore tell us." Said the son-in-law quite heatedly, "Nothing on this earth will change you, also not God. If you could have changed, you would have changed long ago. Since you have Moses and all the prophets who testify against you. However, your God is Mammon and consists of gold and silver. This God you serve in your hearts and only outwardly wrap yourself with the cloth of Moses and Aaron for pretense, so that you more easily, as tearing wolves in sheep clothes, can attack the herds with your deadly teeth and tear them to pieces and consume them. However, Jehovah knows you and soon will give you the long overdue, deserved reward. God has now awakened Jesus, the son of the carpenter, just like Moses once. And this Jesus who healed us from a distance only by his mighty word, will also tell you how much your reward is worth before God. Since he is filled with the Spirit of God, and you with the spirit of Beelzebub. Therefore let it be said to you for the last time, that you better leave and never set foot in this house again, otherwise you will experience evil." After these words, the Pharisees leave the house and think quite strange things about Jesus, who again crossed their actions. and they start to plan how to get rid of him. Otherwise, the certain possibility exists that in a short time all Jews will be instigated against them, just like this house. But when they allowed these thoughts to be quite animated arise in them, a mighty thundering bang occurred behind them, so that they were immensely terrified and began running back to town. Chapter 77. Occasion with the inheritance-seeking Pharisees and the old man's son-in-law. When they entered the dwelling, they immediately picked up David's Psalter, and with the first throw opened it at Psalm 37. And the elders starts to read. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord, and do good. So shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord. Trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off. But those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plotteth against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow, to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume. Into smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous showeth mercy and giveth. After this verse, one Pharisee rises, saying to the elder reading, "What kind of silly stuff are you reading? Don't you notice that this all concerns us from a bad angle, whilst from the good angle none other than the carpenter's son? This is quite a damning incrimination of us, yet you are reading as lightly and cheerfully as if it were some written praise of us from the Jerusalem high priest." Says the elder, "Friend, it will do us no harm if we are therewith lit up to each other a little more brightly than we are." It is better that we lit up a little in front of each other than be lit up a little later naked before the whole world as deceivers of the people, despised and abandoned by everyone. Because it depends in the final analysis on God alone as to how long in our current ways and means we remain standing unexposed. And hence I am going to continue reading this most extraordinary psalm. And say several, "You are right to do so." And the elder continues reading. "For such as are blessed by him shall inherit the earth, and they who are cursed by him shall be cut off." Here the incensed Pharisee asks again, who are the blessed and who are the cursed? Says the elder, that we are not the blessed ones can be grasped with the hands. With the rising persecution through the Romans? For were we the blessed, then God would not have set down such plague in our promised land. Everything else you can easily work out yourself. But I shall continue to read. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. I have been young, and now am old, yet have I not seen 10 righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful, and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil, and do good, and dwell for evermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved for ever. But the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his God is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous, and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Wait on the Lord, and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green by-tree. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. And the Lord shall help them, and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked, and save them, because they trust in him. As the elder finished the psalm, the Pharisee furiously assails him, shouting, "Old donkey, you! Do you not notice that we are described as the wicked in this psalm, whilst those on Jesus' side as the righteous? Do you not notice that we shall be cut off, whilst they shall inherit the land? Are not we the ones trying to kill him, the righteous one, whilst God preserves him? This is a nice psalm for us." Says the elder, "I did not write it. It is in the book. And if we remain as we are, we shall also have to bear it in actuality. Do you understand such and God's power?" Says another, "This thing I understand better than all of you." Our friend Roban was bound to read this psalm. This was effected by the carpenter's son's most inexplicable magic powers, of course. For he was able to heal with one word the entire family, where we had only just heretofore sought our gold and silver fortune. Then he is equally able to force us to read only such psalms which testify as forcefully against us as the testimony once against David's foes. Beside this, the old Joseph is supposed to definitely be descended from David's lineage. And Jesus also is referred to now as son of David, as Joseph's second wife Mary also is supposed to be a descendant of that same tribe. For which reason, the old Joseph, who has always been a clever fox, most probably caused his son secretly to learn all sorts of magical powers, so that the latter would confound the superstitious Romans and Greeks thereafter, to then introduce himself as a son of Jupiter or Apollo. Thereupon the Romans would have to indisputably proclaim and elevate him as their emperor. And if those lords residing in Rome are as blind as these wielding power over Asia, whom Jesus already has in his bag, so to speak, then he may not be failing in a short time to prescribe laws to the Romans. And we are then all done for. Says another, surely it ought to be possible to put a stop to such undertaking through secret correspondence with the emperor. Says the first, you shall find it hard to put a stop to one who sees everything with his magical sight that you think ever so secretly. Who else but he frightened us with the thunderclap on the way home, as he is sure to have heard what we said against him? And who else but he caused us to read the psalm so severely condemning us? And why? Because he was sure to know what we intended undertaking against him. Go and sit at the writing table and try a secret writing to the emperor. And I vouch for it, that you shall either not be able to write one word down, or you shall be forced to depict a dreadful self-incrimination through his inexplicable secret magic power. On top of that, our chief, Jairus, is now taken in by him body and soul, for twice awakening his daughter from death, and backs him up in whatever the former wants. And hence we shall also accomplish nothing against him in Jerusalem. In short, we are nailed up on all sides, and tied up and cannot move against him. The best thing still, it seems to me, is to grin and bear it, or declare ourselves fully as his disciples, for we can otherwise do nothing worthwhile against him, since we are not so much as able to think it without him finding out instantly in the most penetrating way. Says old Roban, I am of the same opinion. We have only one option, that we maintain complete neutrality, or we all embrace his doctrine and do as he advises and commands us, for one cannot kick against this prickle. Say all. We shall maintain ourselves completely neutral. That shall be the best. For therewith we shall alienate neither Rome nor Jerusalem. And therein lies our prudence, along which we must order our lives. After this, all go to take their rest, and each is secretly pondering what to do for his part. Chapter 78. The Pharisees' elder Roban with Jesus. In the morning, Roban nevertheless comes to me in the house, asking to speak with me. I say to him, I know what you want to tell me. But that which I want to tell you, you know not, and so you may hear me. Says Reuben, if you intend to speak, then do, and I will hear you. Say I, yesterday you were reciting a psalm. It turned out to be Psalm 37. And it hit you as well as your colleagues hard, and you turned somewhat inwardly, and then discussed whether to be neutral towards me or become my disciples. You decided on neutrality. You yourself thought during the night about becoming my disciple, and have now come to ask me about it. I say to you, neither yes or no, and remain if you wish, or go if you will. For behold, I have plenty of disciples. There are several rooms in this my house, and they are all full of disciples. Out there in the open you see tents occupied by my disciples. Here, next to this my smallest room, is the big work and dining room. Inside are resting still the big lords of Rome, and these are my disciples as well. Inside one small room lives the chief Jairus with wife and daughter, whom I had twice awakened from the dead. And behold, he too is my disciple. If I have people like that as my disciples, then you can just as well also become my disciple. But as you see, I am not insisting. Stay if you wish, and if not, leave, because both roads are open to you. Says Reuben, Lord, I stay, and it is highly likely that more of my colleagues shall come and stay like I, because I am starting to comprehend that there must be more to you than mere secret magical powers of an Occidental magician. You are a God-anointed prophet of a distinct order, as never was one before you, and hence I say, it is indeed written that no prophet shall arise out of Galilee. But I no longer adhere to that, because an obvious deed counts more with me than the mysterious word of Scripture, which none can understand in its true depth. On top of that, you are not, to my knowledge, a native of Galilee, but of Bethlehem, and you therefore could quite well be a prophet. I feel myself powerfully attracted to you, and your proximity has an agreeable effect on me, and so I stay. I don't actually possess great wealth, but what I have, we could all live on for 30 years. If you charge tuition fees, then half my wealth is at your disposal. Say I, go over to my disciples and ask them how much they pay me for tuition and maintenance, then pay me the same. Reuben immediately asks several disciples in attendance. These, however, spoke, Our Holy Master has never yet asked us for a stater. Austrian currency, the editor. Although we are constantly provided by him with everything, he is bound to ask no more of you than of us. Faith and love is all he asks of us. Asks Reuben further, Can you actually already perform some deeds that are beyond human comprehension? And if you are capable of doing so, do you also understand how this is possible? Says Peter, If necessary, we too can perform such deeds through the Master's power, and also understand quite thoroughly how these are quite easily possible. If you intend to be a genuine disciple of his, you too shall be able to carry out such deeds, and then understand quite well what you are doing. For here, love is the law, and wisdom carries it out. Reuben continues to ask, And were you able to discover here or there whether Satan perhaps invisibly has a part in it? Says Peter, "What wicked are you, poor blind man, not asking? How can Satan have a part where all the supremely highest heavens exert the almightiest influence? I and all of us have seen the heavens open and the angels of God descending to earth in countless hosts, and we saw how they served him, and us all. If so, how is Satan's participation possible? If you cannot believe me, then go to Sishar and inquire of the high priest Joel and the wholesaler merchant Jeruth, who now occupies the well-known castle Esau. These our friends shall faithfully acquaint you with who he is, whose disciples we have the never-deserved highest grace to be. At Janel's as well as Jeruth's, you shall also encounter serving angels in seemingly physical form." On hearing such, Roban steps up to me full of reverence whether I have any objection to him travelling to Sishar. Say I, "Not in the least. Go there and inquire about all these things, and when you are back again, inform your brothers and colleagues of all the things you have heard and seen. When you have completed this mission successfully, come back here and follow me, for you shall be able to find out which direction I headed off meanwhile. But when travelling through the first toll district from here, and afterwards Kis and Kana in Samaria, and they ask you where to and in whose name you are undertaking this journey, then mention my name, and they shall let you go for free everywhere. But don't travel with the outfit of a Pharisee elder, for that way you would not get far. But put on simple and ordinary citizens' clothing, and they shall have no objection, even in Samaria." On hearing such, Roban at once got under way, going to foreign parts, seeking and recognizing what was so close to him at home. But these are people and spirits at all times that one can see, experience, and learn more abroad than at home. Yet the same sun shines everywhere. Of course, one can get to know other areas, other people, and other customs and other tongues, but whether the heart has won anything therefrom is another thing. He who goes travelling to foreign parts for idle curiosity, or to amuse or divert himself, shall win little for educating his heart. But he who goes abroad to be of use to those people, and to bring them a new light, let him journey and act, and the journey shall yield him much gain. Every prophet accomplishes more in a foreign land than in his own house. Chapter 79. Josie the old man thanks the Lord. After Roban was gone, the old man, who was named Josie, came with his children and grandchildren, who were all healed that night, and gave me thanks, praise, and honour, asking whether he and his could keep me company that day. And I spoke to him, "Do as it pleases you. You had to put up a fight for me last night with the Pharisees, and you all carried yourselves well in my name. Wherefore, you shall in future be freed from all such plague. And no greedy zealot shall in future cross the doorstep of your house. But go over to my disciples now, and these shall instruct you on what to believe and do in future." At this point, Peter steps forward and leads the entire company over to Matthew, the scribe, and the latter lets them read all that has taken place with my disciples and what I have taught. Only after these were thus looked after spiritually Do Cyrenius, Cornelius, Faustus, and the chief Jairus, with the wife and daughter, emerge from their bedrooms, greeting me most amicably and thanking me for the good and fortifying sleep and exceedingly beautiful dreams that night. I reciprocate their greetings, pointing out the new arrivals who had been healed. And Cyrenius steps over to them, questioning them in detail. On hearing about the mighty machinations of the Pharisees, he became enraged and spoke. Nay, Lord, in your exceedingly holy name, I cannot forgive these disciples of Satan. I must have them punished, even if I should lose my life. Are not these wolves, hyenas, and foxes, the likes of which there are none in Palestine or even all of Asia? What difference is there indeed between these and the worst thieves and highway robbers? O you wicked ones, you beasts of the first and most rapacious order! Servants of God they call themselves, having themselves honoured sky high and praised by day. Come night, and they go most openly on the prowl. Well, just wait. I shall drive your nocturnal prowling out of you in a way that you won't know whether you are coming or going. Say I to the incensed chief governor, Friend, let it be. For what you are about to do, I have already done this night in the deftest manner, resulting in their early acceptance of my doctrine. Their elder, by the name of Lorber, was here already today, and has accepted my doctrine. Wherefore, I have already sent him as a converted disciple to Sychar, where he shall see and learn much. He shall return in 2 days, and shall quite certainly bring his disciples under my wing. And behold, this is better than rod, cross, and axe. Says Cyrenius, somewhat less agitated. If so, then I certainly retract my words, and not sentence them harshly. But they shall have to answer for themselves. Say I, just not this morning, but in the afternoon, because we want to spend this beautiful time on something better. Before everything, let's proceed to the morning meal. Boris had ordered the setting up of a large number of tables in the open, with which work my carpenter brothers, of course, assisted him, and thus on this pre-Sabbath, that is, on this holiday, breakfast was eaten in the open. About 50 large tables were provided with benches and set with eats and wine, and it was delightful to see hundreds of all kinds of guests seated straight away, singing psalms and praise, and consuming the plentiful breakfast. In the midst of the tables, a sort of stage was erected, where a large decorated table with food awaited us, and we, that is, I myself, Cyrenius, Cornelius, Faustus, Jairus with the wife and daughter, my mother, and the 12 disciples, took our seats, enjoying our breakfast ordered by Faustus and Boris amidst all kinds of uplifting and cheerful conversations. But Lydia, the young wife of Faustus, was absent as she had been left at home in Capernaum because of the many duties there, although she would have loved to come to Nazareth too. My mother reproached him about that, quite gently of course, and he regretted to have left his beloved wife at home and decided to fetch her himself without delay. But I said to him, Leave that alone. If I will it, she shall be here about noon, safe and sound. Faustus asked me for this, and I promised to do it. Promptly, 2 extremely beautiful youths in light blue pleated garments could be seen at my side. They bowed to the ground before me and said, Lord, Your servants are waiting for your holiest commands with deepest reverence. And I said to them, Go and fetch Lydia, so that she may be with us. The two vanish, and Cyrenius asks me, quite surprised, Friend, who were these two so exceedingly beautiful and charming youths? By heaven, my eyes have never yet seen such glorious figures. Say I, Behold, every master has his servants, and when he calls them, they must come and serve him. Since I am also a master, I too have my servants who have to proclaim my orders to the entire infinity. They are indeed not visible to you, but they are to me. And where you do not suspect anything, countless legions are waiting for my sign. And these my servants, although they look so delicate, are strong enough to destroy this earth in a moment, if I should bid them to do so. But look, there the two are already coming with Lydia. Now all those at my table are amazed, and Cyrenius says, How is that possible? The two could have been hardly 500 paces from here. From here to Capernaum, it is almost 2 leagues. And now they are already back? That really surpasses everything a poor human can ever experience on this earth. When Lydia is gently led to our table by the amazed Faustus, Cyrenius promptly asks her, But sweetest Lydia, how did you arrive here from Capernaum so quickly? Were you maybe already on your way? Says Lydia, Do you not see the 2 angels of God? They carried me here faster than with the speed of an arrow. I saw neither earth nor air on the way, but from there to here was only a moment, and now I am here. But do ask the 2 angels. They will be able to tell you more about it than I. Chapter 80. About the Lord's deity and his humanness. Now Cyrenius turns to the 2 angels and asks them how such a thing could be possible. But they, with the greatest reverence, point to me, with their heavenly beautiful hands, and say with an extremely pure and melodious voice, His will is our being, our power, and our speed. We are unable to do anything out of ourselves, but if He wills it, we absorb His will, and are then able to do everything through it. Our beauty, which is blinding your eyes, is our love for Him, and this love is again nothing else but His will within us. If you want to become similar to us, do absorb His living word into your heart and act voluntarily in accordance with it. Then you will, like us, have His word's almighty power and strength within you. And if He will then call you to act according to His will, all things will be possible to you, and you will be able to do more than we, because you have gone forth from His love, whereas we originate only from His wisdom. Now you know how we could easily perform what amazed you so much. Do comply fully with His word in future, and you, too, will be capable of most miraculous things. Here Cyrenius opens his eyes in surprise and says, So I am right after all if I regard Jesus as the sole God and Creator of the entire world? Say the angels, You are indeed right, but do not make a great fuss about it. And when you notice on Him things that are so very human, don't take offence at it. For all that is human would not be such unless it had not previously been of God from eternity. Therefore, if he sometimes moves within to you familiar and accustomed forms, this is still not unworthy of him, for every form, every thought was first in him before it according to his will began to constitute and direct a free will independent of him. There does not exist anything or being in infinity that has not gone forth from him. This earth and everything in and on it is nothing but his forever unchanged, fixed thought, and which became a reality through his word. If he, and this would be very easy for him, were to relinquish this substantial thought in his mind and will, that same moment the earth would cease to exist, and everything it contains and carries would share its lot of destruction. However, the Lord's will is not like a man's will, who wants today this and tomorrow something else. The Lord's will is eternally one and the same, and nothing can bend it in the from eternity established order. But there nevertheless rules the greatest freedom within this order, and the Lord can do whatever he wishes, and so can also every angel and man. That this is so, you can notice in your very own being, and from 1,000 other things. With your actual physical form, you can do as you please, and nothing but your own will can hinder you therein. But the individual actual physical form admits of no variation, because it finds itself within firm divine order. Equally, you can change the earth's exterior considerably, digging away mountains and changing river bends. You can dry out seas and create beds for new seas. You can build bridges over seas and transform desert to blessed fruition through diligence and effort. In short, you can carry out countless changes upon earth. Yet, you cannot make the day longer by a hair's breadth, nor the night equally shorter, and you cannot command the winds and storms. You must endure the winter and tolerate the heat of summer, and notwithstanding all your willpower, you can change the shape and constitution of no creature. You shall never make a lamb into a lion, or a lion into a lamb. And behold, that again is God's rigid order, within which indeed you have much freedom to act, notwithstanding that you cannot displace God's actual order by a hair's breadth. And here before you is He who has established such order from eternity, and alone can discontinue it if he so wills, just as you within this fixed divine order, on which depends your existence and the existence of everything that surrounds you. You are still free in your thinking, willing, and acting. All the more free is the Lord, and can do whatever he wishes. Therefore, we tell you once more, do not take offence if the Lord moves before you in a human form, for every form is his very own work. Chapter 81. Angelic Influence upon Man. When Cyrenius heard this from the two angels, he became absolutely certain, and ceased to guess that I must surely be a higher being, but said to himself, "Yes, it is he." Then he, full of reverence, went to me and said, Lord, now it is all clear to me. You are the one. My heart had told me that already long ago, but then there were always your human forms and movements, which made my belief shaky. But now all my secret misgivings have vanished from my mind. Whatever may happen now, I shall remain firm like a rock in my faith. Oh, how endlessly happy I now am, that even the eyes of my flesh can see Him who has created me, and who now supports me, and can and will do so everlastingly. Say I, my beloved friend, what you now have you shall keep forever. But for the time being, keep it to yourself, and for only very few of your friends who are the most enlightened. For if you would speak too openly about it, this would harm rather than help my mission, and thereby men. Besides, remember also this, that you do not take offence if here and there you notice very human things about me. For I was from eternity, before any angels and men existed, the first man, and am therefore surely entitled to be still a man among my created men. Says Cyrenius, do as you will, and you shall nevertheless eternally remain to me that which you now are to me indisputably. But these two angels I should like to have with me till the end of my terrestrial life. They are so exceedingly beautiful, dear, and wise. Say I, this cannot be, for you should not be able to bear their visible presence, nor would this benefit your soul. But they shall visibly for your senses remain henceforth with you as your guardians, as they have already been from your birth. But for the present, since they need to remain here visibly throughout the day, you can still associate with them aplenty. But even when you are not able to see them, you can ask them anything, and they shall place the answer in your heart, which you shall always perceive in your heart as a well-defined thought. And this is far superior to external speech. I say unto you, a word that an angel has laid in your own heart is more beneficial for your soul than thousands of words heaved through the ear externally. Because what you hear in your heart is already your own, whereas that which you hear from without, you still have to make your own through action in accordance with the heard word. Because having the word in your heart, but still sinning in your external being from time to time, your heart nevertheless is not acquiescent and immediately compels you to recognition and repentance of same. And you cease being a sinner therewith already. If you do not have the word in your heart, but only in the brain, brought there through the ear, and you then sin, then the empty heart sins as well, compelling you neither to recognition nor repentance of the sin. And sin remains in you, and you make yourself guilty before God and man. And so, my friend, it is more beneficial for you to not see your spirit guardians for the duration of your presence in the body. When once you shall have to leave the body, then as spirit yourself, you shall have them for seeing and touching in eternity anyway. Not only these two, but countless many others. Says Cyrenius, now I am comforted again, but intend nevertheless to communicate with them most spiritually today. Say I, well, how about that? Did you not promise the obstinate Pharisees in my name that you will give them a sharp rebuke? Will not that withdraw the company of the angels? Says Cyrenius, Verily indeed, that I nearly plain forgot. Oh, that is now most inconvenient. What shall I do? Say I, what if I release you from your oath, and you waive your intended rebuke, since they have enough with your threat yesterday anyway? Says Cyrenius, Lord, if it please you, then I gladly waive my intended rebuke, and leave everything to you and the old Roban, who in any case shall bring them around within a couple of days. Say I, Oh, to that I shall certainly have the least objection, for I had already postponed your intentions with the Pharisees till afternoon, fully knowing that you would be of a different disposition. Now that the day has turned out quite well, let us all go out to catch ourselves some fish for lunch and dinner. Let all who come along get to their legs. Chapter 82. Love towards the Lord. Ask Peter and Nathanael, But Lord, we have no tackle with us. What shall come of it? Should we hurry ahead and maybe borrow some from the fishers at sea? Say I, There is no need of that, but something else. Your memory, which tends every moment to forget that I am the Lord, for whom nothing is impossible. Hence, keep our company, and instead, while fishing, explain to old Joseph and his family the power and authority of God also in man. To these my words, the two then introvert, thinking about how they could be so blind as to regale me with such worldly questions. Even Joseph says to them that he can hardly think on how they could have asked me that. Says Nathanael, Friend, like yourself, we are still human and too set in the world for us not to come out with something really stupid from time to time. But we shall pull ourselves together in future. Have we not been fishers from our youth? And when hearing fish talk, we easily step back into our old worries, forgetting the spiritual. But we are on track again. Sarah also comes over, asking me whether she could come along. Say I, But of course, it is for your sake that I am organizing this work. You are my beloved. Why did you not take a seat by my side during the morning meal? Says Sarah, trembling with love, Lord, I did not have the courage. Just think, the 3 supreme Roman commanders by your side, and I a poor maiden. Where was I to take the courage from? Say I, Now, my darling, I have noticed only too well that you would rather have been with me than anywhere else. Oh, I miss nothing that takes place in a person's heart, and therefore I also love you so dearly. But now tell me, you, my sweetest Sarah, how you like these 2 youths. Don't you think you could love one or the other more than I could? For behold, in my form, I am not as beautiful as those 2. Says Sarah, But Lord, you my forever sole love, how can you think such a thing of me? I would not accept a whole heaven full of 1,000 times more beautiful angels for one hair from your head, let alone one of the 2 for you as a whole. Full of love in my heart. Although they are beautiful, I ask, who gave them such beauty? It was you. And how could you have given them this beauty if it had not been in you first? I tell you, you are for me all in all, and I shall never give you up, even if you gave me all the heavens full of the most glorious angels. Say I, so it is right. This is how I prefer it. Who loves me must love me fully, and above all if he wants to be loved also by me above all. Look, the two angels are no doubt very beautiful, but you are now also dearer to me than countless hosts of the purest angels, and so do firmly stick to me. I tell you, out of many, you are a proper bride of mine. Do you understand this? Says Sarah, Lord, this I do not understand. How could I be your bride? Could I be to you what my mother is to my father? You are the Lord over heaven and earth, and I am only one of your created beings. How could it be possible for the lowest to unite with the very highest? Say I, behold, that is quite easy, and that for the quite simple reason that what to you seems to be the lowest has also gone forth from the highest, and is thus also part of the highest. I am a tree of life, and you are its fruit. The fruit does appear to be smaller and less constant than the tree, but in its centre there lies a seed that is nourished and matured by the fruit. In the seed, however, there are again trees of the same kind themselves, capable of bearing the same fruits again, with living seeds like the one they have gone forth from. From this you can easily see that the difference between creator and created being is in a certain respect not so great as you imagine. For the created being is in and for itself the will of the Creator, which is certainly good and worthy. If this will, gone forth from the Creator, and under the Creator's own form, endowed with an independent life, recognizes itself in its free isolation as what it fundamentally is, and acts accordingly, then it is equal to its Creator, and in its small way, fully that which the Creator is in his infinite way. If, however, the part will, made independent by the Creator, does not recognize itself as what it is, it does not cease to be that, but is unable to reach the supreme goal until it has recognized itself as what it fundamentally is. In order to make it easier for such made independent part wills, called men, to recognize themselves, the Creator has at all times sent to men from the heavens revelations, laws, and precepts, and has now even come to the earth himself in the flesh to help mankind with their task of recognizing themselves and to give them more light, to make it easier for them than it has so far been. Now you will understand the relation of Creator to created beings, and how you, as fully equal to me, can be my bride and my wife, bound forever through your great love for me. Do you now understand what I have revealed to you? Chapter 83. True love for God is God's Spirit within every man. Says the extremely beautiful and lovable Sarah, "Yes, now this is already clearer to me. But then all the daughters of Eve have the same right to you as I." Say I, Certainly, if they are as you now are. But if they are not like this, they can become my handmaidens, also my brides, but never completely my wives. The original father of my body, David, had also many wives, and was a man according to God's heart. Since I am more than David is, should not I be free to have many wives? And I can add to this, that I do have the means to support in great bliss as many wives as there is sand in the sea, and grass on the earth, and that each one will be looked after in such a way that she could not ever have a wish that is not fulfilled for her in the most satisfactory way. Since this is so, could it bother you if I want to give this happiness, which I am giving you in superabundance, to many? Says Sarah, "You alone are the Lord, and most endless love and wisdom in person, and what you do is done wisely. But I still cannot help it that I love you so mightily, and, therefore, would like to possess you as if alone. You must excuse my childish heart, which in love is still so foolish." Say I, "That is just the right way, I tell you. Who does not love me quite jealously as you do, and wants to possess me in his heart as if exclusively, has still not true living love for me. And if he does not possess this, he also does not possess the fullness of life within. For I am the true life in man through the love for me in his soul, and this love is my spirit in every human. Therefore, he who awakens love for me also awakens the spirit I have given him. And since I myself am this spirit, and must be it, because there does not ever exist any other spirit of life besides me, he thus awakens me within him, is thereby fully born into eternal life, and cannot ever die from then on, or be annihilated, not even through my omnipotence, because he is one with me. I cannot annihilate myself, because my infinite existence cannot ever be changed to non-existence. Therefore, do not think that your love for me is foolish, but it is exactly as it must be. Stay with it, and you will not ever see, feel, or taste any death. This my explanation to Sarah made her very happy, and she embraced me with all her strength and began to caress me tenderly. Sarah's mother rebuked her and said, "But dear Sarah, this is not proper. You are quite naughty." Says Sarah, "Why, proper or not proper? It is also not proper to die and be quite dead. But when then the Lord comes and restores the dead one to life, drawing him from the grave, which is certainly most unusual, how proper is that before the world? Oh, Mother, it is surely most proper for everyone to love the Lord before all the world above all. Is that not so, Lord Jesus? Am I right?" Say I, "Quite right, and it is absolutely true. If a person is in the world embarrassed to love me openly and above all, I shall also be embarrassed to love him before all the heavens, and to awaken him at the last judgment." Chapter 84. About Judgment Day. Several now asked me when the last judgment would come. In the German language, the term for the last judgment, or judgment day, is verbally translated the youngest day, and the Lord's reply is based on this term. And I said, "When the older day has passed, there always comes a youngest day. And since I cannot awaken anybody on a day that has already passed, this must naturally happen on a youngest day, as a past older day cannot possibly be used. Is not every new day of your life a youngest one? Or can anyone experience a still younger day than the one on which he is living? Behold, all of us are today surely living on a youngest day, for yesterday can no longer be the youngest, and tomorrow has not come yet. Considering all this, it must surely be obvious that a man has as many youngest days as days he has already lived. I tell you that all of you will pass away on the youngest day, and cannot possibly be awakened from death to life at any other time than on a youngest day. And since a man, and all men, have to experience this, it cannot possibly happen on an old, past day, but only on some future, obviously youngest day. Which day will be appointed for it has not been determined in advance, neither by me, nor by any angelic spirit, for every coming day is very good and useful for this purpose. Do you understand this now? The askers withdraw, somewhat perplexed, and say, "Truly, this is as clear as the purest air, and yet our stupidity made us ask. This can truly be grasped with the hands. If we also talk often about the olden days, then these have to be also young and youngest days. This indeed was silly of us. He really needs a lot of patience on his exceedingly wise part in order to bear with us." Says Sarah with a faint smile, "Indeed, the Lord is exceedingly patient with us all. But what a youngest day is, and when it shall come, I have known from the cradle. And whenever someone asks me about it, I always said, 'Tomorrow will come the youngest day.' Did you in all earnest not know this?" Say the ones that asked, "For sure, we really were too stupid to know it, and always suffered the greatest trepidation about such day to once come. Now, of course, we're in the clear about it, but are also properly embarrassed about a thing escaping us that surely is so clear before everyone's eyes and ears." Say I, "Do not worry about it, for this is a stone over which in the future many thousand times thousands will stumble, and they will prophesy a lot about it, write and preach to the blind people. But now let's see how we shall cope with the fish, for you see we are now at the beach, and there are plenty of fishing boats at our disposal. Nor are there a shortage of nets and other tackle, and so we can at once proceed with. The two youths with which Cyrenius is most zealously engaging in conversation shall also render us good service. Let us therefore lend our hands to it." Chapter 85. The Lord Jesus and His at the catch. But now everyone started to marvel, not knowing how they got here to the sea from my house. But I said, "How can you still wonder at it? Did you not experience the like with me several times before? That the old Joseph with his children and grandchildren should marvel is understandable. With you, my by now much experienced disciples, it is actually incomprehensible how you can still be astonished, since it should be already very clear to you that nothing is and can be impossible to me. Behold, I had good reason to say incomprehensible. For every astonishment at any extraordinary act I perform also implies on some small, still somewhere in the soul latent unbelief. Man doubts in advance the possibility of some particular act or manifestation. But if, notwithstanding his doubt, the act is still carried out, the witness who doubted its success is standing there perplexed, wondering, and asks, "How was that possible?" And what does he say with this question? I tell you, nothing else but, "I doubted the possibility of success, but it still happened. That is peculiar and strange." It is possible for a lay person to marvel thus, but if initiates marvel, then they show therewith that they too can rightly be called lay persons. Hence marvel not in future, least of all before strangers, when I accomplish some extraordinary deed, so that the strangers would not regard you as strangers as well. Say the disciples, "Lord, you know that we love you above everything else, and we know who and what you are. Yet we nevertheless cannot help it that sometimes we marvel anew at some new miracle, because your obviously miraculous deeds take place so unexpectedly and unpreparedly that all one's composure and faith notwithstanding, one still has to stand there somewhat intrigued. Behold, the sun also has often been seen to rise and set. But where is or resides a man of moderate feelings, who is not somehow enticed to marvel at every new, glorious sunrise? And behold, Lord, so it is also with us. You are endlessly more than countless sunrises, and hence we would beg you to be somewhat tolerant of such indiscretions, which, with hearts exceedingly loving of you, we are basically driven by yourself to constantly commit. Say I, now then, all is in best of order again. But in future heed such advice on account of the strangers, so that these may recognize my true disciples in you. Now let's get on with fishing. Here also small miracles shall take place, but act as if they were not miracles. Let the stranger themselves come upon and judge whether these are normal or extraordinary deeds. After the necessary briefing, the disciples quickly board the boats, spreading the nets and casting them into the sea, with very little catch. Peter remarks that it is probably due to the strong westerly driving the fish to the bottom, whilst another reckons that not much shall be accomplished before evening, as the sun from a cloudless sky is too powerful a light for their tolerance. Here the two youths also boarded two boats, spreading a big net and casting a mighty long way out to sea. Spoke Andrew, who too was adept at fishing. If those don't drive fish into their net through the power of their spirit, then they can fish on the high seas for 10 years and not bring in even one. But the two youths make a mighty draught, are back on shore soon with about 30 good pieces. Says Andrew, "This is not a miracle, and yet indeed quite so, catching 30 catfish upon the high seas." Finally, I too boarded a boat, as well as the courageous Sarah. We stretched out a fairly large net and let it down in the water. After making a draught not far from shore, the net had already filled with 500 pieces of eels, salmon, and catfish, so that the two youths had to rush to Sarah's assistance in holding the net. The fish were moved to shore at once, and placed into lots of small drums that were here in plentiful supply. The disciples make another draught, but on hauling the net to shore, they found only a few tiny fish. Said Peter, "That was my last draught for today. Such draught is not worth the effort when, as an old and experienced fisherman, one takes only one boat." Thereupon he wanted to toss these tiny fish back into the sea. Say I, "Keep what you have caught. The small fish are often quite good fish, and I prefer them to the big ones, which quite often are tough and hard to digest." Keep this relevant manifestation in mind, however. When you'll be going out as fisher for men, do not be discouraged if small fishes let themselves be caught in the net of the gospel, for I truly prefer them to the big ones. Hence everything that is big and of value before the world is in a certain sense an abomination before me. But let us now leave fishing and turn home. For today and tomorrow we are well provided. The post-Sabbath shall, if necessary, take care of itself. All the nets were pulled in, and a lot of all kinds of fish brought ashore and put in the drums and brought to the fairly large fish tanks near my house, which in his time Joseph himself had built. Chapter 86. Personal details about Boris. Coming home from the fishing about an hour past midday, a good lunch yet again awaited us, which Boris, who had not come along fishing with us on that account, had prepared. For his biggest joy was to prepare meals for large numbers of people, and he was especially fond of cooking in the open with his cooks of both sexes. For he was like Kistrona, sufficiently wealthy to feed and sup with the best wine. For he firstly was the son of an immensely wealthy Greek from Athens, who also possessed properties in Asia, as well as several small islands. Secondly, he was the sole heir of such huge and extensive properties. And thirdly, he was by far the most skilled physician of the entire Jewish nation, earning large sums of gold and silver, especially from the high-standing and rich persons, which he then, on the other hand, used to give the sick and poor all kinds of free treatment. Wherefore, he was also hailed as the greatest philanthropist of the land. In addition, he was single, had neither wife nor children, but it nevertheless gave him great pleasure to arrange marriages between poor young men and young and healthy maidens, give them his blessing, and provide them with a sufficient dowry. And so he was also now in his happiest frame of mind, because he secretly believed that I would really marry the very beautiful and tender Sarah. As we were all sitting at the table, full of good cheer, eating and drinking, he came to me and secretly asked me whether something might come of it. And I replied, "Dearest friend and brother, I know your very good and noble heart only too well. I am also quite aware that in your soul you are happiest when you have made others happy. You have hardly ever thought of yourself, and since you have noticed between me and the loveliest Sarah a truly notable great love, and also heard how this morning we were talking about bride and wife, you are secretly of the happy opinion that a union between me and the loveliest Sarah is close at hand. But I tell you, there you are slightly wrong. For behold, all the women who live, have lived, and are still going to live on earth, provided they lead a pure life, are more or less my brides and my wives as well. But such a very close union with me does not ever prevent them from becoming the wife of a good man. And it is exactly such a relationship that at present exists between me and the most lovable Sarah. Therefore, she can quite well become your wife, and in spirit be now and forever my true wife. I am now of the opinion, since you have helped so many very poor but upright men to good and loving wives, which the young in their youth-burning men regard as a very great blessing, I will now help you to such a blessing too. Behold, it is this truly heavenly beautiful Sarah who shall become your wife. You stood up for me after her first raising from the dead, when she was again dying, and for you I restored her to life a second time, and already then destined her as your proper reward. As she looks now, she will also look in her 70th year. This child will not age on this earth. Look at the two angels with whom Cyrenius is now talking, whether they are as beautiful as this girl. Tell me honestly whether you have not several times looked meaningfully at this most lovely Sarah, and whether your heart has not felt anything. Says Boris, somewhat embarrassed, Lord, to hide that from you would be absolutely impossible. Therefore, I rather say it quite openly. Sarah is the only being on earth whom I would rather possess myself than help someone else to possess. I'm already considerably over 30 years, and she cannot be more than 16. But my heart seems to have hardly reached her beautiful age. If she possibly did become my wife, I would love her 1,000 times more than my own life. Sarah had attentively listened to this conversation, and when I looked at her and asked her how she liked the discussion between me and the distinguished-looking Boris, she looked down, blushing, and said after a while, "But you do really notice everything. I have only once fleetingly looked at the dear Boris, because he is such a dear and very obliging man." Say I, in a more joking tone, "But in your heart you have looked at him already several times, if I am not wrong." Says Sarah, hiding her face even more, "But Lord, you are really beginning to get a little bit naughty. Oh, that you have to know everything." Say I, "Sarah, if this happened, and he asked you from all his heart for your most beautiful hand, would you refuse it to him?" Says Sarah, quite pleasantly perplexed at this question, "If I did not do that, how could I then become your wife? After all, I can love only you, although I must openly admit to you that I very much respect and like the good Boris, for after you he seems to me to be the best man in all the Jewish land, although he was born a Greek and has only recently become a Jew by his conviction, not by circumcision." Say I, "Well, things will work out. Do think it over, and look at Lydia over there, who is also my wife spiritually, but physically nevertheless the wife of the good Faustus. This does not, however, interfere with our relationship at all, for you still remain my bride, my heavenly wife." Says Sarah after a while, "Even if I may agree to marry the good Boris, I do not know what my earthly parents will say. I would have to ask them too. I would like to marry the good Boris because you would like that, but father and mother should really be asked." Say I, "Well, look at them. They have already been asked and are in full agreement with me. But by no means do I urge you. You have your completely free will. Says Sarah, increasingly embarrassed. Lord, yes, I do know, but, well, I would rather not. Say I. What is that you do not want? Says Sarah. You do embarrass me very much. Oh, if I only had not looked at the so very dear Boris. Ask I. But you have not told me yet what it actually is that you do not want. Do now be brave, dearest Sarah, and tell me what you do not really want. Says Sarah, But Lord, how can you ask? You know anyway what I do not want. Let me guess, and by a slight nod I shall reveal what it is that I do not want. Say I, Well, since it is your wish, I will let you guess what I think that you do not want. And now listen. You no doubt do not want the good Boris to suffer from grief if you refused him your beautiful hand in marriage. Sarah rises to her feet, taps me on the shoulder and says, pro forma, gently vexed, Is that letting a person guess when one immediately comes out with... I almost made a slip of the tongue. Say I, Now, out with the truth. Says Sarah, Well, you already said with the truth, but it is also true that this is not guessing if one immediately comes out with the truth. Say I, Now look, I was quite aware that you were more interested in my dear friend Boris than you wished us to see. But all this is quite in order. The maiden should not reveal until the last moment the special feeling she carries in her heart for a man. Only when the matter is considered in all earnest, she should open her heart to the man who wants to make her his wife. Otherwise, she entices him before the time, and if possibly obstacles should arise, she only saddens his heart and troubles his mind. And all this is then very bad. Says Sarah, But Lord, I did not do all that. Say I, No, my dearest Sarah, that is why I praised you as an example. Now, however, you can tell the dear Boris gradually how you really feel. Says Sarah, I will not tell him yet. It will be time enough when he is my husband. Say I, But if he were already your husband, as far as I am concerned, what then? Says Sarah, secretly happily surprised. Well, what then? Well, yes. Well, yes, then I would have to completely reveal my heart to him. Say I to Boris, Look how indescribably sweet she is. Take her, love her dearly, and tend her like a most tender plant, for I give her to you from the heavens as a well-deserved reward. Go to the parents that they may bless you, and then come to me that I too bless you once more. Boris thanks me, hardly able to speak for joy, and Sarah modestly rises from her seat and says in a happily excited voice, Lord, only because it is your will do I do it with pleasure. If you had not willed it, I would have resisted my heart. But as it is, I thank you for the best man in all the Jewish land. After these words, they both go to the parents, asking them for their blessing. And when that is joyfully given, they immediately returned to me. And I also blessed them for a marriage valid for all the heavens. And they both thanked me from their deeply touched hearts. Thus, here a marriage was quite unexpectedly contracted, which could be considered as one of the happiest on earth. Hence it follows that a person never loses what he fully sacrifices to me, but receives it back full of supreme blessing, and that always at a time when he least expects it. Boris was very much in love with Sarah, and would have given all the treasures of the world for her if they had been demanded of him. For her wondrous beauty, particularly after her second raising from the dead, was for Boris something he could not describe, but he nevertheless sacrificed her completely to me, and intended to celebrate my imagined wedding with everything at his disposal. Thus also Sarah had a deep love for Boris, but sacrificed him fully to me, and definitely wanted to belong only to me. But then the tide suddenly turned, and I gave to both what they had given to me with all their heart. Who acts like these two, for him I shall also do what I did for them. This is a lesson for everyone who will hear or read it. For in this way, one can obtain everything from me. Whoever sacrifices to me everything, but nevertheless retains much for himself, will receive back only what he has sacrificed. And now, back to our subject. Chapter 87. About the inner nature of angels. Following this marvelous incident, Cyrenius once again stepped over to me, saying, "Lord, I have discussed quite a few things with the angels, but from everything that they told me I learnt nothing other than what through your goodness and grace I already knew. Therefore nothing new came out of that. But what intrigued me was that these indescribably beautiful youths are as it were indifferent towards all that is taking place. Their speech is full of wisdom, and the tone of their voices exceeds the most charming lyre harmony. From their faces smiles constant pure dawn, whilst their breath is the fragrance of roses, jasmine, and ambrosia. Their hair is purest gold. Their alabaster white hands are so rounded and sumptuously tender that I can verily find nothing comparable on earth. Their breasts are the fullest measure of a maiden in bloom, the like of which I sighted but once in the Pontus area. And their feet likewise are beautiful and of burstingly luxuriant and glorious proportion. In short, one could get crazy for love towards the two beings. Yet all these glorious, indescribable advantages notwithstanding, from which nothing but the fragrant love and thousandfold love emanates, through which they could reduce even the hardest stone to wax, they nevertheless are so cold and dispassionate as a marble statue in deepest winter. And this also leaves me just about as cold as those two. There is by no means anything repulsive about them, neither in their speech nor in their conduct. Yet nothing moves them, and nothing can deflect them from their over-stoic indifference towards all that is and takes place. Their utterance about yourself are indeed of exceedingly deep wisdom, but their speech seems to me like the reading out of a letter in a language one cannot understand. Will you not tell me how this is possible with such purely celestial beings? Is this the actual custom of the pure spirits in your heavens? Say I, that indeed not. But these two behave here in this manner because they have to. Yet they have nevertheless, in respect of themselves, the freest will, and a heart filled with the most intense love glow, which would momentarily consume you if the two were to manifest their love towards you. Terrestrial man indeed can withstand angelic wisdom of the deepest magnitude, but their love only when the love in his heart has equalled theirs. That this is the state of things you can already discern from the quite natural relationship between terrestrial fire and light. You indeed can tolerate the light emerging from the fire. Can you, however, on that account, also tolerate the flame radiating the light? The sun surely has the strongest light for this earth, yet you can tolerate it quite comfortably. And when the heat rises with the intensifying light, you shall of course find the light harder to tolerate. But would you be like an angel also to withstand the unspeakable light glow of the solar atmospheres? I say unto you, this solar atmosphere would in one moment destroy this earth with everything it carries, like the destruction of a drop of water on a white-hot ore. He who would withstand such light and fire first has to be of the same light and fire. This is the reason why the two angels cannot express their love towards you, because their mighty love would consume you. Says Cyrenius, I very nearly understand it, but not entirely, like a few other things, because it does not yet transpire how I could be killed by excessive love. Say I, well then, this also shall be made as clear to you as possible, and so hearken. Have you not of a truth a son, and also an exceedingly lovable daughter? These two children you love almost to distraction. Your heart can hardly, for all the love, judge how much it loves the two children, because of how mightily their love is returned. But now vividly visualize the loss of the two through disease, and ask your heart whether it could withstand the pain of such loss. See, you are already gripped by proper fever at the mere mention of the possibility as an example. How would you bear the reality? I say unto you, from knowing your heart, that you could not bear the pain a full 3 hours. It would kill you without fail. Well then, what is the love and the lovability of your children in comparison with the love and supremely amicable lovability of these two heavenly messengers? If these two were to just moderately look at you with a loving eye, and gave you only a finger to taste, then the love in your heart would escalate so mightily that you could not bear it but a few moments. And if the two angels then left you only apparently, then such mourning would take over your heart that you would have to die. For behold, notwithstanding the beauty of these my two favourite angels, then such their beauty is as nothing compared to when their being is fully penetrated by my love in their heart. I say unto you, everything beautiful and lovely that the world has to offer would then retreat endlessly into the background. Now I dare say that you have understood me? Chapter 88. About physicians' service out of neighbourly love. Says Cyrenius, Yes, my Lord, and most manifestly my God, Now I understand that too. Their apparent coldness, nonetheless, is love. This reminds me of the maid's legend, who through peculiar forces of nature was incomprehensibly beautiful and charming. The youths, men and old men, seeing her, soon got into a big fight to decide whose wife she would be. But the number of contestants was daily on the rise, to their own destruction, since it was realized in the end that the goal would not be realized through mortal combat. The fighters finally came to an agreement, saying, "This creature is not of this earth, but the high heavens and a goddess. Hence we must settle on steep sacrifices. To whoever out of the offerers she chooses to give her most beautiful hand shall henceforth possess her undisturbed." Upon this agreement, immeasurable treasures were brought from every side, and divine adulation accorded her. Adoration of this beauty reached a point where adoration and worship of the gods was set aside. Therewith the gods became furious, and made the beautiful maiden even more seductive, but also, on the other hand, made her breath so poisonous that on whosoever she breathed, even from afar, fell insensibly to the ground, remaining prostrated for hours. In addition to that, they fitted the tip of her tongue with such deadly sting that she could kill anyone who came near her mouth against her will. When a youth of bloomingly beautiful shape came along, the maiden's heart suddenly came alive. But what was she to do about loving him, since she was sure it would make the youth glow in love for her? If she turns her face towards him, then her darling falls stunned to the ground. Kissing him, he will die. Out of love, therefore, she turned her face away from the youth, so he would not approach her mouth. For the sake of preventing her darling's death, she had to love him with the greatest apparent coldness. In similar fashion to this legend, the two youths also leave poor mankind of this earth with the deepest apparent coldness, knowing people could not bear the glowing love of their celestial hearts. Say I, just so indeed, with the difference that their breath is not poisonous and their tongue not provided with deadly sting, but rather that their breath vitalizes and their tongue blesses the earth. Here Boris stepped over to me again with Sarah, asking me what he really ought to do to show himself more thankful than has been the case until this overjoyous moment for the exceedingly great grace. Say I, tell me, my friend and brother, where is the person who from their childhood would have been more favourably disposed towards me than yourself? As a boy, you were my daily companion, and did for me whatever you saw in my eyes that it would please me. When you went annually with your parents to their properties in Greece, returning a few weeks later, then I was always the first you visited, bringing all sorts of good and often quite costly and beautiful things as presents, and were not cross with me for smashing the silver Diana temple you gave me with a hammer, forbidding you to ever give me such present again. After I became a youth and hardly anyone took note of me, you were the only one who remained steady. And just as you have always been so, you shall also remain. Therefore, with this, I only gave you a favour in return, like a friend who was already in debt for many years. Hence make no big fuss about it. For sure have you received the most love-worthy and beautiful and spiritually awoken wife. And Sarah in yourself the best, most faithful, and in every sense the wealthiest and most highly regarded man. You shall not eternally on my part be lacking my blessing in every good respect. And besides that, you shall remain the best physician, not only in this country, but the entire world. And therewith you two, shall I presume, be able to live quite well? Notwithstanding this, never forget the poor, and not charge either money, or through any services or grain or cattle, any poor citizen, and even less any servant, for your skill in healing all sicknesses, which is not achievable to any other person in the world. But charge your skill to the big gold owners, brokers, money changers, merchants, and big landlords, for whatever is justly due. For he who has and wants to live should make an offering for his life every now and then. There shall afterwards be no shortage of the poor, to whom you can pass on that for which a man of property buys his life. A physician like yourself sells men life, which especially for worldly men is the greatest possession. Whence they should also have to buy it for good money and goods, and besides that there should be a person upon earth from whom one can buy life. For I say unto you, the truly penultimate and pure skill in the world, which no worldly man can learn, is to heal any kind of mental or physical illness through the word, through the will, and only sometimes by the laying on of hands, and besides, to tell the poor about the kingdom of God. At Sishar too I awakened a physician so that he can effect quite noteworthy healings. But since he was not quite able to let go of his herbal fluids, he trails you by a long way. My disciples shall catch up with you in a few short years as well, yet not all whom you see here. But my most beloved Sarah also shall gain a skill, and namely that of a midwife, because this is a most worthy service before God, to always stand by women in great pain. And thus you two are provided for like no royal couple ever was before you. But I also advise you as follows. When someone sick comes to you, or you are called away to one, then always ask him earnestly, do you believe that I can heal you in the name of Jesus the Saviour from the heavens? If the sick says convincingly thereto, yes, I believe, then heal him. But if he doubts, then do not heal him until he believes that you can heal him in my name. But now a word with you, Jairus. Says Jairus, Lord, speak, and I will listen and act in accordance with your word. Say I, very well then. If you act accordingly, then you shall be happy temporally and eternally. And so hear me. You are now a Pharisees' chief, and their schools of this entire district of Nazareth, Capernaum and Chorazin, of Cana in Galilee, and many other spots, villages and hamlets. Hence your standing in Galilee is high, and not much below that of the high priest in Jerusalem. But behold, none of this stature could save your daughter's 2 deaths, and even less reawakened from death after she had truly died. From that you see that such an office of high standing is good for little other than to heighten the arrogance of the high official still further, making this rising living standard into a necessity, but becoming weaker and more helpless in his use and true help towards mankind, and hence confronting the needy as himself helpless in helping. Because whoever is not capable or willing to help someone in need is as helpless as the needy himself. Hence, a high office, especially yours, is of very little consequence. How about putting it back in the hands of the Jerusalemite high priest, and afterwards go to your son-in-law, by whom you surely shall be better provided, and with higher standing than you currently are so by bat-blind Jerusalem? You could enlighten Boris gradually in the scriptures in which you are well versed, which would be of inestimable advantage to him, whilst he would instruct you diversely in the art of healing. But I burden you with no command over it, but put it to your volition. Should you follow this my advice, you shall fare well, but if not, then you shall commit no sin therewith. Says Jairus, Lord, here you have truly anticipated my own wishes. It has been not just now my desire, but for a long time hence to lay down my tiresome office. But now that all circumstances have turned so favourably for me, I shall tomorrow already dispatch a messenger with a letter of resignation to Jerusalem, with a request to confer the office upon another. There are always plenty of candidates for the office in Jerusalem who can pay the temple tenfold fees for the bestowal of such office, and such application therefore shall be sure to welcome the lords of the temple, shall find such application most desirable, for they even make offers to high-ranking officials to step down, which could give some competitor the opportunity to make the temple richer by a few £100 of silver and gold. Quite profitable barter takes place for such positions in Jerusalem. Say I, Oh, none know better than I the goings-on in Jerusalem. One looks only to the weight of silver and gold and the pearls and precious stones, but never to man's spirit. If you came to the temple as a prophet greater than Moses and Elijah, and started preaching as such, they would soon show you the cursed stones with which most prophets were stoned. But were you to come with 10,000 pounds of gold, then they would render you the highest honour. Just have 2 fat oxen driven into the temple, and you can be assured that they would be far preferable to them than Moses and Elijah. But let's now leave that. The time is not far off which shall give the Templars and all of Jerusalem the well-deserved reward. For these abominations shall not be tolerated much longer. But now to another matter. What has been heard of John? Is he still in Herod's custody? Says Jairus, I have heard nothing about him being released yet, but I shall have insistent inquiries made about it through the messenger I shall dispatch to Jerusalem tomorrow about the former matter, if it will please you, Lord. Say I, let it be, for Herod is a cunning fox, and your messenger may strike problems as a Galilean. But in my spirit I see how things are with John anyway. The day after tomorrow we shall receive sad news, which none shall rejoice in, myself not excluded. Following these words, Cyrenius and Cornelius asked me whether this means that they too should lay down their high offices. Say I, not at all. Your offices are of an entirely different order and exceedingly necessary and of great importance. But always administer your high offices justly and fairly, making everyone equal before the law. But as you have heard of my mouth, let love always precede the law, remembering that a sinner against the wide-ranging state laws, being completely ignorant of these many laws, and easily prone to act contrary to them, also is a human destined like yourselves for everlasting life in God's kingdom. If you always administer your laws thus, you shall be akin to the angels, who are servants of God the way you are servants of the emperor. Says Cyrenius, "This we want to and intend doing. But now we still have an extremely important question, and it is, as you are well aware, we are Romans and hence, as you say, heathens. Should we remain by appearance what we are, namely heathens? Or should we officially renounce heathendom and be circumcised?" Say I, neither the one nor the other. Because he who, like yourselves, is circumcised in the heart, through faith and love towards God, needs nothing further, for this completely suffices for gaining eternal life. But in a few years my disciples, filled with God's Spirit, shall come to you anyway, and baptize you with God's Spirit, and shall therewith receive everything you still lack. Now you know everything. Evening is not far off, and on account of the Jews we shall, on this pre-Sabbath, take our rest a little earlier than on another day. After the evening meal, we shall then deal with nothing further. Here the two angels come to me in deepest reverence and ask me to be allowed to stay for another few days visibly here in my physical presence, for this was for them the greatest bliss they had ever experienced. And I say aloud, "You always possess the greatest freedom, and so do what is of benefit to you, but do not forget the service you have to render. The central suns require a lot of care, and you know how many there are in God's endless space." Say the two angels, "Lord, this has all been taken care of, and will be done so also in future." Say I, Yes, I know, and therefore you may remain here according to your wish, for the least of all these people around me is more than countless central, secondary, and planetary suns. The suns, however, were created for the sake of men, and must therefore be at all times tended with the greatest care. The angels bow, supremely happy, and return to my disciples for further discussions, giving them extremely important explanations about many a thing in the world. Here Boris rushes into the house to organize a good and abundant supper. Chapter 90. Concerning Jairus' resignation. After supper, which had lasted over 1 hour, Cornelius asked Cyrenius, "Exalted brother, what will you say? Ought we to remain here today, or make off on account of urgent matters awaiting us? I subordinate myself to your opinion." Says Cyrenius, "I should in actuality have departed this morning, because urgent affairs are certain to await me. But tell me, who can extricate oneself knowing who resides here? One would already find it difficult to leave a friendly emperor if he were to say, 'Stay if you will.' What is an emperor compared to here? where indisputably the Creator of heaven and earth is tarrying as a human among his humans and his angels. Besides this, his angels also had their stay here prolonged, from whom we could still learn and find out much. I simply am not leaving. Not for the entire Roman Empire shall anyone move me from here, come what may. Just stay here too. You have fullest authority on my part, and even if something were to turn up, then 2 days won't make the earth disintegrate. On top of that, I think we are better looked after by these 2 lords than my Rome. And even if something urgent should come up, then in the Almighty's hands, there are ways of fixing the most urgent task instantly. Says Cornelius, "Exalted brother, with this proposition I am immeasurably happy indeed, and I shall have no desire to leave this place for a long while yet. I put the question solely on account of political and state affairs. But from another angle, it may be a good thing to perhaps organize our guards on a spying venture to the city this night, to see what the people are saying about our stay here." Says Cyrenius, "We could indeed do so if it pleased the Lord. But I also think that in the Lord and in the 2 angels, we have the most reliable secret police of all, and that we may not need to avail ourselves of another while here. Once we are again isolated from his holy company from the heavens, then unfortunately we shall have to resort to secret agents for keeping public opinion monitored, and immediately anticipate conspiratorial tendencies. But as said, if it pleases the Lord and it is his will, then I am ready to order what is necessary." Say I to Cyrenius, "Let it be, for I firstly know from Alpha to Omega everything that is being said for and against us. On the whole, no danger is lurking, because these people are too stupid and blind even for nasty things. Hence let none be concerned, for no uprising shall come from Nazareth. Of that you can be assured. Incidentally, Boris is himself always the best secret police. Nothing easily escapes him, which is not difficult for such not too large city. Besides, I could make my angels into secret agents, and in one moment you shall find out more through them than if you engaged the craftiest spies for 10 years. As said, however, neither the one nor the other is necessary here, and so let us take our rest untroubled. Only Jairus will have to go and ready a messenger for Jerusalem, and furnish him with a letter of resignation, because tomorrow we shall get quite different things to deal with." Says Jairus, quite sad at having to now leave the company, "Lord, would it not be possible to just draw up a title deed here and dispatch a messenger from here? The house at Capernaum is fully my own anyway, together with everything in it. Land as well as fields and meadows we priests were not allowed to possess anyway, and so everything consists in my house, as you are well aware. Hence I presently have nothing to do at Capernaum, and probably nothing more later either. And my house, together with everything in it, I shall give forthwith to my dear son-in-law. He shall, with my document in his hand, go over and take everything into possession under official seal, just like a rightful inheritor after my death. And I and my wife shall be quite dispensable. Concerning friends in Capernaum, these are all here. But those who count themselves as my friends still at Capernaum verily are not worthy of a farewell visit, for they are all friends to the face, but carry no weight in the heart. Say I, very well, then you remain too, And I shall send one of my present attendants to Jerusalem in your stead, and he shall complete such errand faster than if you were to dispatch a messenger to Jerusalem yourself. Not today, but tomorrow, as on a Sabbath. Says Jairus, on a Sabbath it shall probably be least appropriate at the temple, for the high and chief priests to observe nothing more strictly than the keeping of the Sabbath. Say I, don't let that trouble you. They make a great deal out of keeping the Sabbath, because it is most often vital, and is necessarily so, since every person quite often is forced to do one thing or another on a Sabbath, giving the Pharisees the most numerous opportunities for saddling the transgressors with stiff fines. Just bring them as much gold and silver on a Sabbath as you will, and they shall proceed to immediately desecrate the Sabbath, and happily receive your gold and silver. Hence let you not be troubled about the Sabbath in the temple. My messenger shall have much success in carrying out the errand entrusted with. Do you think that it would please the Pharisees if none had some urgent business now and then with which to defile the day of the Lord? Oh, let us be reassured. The more numerous the defiling of the Sabbath, especially by the rich, the more the temple lords jubilate in secret. Hence let me repeat, let yourself be completely at ease. Tomorrow, during offering, which always takes place on a Sabbath, my messenger shall be exceedingly well received, because he shall be entering the temple with a heavy golden contribution, and be, so to say, received by the Pharisees with the most amicable mien and open arms. Besides, 10 competitors for the position of chief are already on the waiting list, for which they are offering large sums, and hence your resignation shall be exceedingly welcome, particularly for the Templars. Sabbath shall at once be profaned with the familiar ceremony, and the auctioning of the chief's position of Capernaum gone ahead with, and you shall even find out your successor's name through the returning messenger. Behold, thus stands things now in the house of God at Jerusalem, which latter also is called the city of God, but actually is Satan's city. But since everything is worked out now, let us take our rest, for tomorrow shall start early for us. Chapter 91. Jairus' resignation. The Lord at the synagogue. After these my words, all take to their rest. Only my brethren, Mother Mary and Boris, are still busy in the kitchen in order to prepare everything necessary for the approaching Sabbath. Sarah and Lydia, too, are assisting Mary, happily romping about in the kitchen. After having everything under control, they too take to their rest. And the first on her legs, as usual, in the morning, is Mary, waking up those she needs long before dawn, so as to have everything in order and ready before the Sabbath starts, according to Jewish custom. Boris too is busy, and so the tables are set when we are all getting up from our quarters. Outside, psalms are being sung, and upon the many tables in the open, well-prepared fish, bread and wine are waiting for their consumers. Thereupon we move over to the morning meal, even as I dispatch the messenger to Jerusalem upon the matter in question. Jairus anxiously awaits the messenger's return, who of course remain absent for only the human time it takes him to negotiate with the clerics. Since it took close on 2 hours to deal with the clerics, the messenger also came back only after 2 hours, to Jairus' immense joy, bringing Jairus, besides the happy acceptance of his resignation notice, also an official letter of praise and thanks for his faithfully conducted ministry, advising him also the name of his successor and asking him to, if necessary, assist same with advice and deed. Jairus now is fully cheered, saying to me, "Lord, I thank you from the depth of my heart for this wonderful rescue from an office which along such ungodly engagement conditions was bound to obviously make me a Satan's booty." Say I, "Now then, did I not say unto you, when it concerns brilliant clerics' deals, then the Sabbath can be profaned in the midst of the offering at any time of day?" From this you can see how much the clerics think of God and his holy commandments. But now we shall nevertheless visit the synagogue on account of the people, and see all that the Pharisees shall be doing and teaching. But we shall take our place at the back, so as not to be noticed by the puffed-up Pharisees and elders straight away. Says Jairus, "But I shall not go in, as every boy would know me. Were I inside the synagogue, then I would have to be seated at the front in the chief's presbytery, and you should be betrayed therewith." Say I, "Don't grow grey hair over it, for when I suggest what is to happen, then you can act accordingly without misgivings, and not one of your hairs shall be bent. And so let us get under way, one and all." Thereon we move, shortly reaching the synagogue. Entering same, it proves to be quite empty, with the presbytery occupied only by the serving Pharisees. Gradually a few old Jews arrive, taking their place in their pews in order to take their morning nap with gusto. After completion of offerings and dull rattling off of the commandments, suitable psalms and Solomon's song, a speaker mounts the pulpit, starting to preach the following with a hoarse voice. "My beloved, in the name of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we now are living in stressful times, nearly akin to when Noah was building the ark and finally locking himself in with his family upon Jehovah's commandment. We are now standing at the holy place of which Daniel prophesied, seeing his prophesied abominations. How the spellbound pagan slaves had to painfully watch and wait for their turn to be laid in molten iron by the pagan witch Megara, even whilst watching the tormenting of their brethren, without our being able to turn left or right. We stand abandoned like a long-dead tree trunk on a mountain top as gaping testimony that luscious woods might have flourished even at such altitude. What can be done? That's the big question. A crown of diamonds to him who can find a pertinent answer thereto. But let him well keep in mind our spellbound and bonded condition with the entire world's chains. On the one hand, the Romans breathe down our necks like the entire Sinai mountain. On the other, the carpenter's son, who as if suddenly dropped out of the clouds, has risen into a prophet from the merest domestic fool, the like of whom there has not lived among us since Abraham. All run after him, great or small, young or old. If Jehovah himself came down to earth today, it is highly questionable whether he could accomplish greater deeds. Every sickness he heals by mere word from afar. The dead he calls forth from the grave, giving them back a completely healthy life. Likewise he commands the winds and the waves of the sea, and they obey him like slaves their master. When he speaks, then deepest godly wisdom shines forth with all, and all are gripped by the power of his word. Follow him from one city to another. Besides that, he has the great of Rome on his side, who would stand by him with their legions if he were in need of them. We, however, stand at the edge of the most dreadful abyss, to be swallowed up at any moment, whilst having not one mortal being on our side, other than these old dozers in the synagogue. Here I ask again, what are we to do? Of what use now Moses and all the prophets? And what even Jehovah who spoke with Moses and the prophets? And who has now left us stuck in the deepest mire for more than a century? And whether we scream loud enough to be heard in the stars, no Jehovah answers any more, leaving us in a more shameful fix than a poor, tenfold seduced and languishing bride by her perfectly cream-puffed bridegroom. On top of that, we carry the honorary title, the people of God, even whilst the supposedly godless heathens stand in highest prestige and possession of all the earth's power and wealth, the way Jehovah, according to Scripture, promised it to his David, but which has never been fulfilled. Here it says, speaking in grandiose godly fashion, "And to your kingdom there shall henceforth be no end." Behold David's everlasting kingdom now. Oh, you beautiful lie of a David-flattering prophet! How often there has been an end to David's kingdom already. He had himself already had such pleasure at the hands of his son. And had an oak tree not captured his son, then David could have sung his sweet Jehovah another 10,000 psalms, and Absalom would still have sat upon the throne. But let's leave the past and look at the contemporary, promised everlasting kingdom of David. Oh, you beautiful kingdom! Perhaps David's soul migrated to the Caesars of Rome, whose kingdom, at least for the present, has an appearance of by far greater everlasting endurance than the snail's kingdom of the man in accordance with God's heart. Brethren, have you not worked it out yet, that our entire age-old doctrine is a fairy tale, pure and simple, having nothing to it but fabricated names of yore? And we are still the dupes sticking to it, as if some real salvation could be won therefrom. What donkey or ox would tolerate a completely tattered old coat on his body if he could get 10 new ones of the best material for it? History and our very own experience shows us with solar brilliance that there is no more to the entire Mosaic doctrine and all the prophets than a hollow, deaf nut, and yet we cling to it, quite starved as to some absolute calculation, and out of sheer deep-seated ancient stupidity, and not to be moved from the spot, even when the water is already running into all our bodily orifices, like the Jordan into the Dead Sea. Hence, brethren, arise, and let us too join up with the carpenter's son, and we are safe. Because he is doing before our eyes that which the elders did not fabricate about Jehovah, whom they saw no more than we have done. I consider that with this talk I have answered the most ponderous question which I myself raised. Act accordingly, and we shall at once fare better, physically and morally. Reuben, our elder, preceded us with a good example. Let's follow him, and we shall not go amiss. maybe it is precisely this previously sparsely regarded carpenter Jesus is the right one to at least partly restore the truly unhappy, supposedly everlasting kingdom of David. Because with his really incomprehensible magical power, which no worldly power can match, it is most probable to inspire such respect in the superstitious Romans that their mighty legions could shortly grow 1,000 legs for retreat. Here the elders, scribes, Pharisees, and Levites rise, saying, "You cannot understand Scripture properly if you can speak in such heretical fashion, which in a worldly sense indeed could have some substance, but in a spiritual sense blackens God's indisputable majesty, on account of which we are forced to expel you from our company to the heathens." Says the speaker, "Do you actually think to punish me therewith? Oh, there you err mightily. If you intend to remain fools and starve to death, then by all means do so that you remain in your ancient night and darkness. You old numbskulls, give me an example where a preacher of God called forth a dead from the grave back to life, the way this our carpenter had done." Say the elders, "This God himself shall do on Judgment Day." Says the speaker, "On Judgment Day your God will pipe something to you for sure." No man knows anything about Jehovah, as we know him from Scripture, has ever called any man back from death to life. Since no man ever experienced such, having nothing certain but eternal death before him at the end of his short earthly life, has become extremely sad, and he began in his despair to ask, "What am I, and whither do I go when this life ceases?" And since there never was any lack of such servants of God as we have the honour to be, these had to invent something for the comfort of the inquirers and their own best interests, so that the acutely inquiring one obtained some comfort. And from this emerged the awakening on Judgment Day, which the wide heavens are not likely to ever let arise. Yet we, pensive fools, even allow ourselves to be talked around therewith, but are none the less blind to the unheard of actual deeds and happenings that are being accomplished right in front of our eyes, noses, and ears. Is it in all earnest something lofty for an old man to be incapable of separating himself from the completely mouldy dummy? What are you going to do with the old trash of the Jews which, with the enlightenment of the nations, will hardly maintain itself for another half-century? I, for one, am not going to be the fool to wait for the demise of this blind doctrine, to which there is no more than void historical names, or names and fairy tales that some wet nurses may have told their infants ad lib, out of which grown-up infants may later have glued together a fabulous God doctrine, within which no system or spark of any logical order in the Greek sense can be detected. Should Jehovah perhaps not be capable of speaking and teaching logically, like some wretched Greek philosopher? Then he may need to attend a Greek school before teaching truth, order, and wisdom to his not altogether foolish peoples. Be it eternally far from me to not imagine Jehovah wiser than a prophet who was brought up by his nanny, and in addition to his customary stupidity, possesses just enough natural wit to bring forth such shady doctrine as to not understand it himself or be capable of doing so, which actually is part of his plan, so that such doctrine would be understood even less by any other man. Leave me alone with your Jehovah. Verily, as an honest man, I have to begin to be properly ashamed for ever having embraced such inhumanly stupid doctrine. If, however, there ever was something to Moses' doctrine in the beginning, then this something now is so distorted through lowest human dirty tricks that we possess no more of it than perhaps even its mispronounced name. Therefore, I am even from today a disciple of the carpenter Jesus. He is good, and unlike you, shall not cast out an honest fellow. Chapter 92. The elders' comments on the state of Jewry. Say the elders in furious astonishment at the speaker. Infidel! Blasphemer! Do you realize that your supremely blasphemous talk deserves immediate stoning in the synagogue, in strict accordance with Moses? How can you dare to shake other people's firm faith, making them doubt God and Moses just because you have no faith? Are you really so deficient in reason as to not see that no man's age in itself, even with thousands of years of experience, can bring sufficient insight for believing only one's own experience? Whence God has taught men lettering through which to record their experiences, which their descendants are not likely to experience, and for the benefit of those very descendants, so that the latter may gain beneficial knowledge of what they could hardly experience in their own time. Because every period brings forth something different. This, manifestly, our few days that we have to live through on earth teaches us, in that no year, month, week, or even day completely resembles the other in what happens. Look up the Chronicles, and we give you everything we have if you can. Show us a time in which that very thing took place which is taking place before our eyes and ears. If things are indisputably thus on earth and not otherwise, what will you have with your loose and crude casting of suspicion upon Scripture, which is a holy legacy from our forefathers to us, their descendants, teaching us in clear sketches what they, as pious, God-fearing men, experienced, and what measures were taken for enabling their descendants to more easily live a more ordered and God-pleasing life than was probably their case? Do you actually think that we are too stupid to evaluate what is now taking place before our eyes? Oh, there you err mightily. But we apply the wisdom of our fathers, who examined everything for many years before accepting it as that which it appeared. Had our ancestors been as impressionable as you, they would not have stoned the prophets. After they saw how unbending a true prophet was under a hail of deadly stones, not departing from his testimony by even a hair's breadth, then his testimony took on a different aspect. And the fathers then accepted same as going forth from God. If our forefathers proceeded so fastidiously with a prophet's new proclamation of God's will to mankind, then is it even moderately reasonable to assume that our divine doctrine is no more than some defamatory writing of some good-natured, irresponsible young lads who got some fun out of making fools of all future generations? You called us fools and numbskulls, but isn't it questionable whether you are not the biggest? Because it does not behove a man from Levi's tribe to judge his brethren so lovelessly. If with your contemptible speech you only wanted to test whether, with all the extraordinary events of this time, we still are what we should be as Orthodox Jews, then you have taken a bad approach and have therewith only exposed the true nature of your heart. Because every man is betrayed most of all by his zeal, testifying of how his feelings are made up, because therewith he gives free rein to his favourite ideas, attitudes, and vices. But a sober listener thinks his part, having the advantage of getting to know his friend from rock bottom. Do you think that we are not aware of how quite huge abuses have crept into our doctrine of God, especially in its practical performance, which unfortunately not seldom hides Moses and the prophets more than the sun is obscured by the thickest storm clouds? But pure, unadulterated Scripture does not lend itself to such cloud cover, and a true scribe shall always know where he stands with pure truth. We all can see it as well as you do, how the abuses can in the end kill the divine doctrine in people, like the nasty woodworm a young tree. But only with people like you. Yet the doctrine itself shall remain pure and shall always have its staunch followers. Have you never seen a tree upon whose bough a great many parasite growths have taken root for the destruction of the tree, for man, taking their nutrients out of the tree? Does the tree on that account cease to be what it basically is? We men cannot, of course, with our foolish senses, determine the grounds for such aberrations. But that much we can work out, that these could not possibly arise without the Almighty and all-wise God's will. Why must there be wolves only for the purpose of destroying peaceful and harmless herds of lambs, to satiate themselves on their blood and flesh? Why must there be a lion, a bear, a tiger, a hyena, and other predators? Why, next to the gentle dove, a mighty rapacious falcon? Behold, these are imponderable secrets for us short-sighted men, and we are unable to shed light on them. A man of the land cultivates his field, and it stands ready, fully blessed, and he is already enlarging his granary to accommodate the new blessings. But then in one day there comes an unexpected stormy hour, and the entire blessing is destroyed. Could one not put the pertinent question, God, if it had pleased you that this field should bear no fruit for this man of the land due to his being perhaps a sinner, then you would surely have had sufficient power to destroy the field's blessing in the germ, saving the man of the land cost and effort. But behold, such occurrences happen quite often before our eyes, and none is able to give a sensible explanation. Likewise, we see to a greater or lesser extent deviations both in the temple and by all followers from Moses' pure doctrine. We see the traveller upon false courses. Upon the old tree of life, we see a great many parasitic growths. But what can we do about it, and how blamed? We have neither done nor desired it, but have found it so, having to tolerate it even if ever so bitter to the palate. But on that account alone, we have not been spiritually restricted by having to buy the parasites into the bargain as equal to the tree of life. The tree itself still remains with us, in its original authenticity, and its parasites are regarded for what they are, and no God shall have an objection to such common sense. God would be silly indeed if he said to each one of us individually, "Go and destroy the temple which has become offensive, for I, God, am greatly displeased with its abominations." Could not a weak man say to his God, "Lord, what nonsensical thing are you asking of your poor, weak creature?" if my existence troubles you, it takes you only a thought, and I cease to be. But to ask the impossible of me would be like commanding a fly, with its unaided strength, to put an elephant on its back to carry away. We, however, think that God is too wise not to see that man cannot swim against a raging stream. Tell us now whether you see the truth of our talk, and we shall forgive what you threw at us blindly and foolishly. Chapter 93. One speaker's testimony on the Ark of the Covenant. Say the speaker, not having lost his quite stoic composure for one moment during this fairly convincing lecture. Dear friends and brethren, that which you now sermonized to me I know as well as you do. But nevertheless, for the first time in my life among you, I am very fortunate to find out that, like myself, you are no fools either. What you have said is true, but it still leaves my question unanswered. It is as you have spoken, as I quite clearly perceive, although I wanted, through my seeming refutations, to nudge you into opening your perpetually sealed lips. And behold, for the first time in our joint living and acting in 20 years, you have spoken with me openly. But neither my own nor your clear insight minimizes the dilemma on which we obviously find ourselves. The big and important question remains: what are we to do now? I, the son of a high priest, grown and brought up in the temple, know only too well how it stands with the Ark of the Covenant. The wood, silver, and gold still are of yore, but the evergreen Aaron's rod is powder dry. The commandment tablets are broken, whilst the manna consists only in the concept. And the pillar of fire, where might be same? From the Chronicles one knows that he who touched the ark with unconsecrated hands, being uncold, lost his life. Now one can climb upon the ark and touch it at will, and no deadly fire flashes from it. When for much money foreign travellers desire to view the old miracle under sworn secrecy, it is granted them without any objections, but only on the day after the permission is given. Thereupon, an artificial pillar of fire is presented, but mark well, not above the red ancient one, but above an artificial imitation metal ark. This ark is equipped with a black cup in the middle, at the top sunk into the lid in such a way that it is not easily detected in the dark holiest of holies. On account of the intense flame emanating therefrom into this cup, the finest ethereal naphthalene is blended with other fragrant finest oils and is lit about an hour before. In this way it then burns forth about 6 spans high to represent the pillar of fire. When the curious onlookers have stared at this beautiful pillar of fire with much contentment, and then wished to see the ark's interior, then under much ceremonial formality and void prayers, the upper lid with its continuing flame-throwing is gently lifted unto a golden rack. The spectators are shown the naturally new mosaic tablets as the genuine ones, likewise the manna, which is quite fresh, as well as a sprouting Aaron rod and similar other things the ark contains. Some onlookers become deeply stirred. Others, in particular Greeks, smiling to themselves, leave the Holy of Holies finally saying, "This actually is quite a clever contraption." The majority, however, regret that the rest of the temple is kept in such a filthy state. I tell you, and would also bet you a large sum, that in time the old Ark of the Covenant shall be put out of the way altogether, and henceforth only the new iron one will take its place and function. If you don't want to believe me, then let us dress up as, for example, Romans. Go to Jerusalem and enter the temple as strangers. At once an obliging spirit shall attend to us, asking us in great detail where we are from and what we are seeking in Jerusalem, how long our stay in the city of God shall be, where we are heading thereafter, and whether we carry large sums, whether we have gold or silver for sale, and whether we would not like to see the Holy of Holies for a modest fee. Then we ask about the fee and are told something like 100 pounds of silver. We say this is too much, and that we are not interested in seeing such things. If it is possible for 10 pounds, then we are all for it. And for 10 miserable pounds, we get into the holiest of holies. If we solemnly promise the chief caretaker in question not to betray a syllable of it for anything in the world, either within the Jewish land or any distant foreign land, nor tell anyone of having been in the holiest of holies. This we can promise quite easily, and thus get into the holiest of holies as pseudo-Romans. And you can then convince yourselves as to whether even one syllable of all this, what I have told you about the Ark of the Covenant, is a lie. And, dear friends and brothers, if one as a human being, with a somewhat brighter intelligence, has seen with one's very own eyes such things in the holiest of holies, and where at such opportunities oneself has served as a shrewd and useful sidekick, surely for an honest person this will become forever a bitter thing, to become a shamefully paid deceiver and liar of the people. How often have I thought about it and said to myself, if the supposed to be living holiest of holies, on which the whole doctrine of God and all the laws are based, is a blandishment kept secret, what should one think of the whole doctrine and of all the laws? I have now spoken, now you can speak again. I am inclined to listen to you. Says one of the elders, were you then allowed to give away such secrets? Weren't you asked to swear an oath of everlasting silence before you were released from the temple as an adept? Says the speaker, certainly. However, now I'm free not to keep this stupid oath, which can have any value for me any more, and to inform the whole world how it has been deceived. And here in Nazareth, we take these things anyhow less serious, and therefore one can dare to break such fraudulent oath without having a bad conscience about it. Chapter 94. The lost pillar of fire above the Ark of the Covenant. Say the elder, we now admit that you are right to a certain extent, but not with everything. Therefore, you are lacking at least 20 years' experience. The temple looks like you have told us, but it was not always like this. For if you are able to think thoroughly and logically, you must necessarily accept the statement as undeniably true. If something true and real never existed, no person could ever think to replicate something false and untrue. Why does one in our over-informed time of all kinds of arts come across false diamonds, false pearls, as well as false gold and silver? We know that the Persians produce the best and finest scarves and other clothes, and also add to it the most durable colours according to their secret art, which is why their produce is highly valuable. But if you today visit the markets in Jerusalem, Sishar, or even Damascus, you must be a knowledgeable product expert, not to buy in our country produced counterfeits. Thus false and bad materials as original Persian for a high price what one normally would pay for Persian material. But what can be deduced from that? Behold, had these never been real diamonds, pearls, silver, and exquisite Persian materials, it would also never occur to any person to imitate such. And if the genuine were not so highly valued, then the fake imitations also would cease. For it would not occur to someone to imitate false limestone due to the limitless abundance of the real. And so can easily see that a false ark with the pillar of fire would never have been imitated if formerly an authentic and wonderfully true one had not been in existence. Says the speaker, by the name of Chiwa. Quite so. This is clear. But it begs the question, what took place in actuality by the Ancient One dying, so to speak? It still is in existence and is occasionally found on the spot of the false Holiest of Holies precinct, which nevertheless hardly ever happens these days because of the frequent visits paid to the Holiest of Holies hall, in spite of it being known very well that until hardly 30 years ago, no man beside the high priest, who had the right to sit upon Aaron's chair, could enter the Holiest of Holies, and even the high priest himself only twice a year, according to regulations. Only under exceptional circumstances was he allowed to enter the Holiest of Holies 3 or 4 times. How did it therefore happen that the Holiest of Holies is now only so in name, but is basically no more a Holiest of Holies than this synagogue? Says one seasoned elder, what may have led to it or be the cause, neither I nor any initiate in all of Israel knows. Only this much is certain, that with the wicked murder of the high priest Zacharias between the sacrificial altar and the Holiest of Holies, the pillar of fire suddenly went out and did not reappear with all pleading and prayer. We hope that you will understand that such goings-on could not be made known to the people, because this would have caused a great furor among the people, on top of the Romans in the land. What bloodbath and devastation would necessarily have followed? In this way, however, in all of Israel, except us initiates, nobody knows anything about it, whilst these Galileans sleeping here and hardly capable of hearing our whispering, even if not asleep, would not do anything even if they knew, for they are of little faith one and all, being Greeks more than Jews, and persuaded of the expedient premise. There has to be a religion for holding the common people down, making them the easier for the educated classes to exploit, and that is quite immaterial as to what mysteries underlies a religion. What concern to a real and better Galilean as to whether the ark is authentic or not, if only it has the right effect on the common folk that is superstitious and too easily deceived. Here in Nazareth, in Capernaum and Chorazin, therefore, one can be quite open among relatives and friends without causing damage. Regarding the Greeks and Romans, well, there we know whom we are dealing with. That was also the main reason for getting the preacher John, who hung around Bethabara for several years, to prison, as it was feared that, as a son of Zacharias, giving no good testimony of the Jerusalemite priests, might know and tell the people about the false ark. That is also the reason for persecuting the carpenter, because with his obvious gifts of prophecy, one feared he could reveal things to the people. Hence, let this remain a secret among us for now, and we must not give ourselves away too easily. Says Chiwa, "This is, of course, a most exasperating tale. If only those down there near the main entrance overheard us." Says the elder, "Well, we actually mumbled more than spoke, and those down there will have heard very little, if anything. And even if they had heard anything, they are mostly Greeks and Romans and don't understand what we discussed among ourselves." Says Chiwa, "I nevertheless noticed the carpenter's son Jesus, the chief governor Cyrenius, the chief Jairus, the chief Cornelius, Faustus, and other officials." Says the elder, "These are people against whom we cannot guard ourselves anyway. It matters little whether these heard it or not. If these want to make it known to the people, then they are not likely to need our discussion, as they are likely to have for a long time known it is with the ark in the temple. And if they don't want to, then our discussion is not going to motivate them, and so we can be untroubled. But let us now see to it that this questionable thing is not broadcast by us. And if it has to be done in times to come, then utmost caution shall be needed." Chapter 95. Chiwa's testimony on Jesus' works and life. Says Chiwa, "Verily, I must commend your wisdom. Notwithstanding the length of time we have lived and acted together, there was never an opportunity yet for getting to know you, my colleagues, the way I have done today, and I am particularly pleased to have you at my side as humans, rather than just foolish temple servants. Nonetheless, the advent of the carpenter remains the most extraordinary thing witnessed by human perception since humans settled the earth. Here, Adam sinks with all his 1,000 years of experience and visions. A Enoch belongs to a nation of spiritual beggars, and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses, Aaron, and Elijah are poor devils in comparison with us. Just one day now brings more of the most miraculous and unheard of than what all the ancient and forefathers ever experienced. I have myself played a secret observer from a distance, yesterday as well as already today, of all that which went on, inside and outside old Joseph's house. I will say it. Nothing but miracles upon miracles. 2 visible, fully live angels serve him. Faustus's wife was at Capernaum, and the carpenter wanted to have her at the breakfast table. But 4 hours' time would have been required to bring her from Capernaum to Nazareth. What happens? The carpenter gives the 2 obvious angels a nod. These 2 disappear for just a couple of moments, bringing the completely cheerful, beautiful Lydia to Nazareth. What say you to that? This surely is more than we are able to grasp. Ask the elders, what else have you seen? Says Chiwa, you certainly know Jairus' daughter, and also that she died twice, and that the second time she had already lain in the grave several days. But that you don't know that Jairus' celestially beautiful daughter has become Boris's wife. Is not this unheard of, that a twice fully dead female being becomes a man's wife and a wedding, by ways and means as the earth has not experienced before? When the carpenter's son had blessed her, she saw the heavens open, and countless hosts of angels filled the air, praising God for showing the earth's mankind such honours and graces. After the pair were blessed by Jesus, however, the heavens closed in response, the carpenter's visible nod, and only the two angels remained, as they were previously, and as you are able to see them here in the synagogue, over there standing near the door, in the shape of two celestially beautiful youths. Look at them and say whether they can be from anywhere else, but purely from the heavens. If, however, things all are of such wonderful nature, which none of us can deny, why should we not take the carpenter's son for something higher than a student of the Essenes, whom he could never have seen, since he has, to my knowledge, never left our district, except a couple of times for Jerusalem with his father and brethren, and I think once to Sidon to erect a dwelling there. At all other times he was at home. Although one knows that he was always quiet, withdrawn worker, and that he was even regarded as somewhat stupid, one also knows that from his birth to his 12th year, truly exceptional things took place with him. Even his birth was supposed to have been quite miraculous, according to the Roman chief Cornelius's account, who told me this openly recently during a festive occasion. If things are thus, then I earnestly ask whether one should still have misgivings about regarding this Jesus as at least a Son of God. Because such things as he accomplishes, and how he commands the angels, and how they obey at the least hint, obviously allows the conclusion that there must be the fullness of God's primeval spirit behind this Jesus. If that is the case, as his deeds and doctrines testify, then I really don't know why we still hang on to the dead ark, even whilst the living one is moving and acting before our eyes. We could even in front of the people, still in appearance, remain what we are, in order not to make the thing too conspicuous. But in our hearts, we should firmly convert to him. Says the wise elder, either fully or not at all. For if godliness is in him, it shall abhor all half-heartedness. If this is not the case, however, then it nevertheless is better to stay with the dead ark, with at least the memory of its former constitution, than to embrace something whose foundations one does not know. Says Chiwa, wherefore we shall test the thing on your account, because it needs no testing on my account. I am in the clear, and know exactly what I do by following him. Says the elder, but do you think that the temple will take no further steps if one community and district after another falls away from it like ripened fruit from the tree? I think the temple won't keep us waiting too long before sending its heavy fathers into every precinct. Then beware all apostates. These shall be tormented in every manner. then those who embraced the wise Greeks' doctrine may still fare better than disciples of Jesus, who are neither fully Jews and even less Greeks, yet might be, at least some of them, informed about the bad and completely void temple conditions together with its holy mysteries. I say unto you, nothing incenses the clerics into more threatening disquiet, kept secret of course, than Jesus' obvious prophetic nature and that of his disciples. And such disquiet shall seize upon every satanic measure to destroy a doctrine, which evidently must prepare the temple's demise. Or did you not hear what the clerics did last year, even with the Greek who made it known to the people that the former were now accepting Roman gold and silver in the temple, notwithstanding that only Aaron's coinage was determined for this, and that no other money was to ever be accepted? Behold, he was enticed into the temple with promises of profit, and when gotten hold of in this way, he was killed in a manner that finds no precedent in the Chronicles. Hence the greatest caution must be applied. We have to either become holy Greeks, and as such then join Jesus' disciples, or on the other hand remain completely what we are, because half measures shall in no way help us. Says Chiwa, speaking openly between ourselves, what if this apparent carpenter is really the promised Messiah? Thus, as David calls him with the deepest reverence, Jehovah himself. Should we then still become his disciples by subterfuge? Or should we not rather join up with the heavenly banner and not allow ourselves to be intimidated by Satan's trickery, because through him we can be assured of eternal life, even if it may cost us this insignificant, miserable, temporal life, which is only short anyway? At Chiwa's proposition, all became hesitant, not knowing how to act decisively. Chapter 96. The Angel's Counselling of the Converted Clerics. There the two angels step up to them and say, Chiwa is right on the one hand, but you, elder, are right too, in saying that one must belong fully to God, since God detests any lukewarmness. But we, as his witnesses from the heavens, tell you, do not fear those who cannot harm your soul, but rather fear him who is the Lord, over all life in heaven and on earth. Without him there is no life, neither in heaven nor on earth. Therefore we, as his most truthful witnesses from the heavens, do advise you to do what your friend Chiwa has suggested. Says the elder, who are you, most charming youths, that you call yourselves before us witnesses from the heavens? Say the two, ask Chiwa who saw us fetch the wife of Faustus from Capernaum, and he will tell you who we are. Says the elder, if so, there is no more to be reflected on, and we must turn our backs upon the temple. Say the two, not this way, dear friends, for the Lord is tolerant in all things. As long as you follow him in your hearts, have a living faith in him, and believe that through him the Scripture will be fulfilled, and for the greater part have already been fulfilled, you are doing enough. Otherwise, stay as you are, so that the servants of the world and the devil of whom the temple is full, are not awakened before the time. Teach the people of Moses and the prophets, and see that the true commandments of God are observed. But regard the observance of the worldly laws of the temple as you would lukewarm water. Then you'll be as much his disciples as those whom he called and chose from among the fishermen. In 2 days' time you shall get a new chief from Jerusalem, who shall be very templaristically minded at the start. But later, be quite open to wheeling and dealing and hand out dispensation after dispensation for money. Because he does not believe one iota in the temple himself, and you shall get off easily. Jairus has retired and is going to reside with his son-in-law. But say nothing to the new chief about all the miracles that has taken place here. Says Chiwa in deepest reverence, servants of God from the kingdom of light and eternal life. We shall do well if we act in accordance with your counsel through the grace of God. But for myself, I would like to take it a step further. How about my personally join the disciples as a disciple myself? Say the two. Every man of this earth is free and can do what he will, and believe and say as he will. But whoever like yourselves has received divine counsel does well to heed same, because heavy days of temptation are yet to come over the disciples constantly about the Lord, for the purpose of testing their spirit even in the fire, and many shall become feeble and fall away. For yourselves it shall be easier, and you shall quietly achieve what the disciples shall only achieve under much fear and persecution. You, Chiwa, can yourself now do as you wish. Yet it is better for you to remain in your position. Says Chiwa, indeed I shall remain so, but for the duration of the Lord's stay here, I would like to stay in his proximity and hear and see him diversely. Should I let that go too? Say the two. Oh, that you can indeed. Although the Lord shall be saying little here, and even less do anything in particular, because the people here are almost entirely without faith, taking the Lord to be a magician. You shall yourselves get ample opportunity to teach them something better, for which the Lord shall not let you go unrewarded. Towards evening, Roban also shall come back to you and bring you important testimony of Jesus the Lord. And in him you shall have a clever and wise leader. For Roban is one of the most forceful spirits among you. With these words, the two angels leave and join our company. Chapter 97. The relation of the people to their leaders. After this, Cyrenius asks me whether it were advisable to release the Pharisees, elders, Levites, and scribes from his sharp edict, as they appear in his view to be fully converted. Say I, one should not, as an empowered legislator, be precipitating and enacting a new law. Once a law is enacted, one should even less precipitate in abolishing a given law, for here the law of sensibility should guide. Behold, when enacting a new law, you shall make enemies of all on whom the law imposed. If you abolish the law, none shall thank you, but rather reproach you as weak, and say triumphantly, "Do you see a tyrant, seeing himself outnumbered by enemies, who is toying to re-ingratiate himself with the people by suddenly abolishing the tough law? But he shall have few friends among the people, for once someone is a tyrant is so a second time, and doubly so when regaining power. It is therefore better to let a given law stand than abolish it too soon. But one can instead secretly lapse it, and whose transgressions against it occur, one can show leniency and not sentence too strictly. When a new leader emerges, it is then up to him to either completely abolish the laws his predecessor enacted, or to enact wilder ones commensurate with the spirit of the people. Or be it that the people themselves came to you to ask it, whereupon you can remove the stricter portion of an enacted law, but always retaining the option of re-implementing it in all severity if traces of pursuing the wilful digressions can be found which the law is designed to alleviate. Behold, this is the cleverness with which every regent should lead his subjects, if he desires to rule with gladness. A half-hearted, careless regent shall come to the constantly sad insight that he should not have allowed the people to grow over his head through excessive pliability. For peoples relate towards regents the way children relate to their parents. Strict but also wise parents shall have good, obedient and obliging children who will love and honour their parents, whilst over-pliable parents shall soon have their children growing over their heads, expelling and driving them from home. Love, coupled with earnestness and wisdom, is the eternal law. He who acts accordingly shall not stray, and the resulting fruits shall taste good and precious. Have you indeed fully understood me? Says Cyrenius, "Yes, Lord, completely, and it has always been thus in the world. An excessively good and pliable regent's reign shall soon be over, but a too tyrannical one rarely lasts long. It seems to me that in the middle path rests wisdom, bliss, and their lasting solidity." Say I, "Indeed, so it is, midway, as I have shown you. But now let us return home, as afternoon has quite come along." Asks Cornelius, "But are these elderly citizens who are going to stay here already asleep? These people could surely carry out their praiseworthy honouring of the Sabbath at home without disturbing those present with their sonorous snoring. For these people's snoring make one want to run away, a phenomenon most obnoxious to me. I can put up with plenty of hardship, but a sleeper's snoring can drive me to exasperation." Say I, Now, just let that be. Whilst snoring, they commit no sin. It is good that they are snoring, for had they been awake, they may have overheard what could have extremely offended them, which would not be good. But having slept soundly, they neither heard nor saw any of all that took place, and hence have taken no offence, and behold, that is good. But let us go now, and let these people sleep. After that, we began moving towards the door, but the Pharisees and elders rushed to the half-open door, quickly opening the entire big door, saying, "Lord, it is written, 'Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory, To him be all our praise and honour from eternity to eternity. And Cyrenius says with friendly mien, Indeed, so it is and shall remain forever. The Lord be with you always. And they shout, And with your spirit, that you may show us grace as he does. Because until now your decrees have oppressed us severely, worse than death. But since we have ourselves now become fully his disciples, imposing your laws upon ourselves voluntarily, your tough decrees are to us now as if non-existent. Yet we nevertheless thank you for these very decrees, for without them we may easily have turned into betrayers of this most holy matter. We hence no longer ask you to abolish the enacted severe laws, for we, as ourselves like-minded, believing and acting like yourself, ourselves abolish them to the last iota through our own doing or omitting for all time. Says Cyrenius, In that sense I also waive the laws, and I am of the certain hope of never having to reimpose the laws on you. Let yourselves therefore not be misled again, and strictly heed what the two angels of God have counselled you. And thus we shall remain the best of friends in God, and my rule shall not oppress you. And should it transpire that your new superintendent of your schools intends to persecute you for being friends of Jesus, the Lord from eternity, besides being friend of the sympathetic Romans as well, and you shall surely find your path to me, whereupon steps shall be taken to uphold and protect your physical and above all spiritual rights to the best ability. And here I say once more, the Lord be with you. And they all shout out again, And with your spirit forever. Thereupon they bow down deeply before us, and we pass through the wide open door and head for home, where an ample meal consisting of bread, wine, and diverse sweet and fully ripe fruits awaits us. We seated ourselves at the tables, saying thanks, and gradually consuming everything the tables hold, remaining seated till dusk, with all kinds of uplifting speeches and conversations. Chapter 98. Reuben and Kisjona relate their experiences. Just before sunset, Reuben, in company with Kisjona of Kis, arrives at my house, greeting all he encounters already from afar, and Kisjona too rushes over to me with open arms, greeting above all myself in a truly most amicable fashion, with tears in his eyes, and then after a while greets his daughter, who had already held his hand for quite some time, covering it with kisses. Whereupon he also greets his son-in-law, Cornelius, and on finding out that the illustrious Roman sitting at my side is the chief governor Cyrenius, he begs the latter's apology for having overlooked him. But stirred, Cyrenius seizes Kisjona's hand, pressing it to his chest and saying aloud, Not yourself, but I beg your apology for not greeting you earlier. But let my not personally knowing you serve as an excuse. Because next to Jesus, to whom of course be all praise and honour, I also owe you, faithful and honest man, inexhaustible thanks. Because of all the people of the region, you are sure to have played the major part in getting me out of an embarrassment which would have probably cost me my life. This is indeed a great pleasure, my most worthy friend, to get to know you personally. Therewith, Kisjona once again is very happy, relating much of what he had meanwhile met with, saying even that he had visited Sishar with honest old Reuben, and these spoke much with Jonael, Jeruth, and a great deal with Archiel. now living and acting like an ordinary human, so that no stranger would dream that there is a purely spiritual being behind him. Thus, he had also visited the physician Joram, and his wonderfully glorious house, and his lovely and glorious wife, finding out exceedingly amazing things from both. And that Reuben had been just ears and eyes everywhere, being taken aback with astonishment, and whenever mightily gripped, then constantly saying to himself, "Indeed, indeed, life and blood to the godly Master of Nazareth. For he cannot be man, but must be God himself, otherwise such things would not be possible to him." Whilst Kisjona continues thus, Reuben steps over to me, saying, "Lord, I am yours, and no power other than your will can separate me from you." Say I foresaw it indeed, that you would become one of mine. But what you don't know yet is that all your brethren and colleagues now count as mine, without ceasing to remain before the world what they were heretofore. Wherefore you too, for the time being, shall stay what you were, until the new school superintendent, who will be taking Jairus' place the day after tomorrow, will have his edges worn off a little. Your brethren shall instruct you on how to act, speak, and behave towards the new chief, who at the start shall be sweeping with a bushy broom indeed. But in hardly a half a year you shall be able to achieve anything with him for a little money, since he has no faith in the temple, but only in gold for the present. Afterwards, nevertheless, he shall be capable of believing in something better. But go over to your brethren now and explain to them all you have seen and heard. Upon my words, Reuben takes leave of Kisjona, thanking him for all the good he had done for him, finally saying, "There may not be too many Kisjonas encountered upon earth. Wherefore, you are the only one to have touched my heart and found it. May the Lord bless you for all the good you have done for me and 1,000 others." With these words, he bows down deeply before us, rushing to his brethren who this day are still assembled at the synagogue, without the sleeping ones, who were removed shortly after our departure. He received a surprisingly friendly reception, and with glad heart tell each other under astonishment over astonishment all that they met with, heard, and saw. We too are in good spirits, for Kisjona did not come alone, but with several loaded beasts of burden, and their drovers, bringing wine, flour, cheese, bread, honey, and a large quantity of choice smoked fish, so that the Mother Mary could hardly find room to accommodate it. Hence a neighbour was requested to store the excess in his larder with care, which he then also did, although not too obligingly, since he had always been a miserly fellow. But when Kisjona offered and gave him a couple of gold pieces for his effort and helpfulness, he was at once favourably inclined and exceedingly keen. On one occasion, due to fading light, heavily knocking into the disciple John whilst carrying bags. The latter said to him, "Friend, be more careful in your paid zeal, or you shall do damage to yourself and others. Happy you would be if you were as zealous for the kingdom of God, which has come so near unto you, as you are for the 2 miserable pieces of gold, and you would not be knocking against anyone. Oh, for the great blindness that does not want to recognize the supremely highest." The neighbour did not let himself be distracted, carrying out his hired service, and was not troubled by anything else. Here John asked, "Lord, Is it possible that a person can be so obtuse in body and soul? Say I, let him go. There are now many thousands like that in the land of the Jews that are more obtuse and stubborn than donkeys. Wherefore, they also deserve only the reward of a donkey. This was followed by some derision that Philippold was able to heighten with fitting comments, substantiating how normally nothing was harder for man to see what sits on his nose. And all marvelled at his dialectic skill. After this interlude, we rose from the table and shortly took our rest. Chapter 99. The Service of the Angels in the Universe. Everybody now retired and slept until the morning had dawned. Also I rested and slept for a few hours. The two angels, however, attended during the night to their duty of managing worlds, and at sunrise were already back with us, came to me, thanked me, and said, "Lord, everything is in the best order in the entire great cosmic man. The main central suns are fixed in their places, and their rotations are regular. The orbits of the secondary central suns are unchanged. The orbits of the central suns of the third order around those of the secondary are in perfect order, and the same applies to the central suns of the fourth order, with their 10 times 100,000 planetary suns. Here and there, more or fewer, just as you, O Lord, have established the order from the very beginning. The countless planetary suns, with their small, mostly dark planets and moons, are anyway dependent on the order of the great leading suns. And thus everything is in the best order in this shell globe over which we have to watch, and we therefore may spend another bright day here with you, Holy Father, and your to us very dear children. Say I, very well, but do make use of every minute through all kinds of useful lessons of which my children still have great need. The two angels now step back cheerfully and superbly happy, and greet Mary, then the disciples, Cyrenius, Cornelius, Faustus, Jairus, Kisjona, and Boris. But Cyrenius, who had heard something about many sons, asks them about what sons they had talked with me, as he knew only one son. Say the two most endearingly, "Dearest friend and brother in the Lord, try not to know what you cannot possibly grasp right now, and on which the salvation of your soul does not depend. Because that about which we spoke with the Lord would kill you if you could understand it to the extent that we do, and have to understand it. Because as many stars as you can see on a clear night, and many more that your eye can't see on account of their immense distance, all are solar worlds on a scale beyond your understanding. The one sun that you see is one of the smallest planetary suns, yet it is already more than 1,000 times 1,000 times bigger than this earth. Now imagine a central sun of just the fourth order, around which at least 10 times 100,000 planetary suns orbit together with their planets or lightless earths. The volume of a central sun of only the fourth order is 1,000 times larger than the sum of the volumes of all the planetary suns, with their earths and moons revolving around them. Tell us, friend, can you now form for yourself an idea of such magnitude? Says Cyrenius, "Loveliest servants of God, please do not tell me some more about it, for this is making me quite dizzy. But since I have such a thirst for knowledge, tell me just in general what these countless immense suns contain." Say the two. In a great solar world, you can find the same and similar things as on this earth, although of a much nobler kind and often of a giant size. There are men, animals, and plants of various kinds, just as here, and besides immense and indescribably magnificent dwellings, compared with which the temple in Jerusalem and the emperor's palace in Rome are the most miserable snail shells. And everywhere is this one, the sole Lord and Creator, from eternity. Chapter 100. About man's free self-determination and his sinful self-degradation. Hearing this, Cyrenius is overwhelmed by the greatest awe. Friends and servants of the Lord, only now do I realize who the Lord is and who I am. I am absolutely nothing, and He is endlessly everything. I only do not understand our human audacity, which makes us speak with Him as if with our own kind. Say the two angels. He wants it to be like that, for the children have from eternity the right to speak to the Father to their heart's content. Therefore, do not ask about silly things and circumstances, for it is not your responsibility that you are a human being, but solely His who created you the way you are, out of Himself, not depending on anybody's counsel but His very own. And how could He have asked anyone else but Himself, since before Him there was no being in the whole of infinity? Therefore, if you speak with Him as if with your own kind, you do the right thing, for God has no one except Himself with whom He could speak. But His created beings that are out of Him have been given the freedom so that they can now speak with God, and God with them, like one man with another. And thus it is quite in order for you to speak with Him like with your own kind. For the created being is worthy of its Creator, and the Creator of His created being. Every created being is witness to God's omnipotence, wisdom, and love, and without His power, no ever so mighty spirit is capable of creating anything, which can be done only by God. But since every created being is a witness to the divine omnipotence, wisdom, and love, how should it then not be worthy of its Creator? Do you understand this? Says Cyrenius, "O you supremely wise servants of Almighty God, how clear and comprehensible your so very wise lesson is. Yes, it is indeed so. Man must truly not be ashamed of that which is, for he is the Creator's truest masterpiece, provided he lives according to the freely recognized will of God. I think he corrupts thereby, and can no longer correspond to what he originally was and is meant to be and remain forever. And so sin must be an act contrary to God's original order, by which act man, as himself creator of his to-be-developed nature, which is to become similar to God's, corrupts himself, thereby rendering himself unworthy of being a created being of the eternal, Almighty Master. Say the angels, there you are quite right. Every human being remains God's worthy masterpiece as far as his form, usefulness, ability, and living freedom are concerned. So to say, purely a machine for a free and living expression of the Spirit. But as concerns the moral development of his heart and soul, which necessarily has to be left to him, he can degrade himself to a hellish monster, thereby committing the greatest sin, because he has within and through himself transformed God's greatest masterpiece into a wretched bungle, whereupon it costs God himself much effort and incalculable patience until the spoilt work becomes once more a masterpiece. Because of inexpressibly many self-spoilt works, the Master has this time himself come into the world in order to once and for all rectify these spoilt works. However, the works will continue to become corrupted, and because of that, he will establish in this world a new institution in which all the spoilt works will be able to rectify themselves independently. But he who will not of his own accord make use of this institution will forever remain corrupted if his will does not change. Do you understand this? Says Cyrenius, I do understand also this completely, and because of that I am of the opinion that people must be urged through good but strict laws to make the fullest use of this institution. Say the angels, this indeed will happen, but it will be of little use to mankind. For only what man does spontaneously is of benefit to him. Everything else harms him considerably. For if man could be perfected through any kind of compulsion, be it from the outside or from within, we would have more than sufficient power to bind and compel all people in such a way that it would be impossible for them to ever again act contrary to any law. Thereby, we would make of man, who is destined in all freedom to become similar to God, only a dumb, animated machine that would forever be quite as incapable of any useful free activity as the ever so sharp sword of justice, without being handled by an experienced hand. This shows you clearly that any compulsion would not ever be of any use, but only true teaching, followed by free self-determination in accordance with the received teaching, by which everyone is shown the well-lit path of divine order, how to conduct his life